Chapter 264. We were very excited, very agitated. Caslin coughed. Like the most ordinary old man, he reminisced about the past. The few of us, including young Leespan, have the same ideals. We are also tired of the grudges between families, territories, and territories. So it began. Caslin stared at the stone pillar Nicholas was leaning against. His tone was mournful. You can't imagine what we've been through over the decades for Extet by Nuven's side. Nicholas subconsciously raised his head and looked at the ceiling. In the beginning, it was just a small matter. We had to consolidate the prince's authority and influence, protect the dying families loyal to the prince, and punish the vassals who embezzled money. The old man's eyes shone with a strange light. We broke the White Blade Guard's tradition, picked some people of low birth, and trained a team of reserve guards who were loyal to Nuven and had no worries about their families, including you, Big Mouth, Byrne, and Isaiah. I recruited all of you at that time. At that moment, Nicholas' breath froze. The words that had been stuck in his mouth almost slipped out. The day I was recruited into the White Blade Guards, boss. Everything was so that a future king could fulfill his ambition and be prepared. Caslin's expression darkened. His tone changed. But as Nuven ascended the throne, things began to change. His enemies increased in number and strength. He needed a sharper blade and a sturdier shield. My missions also became more and more unscrupulous, and there was no bottom line. From hunting down criminals, extorting political enemies, kidnapping children, fabricating crimes to frame my opponents, and even burning the farmers' barns for the winter. Nicholas clenched his fists tightly and suppressed the emotions in his heart. He paid attention to Caslin's shadow under the firelight. His gaze constantly moved back and forth between the weapon racks around him, trying to find a way to get rid of the threat of the other party's javelins. My aim isn't as good as his. I can't compete with him with javelins from a distance. Yes, Madame Kalshan and I have a much closer working relationship with the secret room than you think, Caslin said dejectedly. His attention was still focused on the back of the stone pillar. There are many things that Nuven did not want the secret room to interfere with, so he would let us handle them. I once escorted a doctor to Prestige Orchid region overnight so that he could poison Archduke Alcius' heir. I once used my identity as the king's secret envoy to incite the vassals of the city of Faraway Prayers to rebel against their suzerain and find a reason for Dragon Cloud City to intervene. I even pretended to be a bandit, robbing and killing nobles who were dissatisfied with the king. From the masters to the women, except for one ignorant girl, I left no one alive. I even secretly instigated my nephew, Harold, to defect to Nuven, even though it might jeopardize his relationship with his father. Caslin closed his eyes. There was a dull pain in his chest. What he did not expect was that Holt would be so cruel as to let his two sons kill each other in order to break free from Nuven's control. So, Nicholas snorted coldly. This is why the Red Witch always wants to pry something from me and the White Blade Guard's mouths. Caslin sighed. I tried to convince myself that it was for Extet, Caslin said in anguish. For my ideals, I could even throw my family to the back of my mind, let alone my own honor and conscience. Under the sun, I was a glorious, awe-inspiring, and respected White Blade commander. The old man endured the pain in his chest as he inhaled and exhaled. Under the shadows, I was a cold-hearted, ruthless, and unscrupulous king's killer. I led the earliest batch of guards to do the dirtiest and most secretive things. You once said that you saw through my extremely hypocritical noble face, Caslin said in a low voice. You were right. I am not fit to stand before you and lecture you as a commander. A cold question came from behind the stone pillar. Why? Caslin closed his eyes. Nuven has changed. Caslin knew what he wanted to ask. He sighed regretfully. He has grown old. He has become suspicious, vigilant, sensitive, selfish, and conservative. For the sake of a new Extet, Nuven must grasp great power. This is a necessary method. Caslin tightened his grip on the javelin in his hand. His gaze was complicated. But at some point in time, the method has become the goal, and the original goal has long been forgotten. We eat to live, Spiky, But we shouldn't live to eat. His tone grew more pained. The longer he became king, the more he cared more about Dragoncloud City's status than Extet's power, and more about his son's right to inherit the throne than the kingdom's future. Nuven became the most traditional Extetian monarch. Aside from his family and his rule, he no longer had the strength or the will to pursue his former ideals. Controlling power has become Nuven's only goal, and, for Extet, has become a feeble excuse. Caslin observed every possible spot where Nicholas might rush out. He locked the shadow behind the stone pillar in his field of vision and waited patiently for his opponent. This makes everything we've done for the past few decades look like a joke to me. Nicholas let out a cold laugh. Do you know what you're doing now? The Star Killer suppressed his anger and tried his best to sound as nonchalant as possible. It makes everything you've taught us seem like a joke. Caslin paused for a second. There was a barely noticeable mixture of guilt and pain on his face. That's why I'm tired. I quit. I gave up. The old man exhaled and shook his head. That day, I stood at the bottom of the stairs and questioned him for the last time in front of all his subjects. Does he still remember his original ideals? I asked him. Since when did he have no choice but to compromise with reality? Nicholas did not speak. You know what happened next? There was a hint of sadness in Caslin's words. The common elected king was furious. A large group of old people and I were kicked out of the White Blade Guards. There was silence. The brazier burned brighter and brighter, illuminating the shadows of the two people on both sides of the stone pillar. Yes, Nicholas took a deep breath, as if he was in pain. And I was promoted as an exception and became the acting commander of the White Blade Guards. Before he finished speaking, the Star Killer suddenly rose from behind the stone pillar. The battle started again without warning. Without hesitation, Caslin threw the javelin in his hand accurately and fiercely. The powerful javelin pierced through the enemy's body. Asterisk thud. Asterisk it pinned him firmly to the ground. But Caslin, who was experienced and had been observing the enemy's shadow, immediately noticed that something was wrong. The javelin had only pierced Nicholas' chest armor. The real Star Killer pounced from the other side of the stone pillar. His armor was thin and almost unprotected. Caslin reacted very quickly. He seized the opportunity when Nicholas' injured leg landed on the ground and threw the second javelin without any hesitation. The Star Killer listened to the sound of the wind and felt a chill in his heart. It's over. I can't fool him. At this moment, Nicholas! A familiar voice rang. Nicholas lifted his head abruptly and saw a circular disc-shaped object flying towards him. The Star Killer did not hesitate. His power of eradication erupted, and with an unbelievable twist of his feet, he caught the object in midair. The javelin flew towards him. Asterisk bang. Asterisk a muffled sound rang. Caslin's pupils shrank. His javelin pierced the disc-shaped object in Nicholas' hand, a round shield covered with a thick layer of wood. The tip of the javelin pierced through the shield, causing Nicholas' hand to sink. The Star Killer gritted his teeth, pulled out the javelin from the shield, and held it in his right hand. But Caslin had no time to care about Nicholas. He turned around solemnly and looked at Nicholas' helper vigilantly. Burn. Caslin frowned, but there was a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. Long time no see. But as a former White Blade Guard and the king's administrator, Burn Merk, who stood at the entrance of the armory, obviously did not like to respond to his former superior's enthusiasm. Sorry, boss. It's not that I don't want to reminisce. In the distance, Merk's expression was solemn. He took two short-handled throwing axes from the weapon rack and swung his arms. But I just saw my daughter. I'm not in a good mood now. Caslin's expression changed. His javelin and Merk's two throwing axes flew out at the same time. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk asterisk whoosh. Asterisk the javelin and throwing axes crossed each other in the air. Asterisk shik. Asterisk even though he tried his best to dodge, Merk's thigh was still pierced by Caslin's javelin. He fell into a row of weapon racks in pain. But it's enough. That was what Merk thought. Amidst the clanging of metal, Caslin used his javelin to deflect a throwing axe. But another axe cut his left arm, and a large piece of flesh was torn off. The old man took a deep breath and endured the pain in his chest. Burn is still as good as ever when it comes to throwing. As he thought about this, he turned around and threw the third javelin. It was thrown at Nicholas, who was charging at him at high speed. Asterisk bang. Asterisk the Star Killer's thick shield blocked the javelin again. Due to the momentum of his charge, this time, the spearhead even pierced through the top half of the shield, and a part of it protruded from Nicholas' wrist. Nicholas, who was charging, instinctively turned the round shield, and replaced the part of the shield that was pierced with the lower half of the shield. As expected, in the next second, there was another dull sound. Asterisk bang. Asterisk the fourth javelin came from the same angle and position, and pierced through his shield again. Like the previous javelin, the javelin pierced through the top and bottom of the shield. Nicholas felt a chill in his heart. If I didn't turn the shield just now. But he didn't have to worry anymore. Nicholas resolutely threw away the heavy shield, which he had worked so hard for, and raised the javelin in his right hand. He was 3 steps away from Caslin again. Caslin also threw away the remaining javelins with a solemn expression. Only the one in his right hand was left. In the next second, both of them raised their right hands at the same time. Asterisk shik. Asterisk almost face to face. The 2 javelins pierced each other in the air. Caslin, who still had his right hand in the air, instinctively dodged. The enemy's javelin pierced into the weapon rack behind him, and only a trace of blood appeared on his face. Asterisk shik. Asterisk but Nicholas did not dodge. He allowed Caslin's javelin to pierce through his left shoulder. Ah! Nicholas endured the intense pain in his left shoulder with a ferocious expression. Under Caslin's strange gaze, he swung his right fist. The power of eradication exploded from his bones. His fist instantly turned twice in the air, avoiding his opponent's 2 interceptions. At this moment, the calm Caslin's expression suddenly changed. Asterisk thud. Asterisk amidst the strange, dull sound of metal. Caslin locked Nicholas' throat, and the Star Killer's fist landed on Caslin's body. Time seemed to have stopped at that moment. Strangely, Nicholas' fist did not go straight for Caslin's vital organs. Instead, it only hit Caslin's right armpit. The Star Killer's fist drooped weakly. Caslin could not help but tremble. He loosened his grip on Nicholas' throat. Nicholas, whose face was red from holding in his breath, finally let out a breath. Both of them stood on the spot and swayed. Asterisk thud. Asterisk Nicholas could no longer withstand the heavy injury on his left shoulder. He fell to the ground with the javelin. But what was equally unexpected was that Caslin's face was pale. His lips trembled, and his upper body trembled. He painfully stretched out his left hand, which he could barely control, to cover his right armpit. The old man's face twitched continuously, as if he was enduring great pain. The next moment, Caslin violently spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed on the ground. He was like an old man in his twilight years who had completely lost all his strength. His face became gloomy. "How did you know?" Caslin's teeth chattered as he carefully spoke in the softest voice possible, as if he was afraid of waking up a kitten. Right armpit. Blood flowed continuously from the corner of his mouth. It was a terrifying sight. Nicholas lay on his side on the ground powerlessly. He extended his hand to reach for the javelin on his left shoulder. "Monty, he has the best eyesight and the steadiest hands," the Star Killer said with difficulty. "That's why he was chosen to be your assistant the night you were on the verge of death and had your metal ribs replaced. He knew." Caslin's gaze froze. The big-mouthed Ned Monty. That annoying coward from the countryside. All he thinks about is women. Humph. Caslin chuckled in resignation in his heart. "Monty only told me one thing." Nicholas shut his eyes tightly and gritted his teeth. "There's a weak joint at the side of your new skeleton. That's your weakness. As long as you have enough strength. He told me to keep an eye on your safety during the battle." Nicholas' eyes were tightly shut. When he said this, Nicholas felt a tightness in his chest. He actually could not continue. The leader's weakness. That's the place they should have sworn to protect. But Nicholas clenched his fists tightly. His eyes were filled with tears. Caslin sat on the ground, trembling. He leaned against the weapon rack behind him and let out a sigh of relief. As he breathed, blood gushed out continuously from his mouth and nose, staining the clothes in front of his chest. A javelin? Caslin, whose upper body was almost drenched in blood, indifferently glanced at the row of javelins beside him. Did you force me here on purpose? You're used to fighting with your right arm to protect your weakness, Nicholas said dejectedly. I had to find a chance when you completely lifted your right arm, such as when you threw the javelin. Caslin raised his eyebrows and let out a desolate laugh. On Spiky's hand. This ending isn't too bad. Beautiful. Ha. Spiky, you cough, 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 cough. His laughter did not last long. Caslin frowned again and hissed. He coughed violently in pain. As he moved, Caslin's chest let out a terrifying gurgling sound. The old man's face also contorted rapidly. Nicholas closed his eyes. He could not bear to look at his old superior's expression. Damn it! Nicholas stretched his hand desperately to reach for the javelin on his shoulder, hoping that it could divert some of his attention. I can't pull it out. At this moment, Nicholas felt a slight pain in his left shoulder. He opened his eyes in surprise and saw that Caslin was holding the javelin in his shoulder with his left hand. Bear with it, Caslin said in a low voice and spat out another mouthful of blood. It might hurt a little. In a daze, Nicholas exerted strength in his shoulder and watched as Caslin pulled the javelin out of his shoulder. He did not even notice the pain. Nicholas remembered that afternoon many years ago. When he was dying, Caslin, the executioner, picked up the piece of wood from the ground and brought it to his mouth. Bite it. The iceberg pulled the whip in his hand and said coldly, This will hurt. Nicholas shook off his memories and struggled to sit up. His power of eradication began to tighten his muscles. He looked at Caslin, who was leaning against the weapon rack and spitting out blood with a pained expression. He felt even more resentful in his heart. Talia. Nicholas' face was ashen. Your wife. Does she have a message for me to pass to her? At that moment, Caslin's eyes suddenly lit up. Talia. Caslin's gaze dimmed and he shook his head. No. She's no longer here. Nicholas raised his head slightly and could not hide his surprise. How can that be? She's only 40. Caslin's breathing began to weaken. He raised his hand with great difficulty and wiped the blood off his chest. The old man's expression was dark. He raised his trembling hand and carefully took out a piece of red silk cloth from his pocket. A year ago, she finally found out. Caslin stared at the piece of red silk with an intoxicated look on his face. He slowly unfolded it, as if it was a rare treasure. Before I confessed to her, she found out that I was that person back then. Caslin's hand trembled slightly. The bandit leader who robbed and killed her family's convoy, killed her father, mother, and older brother, slaughtered her entire family, and only a 6-year-old girl was spared. Nicholas froze. From then on, Talia fell ill. Even the best doctors could not find the cause of her illness. Caslin seemed to be losing more and more control over his hands. But he still shivered and lifted the red silk cloth inch by inch. Just like that, she lay on the bed every day, enduring extreme pain. Like the most beautiful flower, she withered day after day. That was the most difficult battle in my life. I would rather fight another 30 rounds with Zakriel, exchange my sword with Shao 200 times, exchange my life with Sira Dark Thunder 10 times, and be punched 20 times by Jasmine than face it. Caslin coughed violently. His expression was pained. But I could only watch Talia die day by day, and try to explain to her that it was the king's order, and that I had no choice but to do so. Caslin finally lifted the red silk cloth. His eyes were sparkling. At the last moment, Talia forced a smile and told me that perhaps this was God's will. She was destined to atone for my past sins. Nicholas stared blankly at the item in the silk cloth. It was an inconspicuous black stone. 2 small figures were carved on the stone. One was slightly larger and the other was slightly smaller. The carvings of the small figures were crooked and extremely crude. It was basically a circle with 4 limbs propped up against it. It was obviously a child's play. But Caslin stared at the stone in an infatuated manner. The trembling in his hands grew stronger. In the end, I held her almost weightless body in my arms and asked myself, Caslin Lampard, the Earth Shaker, what is the meaning of your life? The sound of someone dragging the ground could be heard from afar. Merc was dragging his pierced thigh as he crawled towards them. Bit by bit, Caslin's eyes were bleak. He flashed a weak smile at Merc, who was crawling towards them. There was a moment when I started to hate Nuven, until a few months ago, when Nuven's last son died in Constellation. The old man shook his head. Every word he spoke was mixed with a lot of blood that seeped out of his mouth and nose. Looking at the sunset that day, I suddenly pitied him. We all lost everything that we cherished. Half a lifetime's worth of hard work vanished into thin air overnight. In the end, that once high-spirited Prince Walton fell into the vicious circle he weaved. He fell into the fate of the suzerains of Extet and couldn't get out. He was as miserable as my elder brother and nephews. Nicholas tore off a piece of clothing and tied it around his injured shoulder. He gritted his teeth and said, "Idiot!" Merc crawled to Nicholas' side and stared at his old superior with him in a daze. At that moment, it was as if there was a ball of fire burning in my chest. The pain was indescribable, and I didn't know why. Caslin's voice grew softer. However, when King Nuven sent someone to find me and wanted me to inherit the position of the Archduke of Blacksand region, I suddenly understood what that ball of fire was. Caslin's eyes brightened. He exerted force in his hand and gripped the stone in his palm tightly. I don't hate him anymore, but it's not over yet. Everything that Nuven and I started back then, Caslin said as he struggled. Tears streamed down his face. It's not over yet. What Nuven couldn't do, what Nuven gave up, and what Nuven didn't dare to face. Caslin coughed violently. His face was pale and he trembled as he said, I'll fulfill his wish and be loyal to him. This is the meaning of the rest of my life. Merc stared at him in disbelief. Nicholas pressed down hard on his shoulders, lowered his head, and did not say a word. Only his fists continued to clench. At this moment, Boss, Merc, who was lying on the ground, spoke in a low voice. When you knew that you were betraying him, betraying his majesty, how did you feel? Merc's expression was sorrowful and pained. His words came out in a stutter. Nicholas could not help but glance at Merc. Caslin turned his gradually clouding gaze around. He parted his lips and asked with the ghost of a smile, Did I betray him? Merc was stunned. There was silence. Right. I remember, Spiky. The old man's eyebrows twitched. Nicholas raised his head and stared at Caslin with a complicated expression. Caslin's gaze slowly became unfocused. The corners of his mouth were no longer vomiting blood. Staring at the ceiling, Caslin forced a smile and said softly, With the name of your power of eradication, why don't you call it the twist of fate? Both Nicholas and Merc froze for a moment. Hey, a second later, the Star Killer snorted in disdain. What kind of F***king name is that? Clatter. A soft sound was heard and Nicholas' words were stuck in his throat. Nicholas and Merc shuddered at the same time. The stone with the 2 little people carved on it had just rolled off Caslin's hand. Both of them slowly turned their heads. The legend of the White Blade Guards, the Earthshaker Caslin Lampard, was lying quietly on the weapon rack with his eyes closed. He did not say a word and showed no reaction. Merc stared at the motionless Caslin with a dazed expression. The silence lasted for a few seconds. Then, Nicholas slowly extended his hand and grabbed the stone in his hand. On the back of the stone, a sentence was carved in a crooked manner with a lot of misspelled words. Caslin's protector. Talia tears welled up in Nicholas' eyes. He turned his head abruptly and tightened his grip on the stone in his palm. Thud. The Star Killer gritted his teeth and kicked the weapon rack next to him. He lay back and turned his head away from Merc and Caslin. He scratched his face. His breathing was a little rough and his chest rose and fell. F***CK, Nicholas mumbled in a muffled voice. The brazier that had just been lit burned brighter and brighter. In the armory, 2 strong men fell to the ground dejectedly. They did not say a word. Beside them, the warriors in their twilight years fell into a deep sleep. They did not wake up. I wanted to say that I was preparing for my college entrance examination, so I did not update for the past 2 days. But I was afraid that my readers would beat me up. So, Sai helped me think of a reason. By Swordless with a serious expression? Chapter 265. Heroic Spirit Palace, Hall of Heroes. Do you know, I have a conjecture? Thales said absent-mindedly. The Bloody Year was a disaster that almost destroyed Constellation. The entire kingdom was in a precarious situation amidst internal strife and conflict. He raised his gaze, his voice trembling slightly. Until you went south. At that moment, Thales caught a glimpse of a strange and puzzled glint in the Archduke's eyes. What do you mean? Alcius asked coldly in return. Very well. Thales silently told himself in his heart. Benefits and threats. Lampard's 2 main weapons to convince the other archdukes were now gone. The archdukes probably understood that, to a certain extent, Lampard's threat was greater than Constellation's. And now, Thales glanced at Saroma. The girl clenched her slightly trembling fist and nodded slowly at him. Her eyes were filled with forced determination. Now, he still had to convince the archdukes that the benefits Lampard promised them were not as delicious as they had imagined. Thales raised his head. I have never seen the tragedy 12 years ago. Thales recalled Gilbert's tireless narration of the Bloody Year and said with a serious expression. But I can imagine it from the elderly's narration. The disaster that befell the Jadestar royal family caused the disaster to reach its peak. The 19 vassals all felt insecure. The nobles spread rumors everywhere. The army was leaderless. The people of the kingdom were furious. Eternal Star City entered the most critical state, and perhaps Constellation was on the verge of destruction. Speaking of this, Thales sighed. Mindes III probably did not expect that the game he laid would usher in such a storm more than 100 years later. The archdukes exchanged a few worried glances. Lampard, on the other hand, tightened his grip on his saber. But during the autumn and winter 12 years ago, when the Exted army, for whatever reason, headed south, and especially when the news of the fall of Broken Dragon Fortress spread, all of Constellation was probably stunned. Thales continued to say, I'm guessing that the new war has broken the original situation and injected new excitement into Constellation, which is on the verge of death. Archduke Letko's murky eyes brightened slightly. His expression became more solemn. Alcius and Trent Ida looked at each other in puzzlement. Exdet, the strongest force in the Western Peninsula, is invading from all fronts. This is not like the internal strife of the rebel army or the assassination of the royal family. While trembling in fear, most of the people in Constellation had no choice but to compromise. The great vassals, minor nobles, government officials, merchants, armies, farmers, and so on. Based on the known information and the ideas approved by the archdukes, Thales deduced the logic step by step. He thought hard about his next sentence to make it sound more believable and convincing. Under the shadow of the Great Dragon, they quickly came to a consensus. To end the current chaos as soon as possible, to welcome the last prince back to the capital, and to crown him amidst the blood and death. The forces that should have been split up in Constellation Realm gathered as one, just to resist the greed of the Great Dragon of the North. Grand Duke Letko narrowed his eyes. What do you mean? Thales sucked in a deep breath and tried his best to make himself look more neutral and unconcerned about Constellation. It's very ironic, but it's also very possible. It was Extet's aggressive invasion that forced us to mend our internal conflicts and saved Constellation from falling apart. As soon as he said this, all the archduke's breathing changed. Even though the self-restraint of those who had been in power for a long time made their expressions not change, Thales still felt the strangeness in the air. All of you are older than me, wiser than me, and more experienced in the past. Why don't you think about it again? If all of you had not gone south 12 years ago, What would have happened to the chaotic constellation, which had just lost its king and was without a leader? Thales said flatly. And just now, when Lampard advised all of you to shift the blame to Constellation and send troops with him, did he coincidentally tell all of you that Constellation was in its most awkward and uncooperative stage, that the Northern Territory was isolated and without help, and that it was convenient for all of you to take it down? Will your sending troops to Constellation really achieve the effect you imagined? Unlike a certain Archduke who can't wait to tell you the answer and instruct you to do things. Thales nodded slightly at the Archdukes. I've raised the question, but I'll stop here. Please think about it on your own and decide on your own. A strange and complicated expression appeared on Lampard's face. The Archdukes looked at him one after another. Thales exhaled from the bottom of his heart, but there was a lingering haze in his heart. What he said earlier about Ekstedt's invasion was only a guess, and it was only to make the Archdukes reconsider the price of invading Constellation. But Thales kept trying to convince himself that it was just a guess. What if it's true? What if Ekstedt's invasion did temporarily force the Constellations to stand together again? He could not help but recall what the born king had said last night when King Nuvan was telling him about Soria's death. Thales, 12 years ago, we did not send troops south to Constellation without reason. It was an assassin from Constellation. When Constellation was at its most precarious moment, a strange assassination from Constellation triggered Ekstedt's invasion to the south. King Nuvan mentioned the assassination attempt. Prince Soria had died in that assassination attempt. During the negotiation between Nicholas and the Red, which that assassination was mentioned, even Putre hinted that he had something to do with that assassination when he parted with the prince just now. What is the secret behind that assassination? Thales clenched his fists slightly. Lampard stared at the prince. If his gaze could kill, Thales would probably be dead by now. But Thales ignored him. So, Thales Therangerana Kessel Jadestar, descendant of Tormund, king of Renaissance. Thales raised his chest and put on a solemn expression. In his mind, he imagined the scene in the Hall of Stars in front of the vassals, and tried his best to bring out the imposing manner of a prince. I am standing here with the most humble wish and the most peaceful hope, to earnestly ask all of you to reconsider the war between our two countries, and to think about the price and meaning behind it. At that moment, the four archdukes, Letko, Rockne, Trent Ida, and Alcius also looked back at him seriously. Their expressions were solemn. It was as if the person before them was not a weak child, but a ruler who could stand on equal footing with them. At that moment, Thales thought of many people whose fates had been changed by the war, and said desolately, "You cannot guarantee that it will bring about the results you want the most, whether it is for you or for us. No one can guarantee it." The hall fell silent again. One of the braziers went out again. The archdukes treated their words like gold. Each of them was deep in thought. This time, they did not even bother to exchange glances. Lampard did not speak either, but his knuckles were pale and the veins on the back of his hand, which was holding the saber, were protruding. A few seconds later, "It's done." Archduke Letko closed his eyes and sighed softly. "Please don't say anything else, Prince Thales. I think we all understand what you mean." Thales felt his mind relax. His legs gave way and he swayed slightly. Saroma supported his waist from behind so that he would not make a fool of himself on the spot. Thales turned his head in pain and gave her a forced smile. "What do you say?" Archduke Letko's voice echoed in the hall. He sounded hollow and tired. "It's obvious, isn't it?" Archduke Rockne was the first to raise his head. His tone was ethereal but resolute. "It's better to go against a lion than to share a boat with a wolf." Lampard's frown deepened. "These people? You know, Chapman, even though your offer is very tempting, I don't want my descendants to wake up one day and find themselves lying in ruins. So," Trent Ida shrugged lightly with a complicated expression on his face. Lampard snorted coldly without any expression on his face. "These people..." Archduke Alcius' expression froze for a long time. After a while, he opened his mouth and said bitterly, "We shouldn't have come today. We shouldn't have participated in this damned Archduke's meeting." Lampard slowly lowered his head. "These people Archduke Letko knocked on the table. I understand. No matter what we plan to do, the old Archduke's face seemed to have gone through more vicissitudes. Let's postpone the matter of framing Constellation and sending troops to the Northern Territory for the time being. Of course, today's matter must be handled properly, especially regarding King Neuvin's death. His gaze focused again and he looked at Lampard. If we don't plan to frame Constellation, we need a good reason. His gaze was cold. At that moment, even Saroma felt the atmosphere in the air freeze. In the hall, everyone's standing positions had changed. Without realizing it, the four archdukes stood together. Rachni and Alcius stood in front, while Thales stood beside them. Opposite them, Lampard stood alone in front of the brazier. The firelight and shadows divided his face into two parts, one bright and the other dark. It was strange and disturbing. Lampard slowly raised his head. These people are the obstacles to Eksted's advancement. He glanced at the archdukes one by one, and the latter responded to him with different expressions. All of you have made up your minds, haven't you? Lampard said in his calmest tone. For experienced and wise Eksted archdukes, the situation has been turned around by a constellatiate brat with just a few words. He used his mouth to make you waver. He snorted softly and glanced at Thales. Pathetic. Thales held Saroma's hand tightly and quietly watched the Archduke's interaction from the sidelines. He gritted his teeth, knowing that the situation was irreversible. He can't turn the situation around with just his mouth. Archduke Letko's tone also became cold. No one can. The bald old Archduke narrowed his eyes. But aren't you the one who used actions and facts to help him convince us? Chapman Lampard? Lampard mocked in a gloomy voice. So this is your answer? First, for Eksted's sake, you decided to cover up the king's death together. A few minutes after swearing an oath of alliance, you rediscovered your conscience and decided to send me back to the Kingslayer's execution platform? We can still talk about this, Trentida said gently. Lampard's gaze was as sharp as a knife as he glared at him. It made the suzerain with the bowl-cut choke. Lampard turned his head again and swept his gaze over the suzerains again and again with extreme seriousness. It was as if he wanted to see through their souls. These people. Eksted relied on these people to get to where it is now. Ridiculous. Pathetic. Finally, after a while, Lampard lowered his head and let out a chilling laugh. Ha 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 ha. Thales felt uneasy. He knew that the matter was far from resolved. Chapman. Alcius furrowed his brows and only said one word. Don't. Lampard raised his head abruptly. Do you really know what you're doing? Facing the Archdukes, the Archduke of Black Sand Region's tone had never been so terrifying. Your hesitation and cowardice are allowing a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to slip through your fingers. You heard what he said, Constellation's current situation. Archduke Letko replied flatly. Your plan may not be the best choice for Eksted. Asterisk thud. Asterisk Lampard's scabbard hit the ground again. So, you believe him? Lampard asked coldly. Don't you understand? As long as we work together, power, wealth, status, all our problems can be made up for with the benefits we plundered from our enemies. His eyes seemed to be burning with fire. For Eksted, we must. Archduke Rachni's expression suddenly changed. He said loudly, interrupting Lampard. Listen up, King Slayer. I am also the master of this country, and I also own Eksted. The long-haired Archduke stood in front of all the other Archdukes like an iron warrior. And you have neither the right nor the ability to tell me what I must do for my country. And don't you dare force the rest of us to follow your methods and pledge loyalty to your Eksted. Lampard clenched his fists. There are 10 of us and there are 10 Ekstedtians. The Archduke of Black Sand Region gritted his teeth. This is where the problem lies. Archduke Rachni sneered. So, you still admit that you want to kick the rest of us out of power? Lampard's expression was as cold as ice. He almost broke the hilt of his sword. Trent eyed aside and interjected like a peacemaker. Chapman, you have to understand us. Imagine a day when a son or grandson of the Lampard family lives on the streets like the most lowly. So what? Lampard suddenly said, interrupting him like a raging lion. Will it be worse than now? Trent Ida was speechless. He looked at Lampard with an increasingly strange expression. The other archdukes furrowed their brows and stared at Lampard. At that moment, the four archdukes had a clear realization. This Archduke of Black Sand region might not be one of them, but an existence completely different from them. Rockne coldly took over the conversation. Of course it's better for those who benefit from it. Unfortunately, I'm not one of them. There was silence. Lampard took a deep breath, as though he was trying to suppress his rising anger. He let out an unsettling chuckle through his nose. It's been 600 years. He coldly swept his gaze over everyone, not even sparing Saroma. From the moment we were born, we were like hounds with a collar. We racked our brains to scheme against our vassals, and fought openly and covertly against the king in every possible way. Even if we became kings, we would just be repeating the same fate in this sorrowful shackle. For 600 years, generation after generation, we've been walking in circles like headless ants. Lampard's face was contorted. Don't you feel bored? The joint ruling pledge. To break this sorrowful cycle, for the future of this kingdom, the Archduke of Black Sand region gritted his teeth, his hands trembling. I bet everything on it. In the end, I could only watch your selfishness and short-sightedness destroy Eksted's future. The archdukes stared at each other. An indescribable feeling rose in their hearts. At this moment, Your Grace, Thales said softly, please don't make excuses for yourself. You make it sound like you're so noble, selfless, and great. Lampard turned his head abruptly and shot an icy glare at the prince. If Eksted could be saved, why did it have to be you? Why couldn't it have been someone else? For example, King Nuven? Lampard's breath froze. The other archdukes were also slightly stunned. Yes, I only understood later on that you weren't the only one who saw the current situation in Constellation. The prince sighed and recalled the scene when King Nuven mentioned the virtuous king to him a few minutes before his death. And also the supreme commander who led the army to cross the fortress, the born king, Nuven Walton VII. If you really only had Eksted in your heart and nothing else, why didn't you seize the opportunity and hand over your authority to King Nuven? Thales stared at the twisted Lampard and enunciated each word clearly. In the struggle between the vassals and the royal power, you could have accepted the king's officials, the king's orders, and the royal power's infiltration into Black Sand region. You could have willingly become the next beacon illumination city. You could have brought all of Eksted closer together under the banner of Dragon Cloud City's Cloud Dragon Spear. The prince raised his hand abruptly and pointed at the stone carving of the Cloud Dragon's spear on the ceiling. Let the most powerful born king become the sole ruler of Eksted. The hall fell silent again. Lampard's expression grew colder. But you were unwilling, and your family was unwilling, Thales answered softly. That's why today's tragedy happened. Did you think that your past, the deaths of your brother and mother, gave you a reason to hate the joint ruling pledge? Did you think that your actions would be different, become unusually prominent, especially tragic, and become heroic? Lampard stopped in his tracks and turned around stiffly. His gaze was terrifying, and his face was ferocious. My past? How dare he? How dare he? For the first time, Thales bore the Archduke of Black Sand region's almost suffocating aura without holding back. But he only took a deep breath, gritted his teeth, and raised his head. At that moment, Thales remembered everything that happened in front of Broken Dragon Fortress. He remembered the sacrifice of Araka and the Fury Guards. He also remembered the tragedy in Dragon Cloud City, the destroyed Shield District, the White Blade Guards who fell one by one, and their fearless posture. No, Lampard, strip away your outer shell. You are actually no different from the others. You are just creatures who fight for power and serve your own interests under the banner of, for Eksted. You don't even care about the lives around you, and you don't even cherish the land you belong to. Yet you talk about the country and the future, the prince said coldly. You don't have the right to be noble. The prince closed his mouth and ended his sentence. At that moment, The Archduke of Black Sand region and the Prince of Constellation's gazes met in the air. One of them was overflowing with murderous intent, while the other was firm and unyielding. Lampard stood where he was. The temperature around him seemed to plummet. "You!" Lampard stared at Thales and spoke slowly. With a heart full of hatred and coldness, he hissed the word through gritted teeth. "You!" Saroma was so afraid that she shrank behind Thales. But she did not succeed, because Thales grabbed her hand tightly and dragged her back to his side. He forced her to look into Lampard's eyes. "I am not you," Thales replied coldly without showing any signs of weakness. "Listen up, Chapman Lampard. My name is Thales Jadestar." Lampard's pupils shrank slightly. "A child who cannot drink." The prince took a step forward. His expression was firm. "And your nemesis." Chapter 266. Ha 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 ha. Archduke Rockney's mocking laughter could be heard faintly, as if responding to Thales' words. At that moment, Lampard felt an endless rage surge in his chest. Trent Ida blinked, wanting to communicate with Alcius, but the latter's expression remained solemn and he did not say a word. Archduke Lecco remained seated at the square table. Lampard sucked in a deep breath and forced himself to shift his gaze away from Thales' body. "So, this is the end." What he said next sent a chill down everyone's spine. "I'll ask you one last time, Archdukes," the Archduke of Black Sand region said coldly. "Is this your final choice? Are you going to give up on our alliance and choose that child's nonsense?" As soon as he said that, the atmosphere in the hall became tense. Trent Ida frowned. "Why isn't Prime Minister Leespan here yet? Could it be?" Thales looked at Lampard's expression and suddenly felt uneasy. "Last time?" Archduke Rockney chuckled. "You're really daring to say that." He pulled out a hair tie from his bosom, tied his long hair into a ponytail, and tucked it into the back of his collar. Lampard silently watched his movements and read his response. Archduke Lecco's expression became serious. "Chapman, let's leave each other some leeway." The eldest sat upright and said in a stiff tone, "Let's solve this together, in another way that doesn't have to be so ugly." Lampard did not respond. He shook his head, as if he had just given up on something and decided on something. "I knew it. I can never count on you." "Chapman." Archduke Trentida's expression changed. "You're still an archduke. We don't have to go that far." "Humph." Lampard responded with a faint sneer. "Who was the one who said that as a Kingslayer I'm no longer a member of the joint ruling pledge?" The atmosphere instantly became tense. Thales clenched his teeth. "As expected. Just as I thought." "Lampard, you don't want to be enemies with the four of us," Alcius said worriedly. "Don't do anything stupid." "Stupid?" Lampard glanced at him and placed his hand on his waist. In the next second, asterisk clang. Asterisk in front of all the archdukes. Lampard drew his sword amidst the sound of metal rubbing against leather. The archduke's expressions changed. Thales' heart skipped a beat. It was a sharp and shiny knight's hand-and-a-half sword, completely inconsistent with its worn and yellowed scabbard. This meant that its owner had wielded this sword hundreds and thousands of times, and at the same time, maintained the blade with great care, just so that one day he could unsheath it and kill his enemies. Archduke Lampard glared at the others with a murderous look. Grand Duke Alcius sighed softly. Thales felt his skin crawl. At the next moment, Lampard suddenly turned in the direction of the hall's entrance and shouted, "Lessa!" The Grand Duke's voice was deafening, reverberating inside and outside. Viscount Kentvita's voice rang from outside the hall. "Your Grace!" Lampard roared. "All troops, prepare for battle." Thales' heart trembled. Saroma's hand, which was holding him, immediately tensed up. In the next second, the crowd outside the hall seemed to boil over. Walala. Countless metallic sounds rang out in unison. People's voices came one after another. "Unsheathe! Raise your shields! Steady!" It was even more exaggerated than the uproar caused by Thales. In the hall, the archdukes were very calm. Rockne methodically tied his hair. Alcius slowly placed his hand on the hilt of his sword. Trent Ida quietly retreated, and the seated Archduke Lekko straightened his back and started exercising his fists. They quietly faced off against Lampard. Behind everyone, Trent Ida said in a low voice, "In fact, his military strength is several times more than ours, and he still controls Heroic Spirit Palace and the Gatehouse. So, it seems like we're the ones doing stupid things?" Thales gritted his teeth. He sighed and held Saroma's hand tightly. "This is terrible. This bunch of the Northlanders who would attack at the slightest disagreement." A familiar shout came from outside the hall, reminding the other archdukes. "Archduke Lekko?" Archduke Lekko looked calmly at the silent Lampard and snorted softly. "Lord Justin," the old archduke replied loudly. "Thank you and your colleagues for your protection. Please do your best. You live up to the reputation of the White Blade Guards. It is my honor to travel with you." There was a second of silence outside the hall. Then, Lord Justin's voice came again. "It is also my honor, your grace. I don't care who you served before, archdukes or the palace, White Blade Guards or miscellaneous soldiers," Justin shouted from outside the hall. "But when we fight later, you must act like Northlanders." Shouts rose and fell in response from outside the hall. It seemed to be a troop formed by the archdukes and the remaining manpower in the palace. The old archduke nodded slightly, even though Lord Justin could not see it. He returned his attention to the scene. "You might as well reconsider, child," Lekko said flatly to Lampard. "We could have worked together to open up a future for Extet," Lampard said coldly. At the same time, he slowly turned his saber. "But if you become a hindrance instead of a help, what's the point of keeping you alive?" Once he said that, Rockne sneered, Alcius sighed heavily, and Trent Ida rubbed his hands together with a helpless expression. Thales felt as if something between the Archduke and Lampard had completely shattered. He knew that something was called tacit understanding or rules. From now on, the situation were sliding in an unpredictable direction. Thales could not help but hold his breath. "Chapman, think carefully about the consequences. Putting aside the fact that both sides are injured, even if you kill all of us here, how are you going to face Prime Minister Leaspan, the current Dragon Cloud City, and all of Extet?" Archduke Lekko was calm and composed, as though the scene before him was just a training exercise. Lampard shook his head. "This is not the outcome I want the most, but you have forced me into a situation where I have no choice." Asterisk clang. Asterisk Alcius unsheathed the two-handed heavy sword from his waist. He sighed. "Not only will you become everyone's target, but Extet will also be in chaos after we die. Is this the outcome you want?" Thales stared at the heavy sword that had almost slit his neck. His eyebrows arched slightly. Lampard said coldly, "Whether it's regicide or disrespect, once you walk out of here alive, no matter what reason you find, you will not let me go. Whether it's because I broke the joint ruling pledge or because of that brat's nonsense. Even if I lose everything in the ruins, I will not be worse off than I am now." "Coward." Archduke Rockne, who had tied up his hair, gave a simple answer. At the same time, he drew his weapon, a sharp long sword that shone with a cold light. It was obviously not an ordinary weapon. He stood side by side with Alcius and faced Lampard with a solemn expression. Lampard turned to Thales, swung his saber, and narrowed his eyes. "As for you, I will give you the ending that is most fitting for your status, Prince Thales Jadestar." "Truly, a good move." Thales exhaled in resignation. "Stand behind me, Prince Thales, Lady Saroma." Archduke Lekko looked at Lampard's expression and chuckled. "I may be old, but I am still a Northlander. Before I fall, no one can hurt you." The old Archduke stood up slowly. There was an unquestionable might in his words. He drew a short knife, like a huge beast that had just woken up. Thales responded with a smile. Trent Ida sighed. Holding the short sword at his waist, he stood a little further away. "I hate today." In the field, Rockne, Alcius, and Lampard were already at each other's throats. "I heard that your brother stood still and let you stab him 3 times before you killed him?" Rockne swung the saber in his hand disdainfully, provoking Lampard without the slightest scruple. But we will not wait to be captured. Rockne snorted. 1 against 2. Are you prepared to die here, Chapman? Alcius held his sword with both hands. His expression was solemn and he did not say a word. Are you joking? Lampard did not seem to be affected by the words at all. He was abnormally calm when he entered battle mode. Since that day 12 years ago, I have been prepared for every second. The tips of their swords were pointed at each other. Like the most sincere Northlanders, they showed no mercy. At that moment, Thales subconsciously glanced at Saroma. The girl's face was pale, but she was no longer as timid and panicky as before. She only looked at him calmly with a questioning gaze. It was as if the words she said in front of the archdukes had given her a lot of courage. Looking at her expression, Thales suddenly felt a lot less nervous. At this moment, Asda's voice rang in Thales' ears. Do you need me now? I will only ask one last time. The Soul Slayer Pike has discovered me. I must leave immediately. With a heart full of frustration, Thales also let out a long sigh. Beside him, Saroma gave him a strange look. Thales gently closed his eyes. He clenched his fists. That's enough. The next second, Alcius and Rockne got into their battle stances and were ready for battle. Lampard slowly opened his mouth with a ferocious glint in his eyes. The Archduke of Black Sand region roared. Kill them all. At this moment, a young male voice suddenly rang in the hall. Is that enough? The voice was so loud and piercing that it even cut off Lampard's words. The archdukes were stunned and turned their heads. Under everyone's dumbfounded gazes, the second prince of Constellation, Prince Thales Jadestar, had climbed onto the long table at some point in time. At this moment, with a head full of charcoal dust, the prince stomped his feet and waved his small fists. His face was contorted, and he yelled at the people in the hall through gritted teeth. Listen up, all of you. At that moment, the archdukes, who had been scolded in an unprecedented manner, could not seem to react. They all looked at Thales in shock. The prince yelled out the words in one breath. He bent down and pressed his hands on his knees. He panted in pain. The sin of Hell's river faded from his vocal cords. Under the table, Saroma stared at him in a daze. Thales took a deep breath and straightened his back again. He pained his chest, which was aching from yelling too much. I have an idea. Compared to the ending where both sides get hurt, it's much better. The title of the chapter is a tribute to You Resurrected Corpses. P.S. How can a diligent person like me stop updating? I'm updating every day for 48 hours a day. Humph? Chapter 267. Fong pushed it. Being banned on the homepage was a form of official recognition of the author's achievements. Being able to show my work here meant, damn. When I said this, Bourdieu's speech about speech kept popping up in my head, and I couldn't continue. In short, I was very happy. Along the way, although there were many obstacles, I was proud and touched that the readers were always by my side. When the number of favorites was less than 100, 9 readers had joined the group. They discussed the plot and chatted with each other. They gave me a lot of motivation in my monotonous life. They supported me in recording and presenting the next chapter of the story. Until now, there were more than 500 people in the group. There were even more readers who didn't join the group, but they used all sorts of ways to support this work, this world, and the lives of these characters. It is my honor to fight alongside you. I don't dare to say how fast I can write, or how many chapters one can update, but I will try my best to write every chapter. I don't have the confidence to write 10,000 words a day, but I have the determination to polish 3,000 words in 7 hours. Also, I have to thank the editor of this book, Qing Meng. As mentioned before, he was the one who picked up this lousy book from the trash and signed it. I won't say anything like he recommended me, so I'm very grateful. I'll just say one thing. In these 10 months, Qing Meng incessantly provoked, encouraged, threatened, tempted, begged, and so on. She ruthlessly urged Swordless to update. That's right, the reason why Swordless could get to where he is today is largely due to the editor's persistent urging. Here, I excerpted a portion of what Qing Mang said on QQ. Don't stop updating. Can't you split the 6,000 words into 2 days? Try not to stop updating. If you have the time, you might as well write a few words. When you stop updating, I really want to curse. I haven't even started. You underestimate yourself. Write well. XXXX was written with you, and your monthly royalties are already over 10,000. The income is quite good. You can focus on writing, don't stop updating. Let me calculate for you. You've updated 270,000 words in 2 months. That's an average of 4,000 words a day. You can definitely update steadily. Lousy sword. You can at least try updating for a week. Why don't you just become a eunuch for me? I get annoyed just looking at you. Can't you just write 3,000 words a day? If you think like this, I can't even recommend you. I didn't give up on you even when you fell like a dog. We've known each other for a long time. If you don't update, I won't get anything out of it. I just feel that it's such a waste for a book. You're finally updating steadily. I'm so touched. What should I do? They all cried. Master, you're the author. Update more. This book of yours has a lot of potential. Why do I care more about my work than you do? You're currently ranked 11th in the monthly votes. Go. Burst the chrysanthemum of 10th. I'll change the name of the book to Broken Root Bloodline. My only request is that you don't stop updating during the blocking period, or else I'll really block you. It's up to you now. The above was enough to explain everything. My gratitude to Qing Mang is expressed in words. Swordless doesn't often expose his private thoughts on the internet, but he has been writing for a year now, and he has a deep relationship with his fellow readers. It's time to say something from the bottom of his heart. The birth of Kingdom Bloodline came from a long time ago, but it was an accident that it was published. Many years ago in high school, Swordless was at the peak of his passion for fantasy novels. 3 of my friends and I excitedly agreed to write a fantasy novel after graduation. I was probably one of the most enthusiastic people, and I even prepared a historical timeline and a draft of a map. That's right, it's the crude and childish hand-drawn map on Weibo. However, after the college entrance examination, the 4 of us only had a hurried meeting at McDonald's and laughed together for an afternoon before leaving it at that. Later on, the 4 of us went our separate ways and had our own lives. One of us even passed away. Although we kept in touch, no one mentioned this matter again. The passion and impulse from back then slowly cooled down, and I'm not even sure if they still remember this promise. Because even I myself have almost forgotten about it. Until many years later, the summer of 2016. I still remember that day. I received a rejection letter for my PhD application. That was the last school on the list. For someone who was determined to walk the path of academic research, the frustration of having his future destroyed was still very real. That morning, I was in a low mood, so I brought a bunch of beer back to the dormitory. As I drank, I organized everything in the bookcase. I felt that the names of every academic book were full of irony. Perhaps it was by chance, in an old book, Gadamer's Truth and Method. It suddenly appeared. The hand-drawn map from high school. The map that I never had the chance to show them after I finished drawing it. Looking at the names written in pencil many years ago, the lines drawn inch by inch, I once again thought of the unfinished promise. I thought of my youth, interest, and passion, and of someone who had passed away many years ago. I felt my eyes stinging and my chest feeling stuffy. All sorts of feelings welled up in my heart. Maybe it's time. I told myself that. Pick up the promise. Pick up the dream of the past. Even if I'm the only one left. So, I pulled open the keyboard in my drunken state. In the early hours of the morning, the first 2 chapters of Kingdom Bloodline were published. The image of the boy who curled up in the abandoned house, gritting his teeth and struggling to survive, appeared in front of me for the first time. At that time, everything was still hazy, the world was not clear, and many of the characters only had a blurry face. It was not until the next day when I woke up and stared blankly at the big line on the screen that said, Your work has been approved. That I realized what I had done. I went downstairs to smoke, my 16th relapse, and thought for 5 minutes. And so it began. At the beginning, the journey was not smooth. Perhaps many excellent works were signed when they were less than 30,000 words. But that was not Kingdom Bloodline. 10,000, 30,000, 50,000, 130,000. It was not until 150,000 words were written that the book received an invitation to sign. Green Mang's editor picked up the lonely little thales from the trash. His words. After signing, probably because the 6th chapter was frequently reported, the book went missing on the website for a few days. 370,000 words, 3 days before the book went on sale. The book's bookmark had just passed 300. During that time, I experienced breakups, thesis defense, graduation, going home, working, and all sorts of life experiences. After the book went on sale, the number of readers gradually increased, followed by more doubts, criticism, and even abuse. At that time, I realized that writing was really tiring. Should I give up? During this process, similar thoughts had popped up in my head more than once. But my heart always told me, you like to write. No matter how bitter, tired, or not understood, you have the motivation and reason to persevere. The author of Heart Demon, Qingji Huaqing, once said in the author group, if you can realize your value while making a living, what could be more blissful than that? I quite agreed. Just like what my acceptance speech said. Bitterness is insignificant, happiness is needless to say. Every time I had the thought of giving up, leaving the book unfinished, watering down the word count, or escaping from the general outline, I would go to the author group to have a look and laugh with everyone. At the same time, I would convince myself, look, these pronunciations are all gathered here because of that fantastical and magnificent world, and they are full of hope for that world's future. You can't let them down. You can't. You have to continue writing, until today's 3 million words. Back to the main topic. As the first work of a newbie, once Kingdom Bloodline, was long, Wuxian's writing strength was not enough, and the poor rhythm was obvious. Looking back, the first volume was too sloppy, the second volume was a little taken for granted, the third volume was too complicated and redundant, and the second volume was too wide. The first half of the fourth volume was too rushed, and the second half was too dragged. Overall, the book also had the problem of too tight rhythm and insufficient relaxation. It was actually normal for this problem to occur, because from the beginning, Wuxian referred to the unit settings in American dramas, episode by episode, season by season, using a compact and continuous plot to lay out the story and world. Now it seemed that once this method of writing stretched out, all kinds of problems would occur, such as reading fatigue. Believe me, Wuxian is trying to solve these problems, and Wuxian is a person who likes to go back and change the text every few days. Smile. Well, readers, it's still the same old saying, I write well, you read well. I believe we can find resonance in the book and let each other think. This is more effective communication than many forms of discussion. I hope everyone will subscribe to the original version, especially Qidian or QQ reading. Believe me, buying the original version can be addictive. Finally, I will post a paragraph from the epilogue of Border Town Prodigal. To encourage myself, frowny face, the conflict of human nature is the real moving factor that can't be lacking in any novel. As a martial arts novel writer, of course, I am not opposed to using treacherous changes, surprising plots, and prominent heroes to attract readers. I just feel that, in addition to these, I should give readers something else, something that can inspire them. Something that can make people admit that martial arts novels are also novels. But I also know that new attempts are not only risky, but also always strenuous and unrewarding. But I am willing, because I am a martial arts novel writer. I always hope that people who write martial arts novels can also be called writers in the future, and be valued like other writers. I always hope that martial arts novels can also be called novels in the future, like other novels, can be placed in the living room with dignity. Gulong 1972. 9:20. Crouching with hands on head. Next, I am open to readers to throw bricks. Ooh. Chapter 268. At that moment, Thales swept his gaze across the tense confrontation between the two parties. If he stopped here, perhaps Lampard's plan and goal would be destroyed, and the two countries would be able to avoid war. But it would also cost the prince himself and so many people who were fighting in Heroic Spirit Palace. Saroma stared at him worriedly under the table and quietly asked him to stop. But Thales clenched his fist lightly. His battle was not over yet. There was still one last step left. During Constellation's national conference, when Thales fiercely rebuked the guardian duke of the Land of Cliffs, the one-eyed dragon Koster, Gilbert praised him, but also sighed and told him that the carefree counterattack that forced the opponent to a dead end was actually not a brilliant way of governing. Later on, Thales understood through his many experiences that in the game of power, only inexperienced newbies and hot-headed fools would act like the main characters in popular night novels who would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. They would be greedy for temporary benefits and use fierce, ruthless attacks to attack their political enemies. Take Thales as an example. At that time, he seemed to be winning, but in the end, he forced Koster to become his sworn enemy. The prince's merciless style also made many of the vassals who were watching by the side feel sympathetic. In the end, they unanimously chose to stand on the one-eyed dragon's side, and unanimously refused to acknowledge Thales' right to inherit the throne as an illegitimate child. Politics was not a sword duel to the death between two people, but a chain of actions between a group of people in the same domain of power. From the methods used to the results, every move would involve the interests and attitudes of many parties. After Thales mercilessly refuted Lampard until he was speechless, he inevitably intensified the conflict between the archdukes and Lampard, which would bring about disastrous consequences to himself. To protect himself, the Archduke of Black Sand region would annihilate all of them here. This was what Gilbert wanted to tell Thales in the Hall of Stars. A perfect ending was far more difficult to achieve than a carefree victory, but it was also more important. This was because victory often meant a further confrontation, and ending the battle required the greatest compromise. Thales took a deep breath, but he had to do it. As for the suggestion given by Asda, he did not even think about it and threw it to the back of his mind. If he chose Asda, the consequences would not be any better than falling out with Lampard. But just as he was about to speak, clang, the ear-piercing sound of metal resounded. No one knew who made the first move, but Lampard's half-sword had already collided with Ronnie's sword. The sounds of a fierce battle could be heard from outside the hall. Stop them. Deal with the light armor first. In the hall, which was equally dangerous, Lampard and Ronnie had exchanged two sword strikes in an instant. Both of them had fierce expressions on their faces as they paced back and forth, ready for battle. Thales, who was standing on the square table, widened his eyes and almost vomited blood. F***CK. This bunch of northerners. Don't you listen to me? Thales glanced anxiously at the gate. Even though he could not see anything, he knew that Lampard had an overwhelming advantage in terms of military strength. Even if they could make Black Sand region pay the price, they would still die. No. He did not care about the others' gazes. When Rockne and Lampard clashed their swords for the second time, Thales raised his head and roared again. Chapman Lampard, are you going to give up on your ideals and the chance to save Exdet just like that? Are you going to let Exdet sink into chaos and let Constellation overshadow all of you? How ironic. At that moment, Thales, whose heart was beating rapidly, ridiculed himself. A few minutes ago, he was still talking about the dangers of Lampard's ideology in front of the disdainful archdukes. A few minutes later, he was actually trying his best to encourage the desperate Lampard to pick up his ideals again. Lampard frowned slightly. He took 2 steps back and parried Alcius' heavy slash that came from the side. You told me that what you want is a little more than self-preservation, revenge, and the destruction of King Nuven and Dragon Cloud City. Thales took the opportunity when they were temporarily separated to shout with all his might. For that little, you have sacrificed so much, snatching the last chance of survival from a hopeless situation that has long been beyond redemption. Due to the unusual movements in the hall, the sounds of fighting outside the hall were still incessant. In the chaos, Thales shouted at the top of his lungs. Then why don't you take another risk and see if you can snatch a new chance of survival? Think about your brother and father. Lampard raised his head abruptly, his face contorted. Brat, I've had enough of your nagging. The Archduke of Black Sand Region gritted his teeth and returned the blow to Alcius. You just want to save your own life, don't you? Get lost. F***ck. A surge of anger surged in Thales' heart. In the next second, Thales! As Saroma cried out in alarm, Thales took a deep breath and resolutely jumped off the table. Amidst the sounds of fighting outside the hall, the prince recklessly stomped on his aching feet. Under everyone's shocked gazes, he crossed his arms over his head and rushed forward. He rushed straight into the battle between Lampard, Rockne, and Alcius. Saroma's outstretched hand could only brush past his sleeve. Letko and Archduke Trentida widened their eyes in disbelief as they watched the prince's suicidal move. Rockne's pupils shrank. Just as he was about to stab, he abruptly stopped in midair. Even Alcius, who was beside him, stopped moving. Lampard opened his mouth in surprise and did not move forward. Thud. The agitated Thales came to a halt. He stopped in the middle of the three people. Suppressing his pounding heart, he raised his arms at the same time towards the three sword-wielding men on both sides. Like the most valiant and fearless warrior, he stood firmly in the middle. You're crazy, Rockne angrily rebuked with an unpleasant expression. Do you have a death wish? The furious prince roared back rudely. So what if I am? We're going to be surrounded and killed anyway. Thales felt the cold blades on both sides. He turned his head and shook his hoarse voice. He felt tears and snot coming out of his eyes. Lampard, if you have the chance to return to the starting point, to the position where you started, to gamble with us again, to try to rebuild your ex-debt again instead of accepting your current failure, why don't you give it a try? You still want to save this country. Lampard stared at him in disbelief. He gritted his teeth and the tip of his sword trembled slightly. My fellow archdukes. The prince, who could not care less about panting, turned his head. He first swept his gaze over the dissatisfied Alcius and Rockne, then fixed his gaze on the astonished Archduke Letko behind the table, and Trentida, who had slipped away at some point. He swung his fist fiercely. I swear on my life that we have a way to save ourselves. We don't have to die in vain here. Rockne and Alcius looked at each other. Their bulging muscles were still tense. The sounds of fighting outside the hall were still intense. No one knew how many casualties there were. The short confrontation was immediately broken by Lampard. The Archduke of Black Sand Region suppressed his emotions. His chest rose and fell as he shouted, What the F***ck are you planning to do? Thales took a deep breath. Like you said, I want to save your life. The prince racked his brains with all his might. And save the lives of the rest of us. Prince Thales, we all have a deep impression of you. Archduke Letko's voice was filled with displeasure. But from now on, this is Extet's internal affair. He was obviously dissatisfied with the prince's claim of saving lives. Of course, the exasperated Thales shouted. So, I am only responsible for making suggestions and trying to convince all of you. Thales said loudly, The choice is up to all of you. Can't we kill each other 2 minutes later? Northlander. No one knew whether it was his crazy actions that won respect and attention, or whether the insulting term Northlander had an effect. But the moment Thales finished speaking, the hall instantly fell silent. For a moment, only the sound of everyone's heavy breathing could be heard. At this moment, the sounds of fighting outside the hall became even more ear-piercing as the background. 2 minutes, Thales repeated anxiously. Archduke Letko glared at him furiously. His nostrils flared. Lampard's gaze was sharp. He was hesitant. Saroma looked at him worriedly. Just when Thales, who had his arms raised high, felt that he could not hold on any longer, Lampard took a deep breath and exhaled heavily. He seemed to have made up his mind. He put down the tip of his sword and stabbed it into the ground. Black Sand Region, hold on, Lampard shouted rather angrily. Do not attack without my order. The noises outside the hall instantly became much quieter. Thales immediately turned his intense gaze towards Archduke Letko. The old Archduke had a strange expression. He first slowly closed his eyes, then abruptly opened them. "Lord Justin." The bald Archduke's voice was loud and clear, which was rare for him. "Please hold back for the time being." "Your Grace?" Lord Justin's voice rang out. "Do you need help?" Letko and Lampard's gazes met in the air. "No." A few seconds later, the noises outside the hall completely stopped. Rachni and Alcius looked at each other. One was indignant, while the other put down his weapon in resentment. Seeing this scene, Trent Ida whistled softly, seemingly pleased and content, until Archduke Letko's piercing glare came at him. 2 minutes, Letko said coldly. Thales heaved a sigh of relief and put down his aching arm. But he could not rest, because all the gazes in the hall were once again on him. This time, it was heavier, colder, and more unbearable than before. The prince pinched his thigh and forced himself to be alert. He raised his head to look at the emotionally unstable and unpleasant expressions on both sides. Damn it! One side wants to break the system of the joint ruling pledge, end the division of archdukes, and rebuild the centralized extet. The other side wants to maintain the framework of the joint ruling pledge, eliminate the abnormalities and traitors among them, and protect their own interests. 2 minutes. And he only had 2 minutes. To convince the two sides whose fundamental goals and basic interests greatly conflicted, to shake hands and make peace. And he was the one who pointed out this huge divergence and contradiction. Facing the murderous gazes from both sides, Thales sincerely felt at that moment. Compared to this, the seemingly unreasonable Giza and Asda were like docile kittens and puppies, obedient and easy to coax. But he had no choice. He and Saroma were still here, and his other companions were still struggling hard. He did not know how many people had already fallen. He had to succeed. In the next second, without waiting for the others to speak, Thales straightened his chest and spoke anxiously. "Lampard," he quickly said, "you are worried that after you leave this place, the archdukes will join forces to deal with you, harm you, or even destroy you. Am I right?" Leaning on his sword, Archduke Lampard pursed his lips tightly. His gaze was cold, and he did not speak. But Thales did not have time to consider his response. The prince turned his head abruptly to look at the other 4 people. "My fellow archdukes, your most urgent wish now is to walk out of Heroic Spirit Palace, which is tightly controlled by Lampard. Alive from his oppressive encirclement, return to your territories and protect your families. Am I right?" The 4 of them looked at each other. Dissatisfied and angry, they did not say a word. Saroma stared at Thales in a daze, worried about his situation between the two sides. Thales shook his head and blew out a breath to make himself more clear-headed. He gritted his teeth and raised his head, staring at the stone carving of the cloud dragon's spear at the top. "So, one side wants to live in the present, and the other side wants to live in the future. For this, you have to come to a consensus here. Cover up the true cause of King Nuven's death." Thales felt a tightness in his chest, but he still forced the words out of his throat. "The archdukes will ensure that Lampard will not walk out of Heroic Spirit Palace with the crime of being a kingslayer, and give up any plans to harm him in the future." Archduke Letko snorted coldly. "At this moment, Lampard will spare our lives and let us leave this place alive," the prince said coldly. "We will use the present to exchange for the future." Lampard grinned, baring his teeth. "It's useless." The Archduke of Black Sand region shook his head in disdain. "Thanks to you, they are now wary of me, afraid of me, and will not let me go." Lampard glanced at the archdukes coldly. "Even if it's not the crime of being a kingslayer, sooner or later, for one reason or another, they will lead their troops to attack me and destroy me." Rachni pointed at the blade of his sword in a timely manner. Smart. At that moment, Thales had never hated the tactless Rachni so much. "Damn it! I need to get straight to the point as soon as possible." Thales raised his head abruptly and spoke to Lampard. He spoke faster. "That's right. They will not let you go. because you are the one who trampled on the joint ruling pledge by killing the king, and even tried to destroy the pledge with a revolution. To protect the joint ruling pledge, and for their own interests, the 4 archdukes will definitely join forces to destroy you. Looking at Lampard's increasingly hostile gaze, Thale's expression became solemn, and he changed the topic. Unless, under everyone's gaze, Thale said seriously, unless Chapman Lampard's life is already tied to the joint ruling pledge. Destroying you is equivalent to destroying the joint ruling pledge. As soon as he said that, what? The 4 archdukes, including Lampard, all widened their eyes and looked at Thales in disbelief. Only Saroma shook her head thoughtfully, as if she had understood something. But the prince surprised the men again. Thales Jadestar took a deep breath. His gaze was resolute, his tone firm, and with anxiety and decisiveness, he swung his arm. I suggest, everyone. Archduke Letko raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at him in puzzlement. But the prince had not finished speaking. Following the great tradition of Extet since ancient times, and the eternal practice of Raikaru's joint ruling pledge, Thales clenched his teeth and closed his eyes. Perfect ending. A political compromise. A binding of interests. After the unfortunate passing of King Nuvan, all the archdukes present here at this time and place. The prince suddenly opened his eyes and said resolutely, convene the King Selection Congress. At that moment, the expressions of the 5 archdukes changed. You will jointly elect the Archduke of Blacksand Region, Chapman Lampard, for the Great Extet. Thales pointed his arm at the shocked Archduke of Blacksand Region and said in a loud and stern voice, the next common elected king. At that moment, the flames in all the braziers in the hall seemed to tremble at the same time. The room instantly fell silent. After Thales finished speaking, he pressed down on his violently beating heart and panted hard. 1 second. 2 seconds. In the quiet hall, Trent Ida blinked in surprise and took 3 deep breaths. Rockne and Alcius were like stone statues, frozen on the spot. Only their gazes were fixed on the prince. Archduke Letko was expressionless, but his eyebrows and upper lip kept twitching, and his wrinkles rose and fell. The hostility from their life and death duel seemed to have been dispelled in an instant. Even Saroma, who was deep in thought, forgot to think for a moment. She stared at Thales with wide eyes. As for Chapman Lampard, the person Thales was pointing at, he stared at the Prince of Constellation with a strange gaze that had never been seen before. This, the Archduke of Black Sand Region, who was brimming with killing intent, gulped with difficulty. This boy, he just said, what did he say? The common elected king? I keep feeling that little Thales could not finish talking in those 2 minutes. What do you think? Chapter 269. What the F***CK are you talking about? Archduke Rockne snapped out of his daze. He could no longer hold back his anger and shouted at Thales. Thales calmed his breathing and stared at Rockne calmly. They don't like this suggestion. The prince observed everyone's expressions and came to this conclusion. It was not just Rockne. Almost all the archdukes except Lampard were extremely dissatisfied. Even the slippery Trent Ida snorted to express his disdain. However, Thales had long since anticipated their reaction. Next, in my opinion, Archduke Alcius raised his heavy sword again, his eyes blazing. Shall we kill this viper first, then kill each other? Prince Thales. Archduke Letko's deep voice was now filled with sternness. I advise you. Thales took a deep breath. Saroma shook her head at him from afar. It's not 2 minutes yet. The prince put on the most serious expression he could imagine. Keep your promise. Let me finish. After that, you can cut me into as many pieces as you want. Archduke Letko stopped talking. His face was filled with disgust and anger. Thales immediately turned his head. Lampard was looking at him with a complicated expression. I have to find something they care about, Thales told himself. If you become their new king, Thales said firmly to Lampard, even if you let them walk out of here alive, the archdukes will not be able to do anything to you in public. They will not be able to fabricate a reason to attack their own king, because this is a violation of the joint ruling pledge. Aside from getting rid of their threat to you, you will also obtain the status, prestige, and taxes of the king. You will be able to continue fulfilling your ideals in Exdet, and you will not have to face the wrath of Dragoncloud City after the Archduke's death. Lampard's brows furrowed and relaxed. He wanted to say something, but stopped. Impossible. Archduke Rockney interrupted them with gritted teeth. In this lifetime, I will never choose a kingslayer as king. This in itself is the greatest violation and insult to the joint ruling pledge. I knew it, Thales said in his heart. Thales could only close his eyes again, inhale, and turn to them. This is a necessary compromise. The prince said firmly, Archduke Rockney, I know that your vassals have always been unstable, and Neuven has also used this as an opportunity to interfere with you. Think about it. If your city of faraway prayers lost its suzerain today, think about the current Dragoncloud City. Ronnie was speechless. Thales looked at the others with an anxious expression. Everyone, please put aside unnecessary emotions and think carefully. This is already much better than your original ending. If I didn't show up, think about what would have happened to all of you. You would have fallen into Lampard's trap of the virtuous king without knowing what was going on. You would have fallen apart in wars and benefits. You would have been weakened by his successive schemes. You would have become a stepping stone for the Archduke of Black Sand Region's power. You would have sacrificed your own families to be buried with the joint ruling pledge. To lay the foundation for the new Exdet kingdom without the existence of archdukes. Thales panted. And to wait helplessly for their families and territories to be destroyed. Alcius straightened his face and stared straight at the Archduke of Black Sand Region. Lampard lowered his head when he heard that. His eyes narrowed and his brows twitched as if a storm was brewing. But now that all of you have successfully avoided that ending and obtained such important information, the prince's voice rang out again. Are you going to die in vain in heroic Spirit Palace, leaving behind an Exdet with an unknown future, and plunge your families and territories into turmoil? If you accept my suggestion, at least all of you will be able to return to your territories and your families safely. You will be able to see your siblings, your wives, your children, your relatives, and your friends. You will be able to arrange everything in an orderly manner and stand together again to fight against your new king. Be wary of the new threat lurking in the dark. Archduke Trent Ida snapped his fingers in a baffling manner. His expression was subtle. Thales eagerly waited for the Archduke's response. You mean? Archduke Letko steadied his emotions and enunciated the essence of the prince's suggestion word by word. You want us to bestow the Kingslayer with the power and status of a king, and hand the initiative and shield of the battle to this traitor's hands in exchange for our own ignoble existence. Archduke Letko steadied his emotions and enunciated the essence of the prince's suggestion. The bald old Archduke's tone changed. His gaze was as sharp as a knife. And then wait for him, as the king, to crush us one by one, build his own kingdom? At that moment, the old Archduke was like a volcano about to erupt. It was unsettling. You underestimate us Northlanders, Prince Thales. We would rather die in battle here. Lampard sneered at the perfect moment, earning the Archduke's angry glares. Thales sighed in anguish. Damn Northlanders. I have to solve their worries. The prince closed his eyes and tilted his head to the left as far as it could go. Then he swung it back fiercely. No! Even if he becomes king, he won't succeed. Thales squeezed his eyes, feeling a headache coming on. At least now, all of you know Lampard's scheme, know his ambition, understand his threat, and be wary of his existence. Even as his vassals, all of you can use corresponding means to resist him. Thales desperately tried to recall what Gilbert, Putre, and Little Rascal had told him about Exdet's current situation. He tried to piece together a powerful argument. For example, the prince's words were stuck in his throat. At that moment, he did not know how to convince them. For example, however, just as Thales was in a dilemma, a childish female voice cut into the conversation. All of you are not the Dukes of Constellation. The power and status of the Archduke of Extet are much greater and higher than that of the Guardian Dukes. Thales was stunned. With bewilderment and astonishment, the Archdukes turned their gazes to the side in unison. With a trembling voice, the young Saroma rubbed the ring of triumph on her finger with a timid tone that had yet to subside. She stuttered. Yes, she stuttered. Even if the king has a higher status than all of you, even if all of you have to pay taxes to him, just like before, all of you, Saroma choked, but then she gulped and clenched her tiny fists. Her face was red as she said forcefully, "The 7th article of the joint ruling pledge states that I obey the king's orders, and my land obeys me. As long as there is a legitimate reason, all of you can still refuse the king's orders and refuse to carry out his decrees in your own land." The archdukes were all stunned. There is also the 14th article. Do not refuse war in the name of righteousness. The reverse meaning of this article is that in the face of a war that goes against your principles and righteousness, as long as you provide a reason and convince your vassals and subjects, you have the right to reject the king's conscription order. Even if you have to send troops, the number of troops you send is also up to you. Lampard's expression became very unpleasant. Saroma continued to speak timidly. Also, there are precedents that are not written in the oath but are recorded. If the king wants to send officials to mediate the internal affairs of your territory or the conflicts between suzerains, they must be nobles of considerable status. All of you may have to pay taxes to him, but the ratio of payment is usually decided by your own internal meetings and according to the annual harvest and income. This is the practice after Tan and civil strife. It was first proposed by the first Archduke Alcius. Archduke Alcius' expression immediately became very interesting. So all of you do not have to be afraid of the king. Saroma took a deep breath. In Extet, the king and the archdukes are both the owners of the land. This is the power that the archdukes tacitly acknowledge under the joint ruling pledge. Lampard shut his eyes tightly. So this is why the joint ruling pledge must be destroyed. With such a restriction, Extet can only be a great dragon with 10 heads forever. Saroma continued, but for the past 90 years, under the pressure of Dragon Cloud City, many archdukes have not dared to bring it up publicly due to all kinds of pressure. But Black Sand region is not Dragon Cloud City. He does not control your trade routes, nor does he control your grain production. He is also not your blood relatives or in-laws to interfere with your internal problems. Saroma exhaled softly. Her small face was flushed. After she finished speaking, she suddenly realized that the archdukes were all looking at her. The girl quickly lowered her head nervously. The archdukes, including Lampard, stared at her in surprise, as though they were meeting this girl for the first time. That girl. What exactly is she? Thales heaved a sigh of relief and cast a grateful glance at Saroma. Yes. Thales resolutely clenched his fists and pumped them in front of his chest, just like how all of you resisted King Nuvan's pressure with your dignity as archdukes. So what if he is the king? Can he just issue an order for all of you to surrender? Can a frontier Black Sand region be worse than the powerful Dragon Cloud City? Thales added the last sentence agitatedly. As Northlanders, are you afraid? Or are you unwilling to part with that damned common elected throne? Rockney raised his head abruptly and gritted his teeth in annoyance. If you insult Northland again, Alcius added coldly, I'll cut off your tongue. Thales shuddered. All right. Thales gulped and nodded. He rationally did not continue the conversation. I know all of you are not afraid of death, but this is 10,000 times worse than dying here for no reason and plunging Extet into chaos and your territory into confusion. Isn't it? It takes more courage and responsibility to live with hope than to die with despair. Lekko did not speak again. Instead, he sank into deep thought. Thales' chest rose and fell. He breathed a sigh of relief. But this time, it was Lampard's turn to clench his fists and question him with hatred. If that's the case, the Archduke of Black Sand region's expression was as cold as ice. Why should I let them go? Sit on that dangerous and unstable throne, and become a king in name but not in reality. leaving behind a disaster, allowing these enemies with malicious intentions to use all kinds of methods against me in private, and eventually lead to a disaster? Lampard's expression became solemn. My love is here. I'll take their heads. I don't want to play cat and mouse with them. As soon as he said this, the three people who were confronting each other immediately looked ferocious. They immediately showed signs of fighting again. Thales raised his hands in agony and scratched his hair hard. Arg! These bastards! Lampard! Thales sucked in a sharp breath. If you don't do this, prepare to say goodbye to your future. 6 archdukes died in heroic Spirit Palace in one day. You, who came out with an army, tried to explain to Prime Minister Lisbon's army and the angry Dragon Cloud City that this was all done by the Constellations, and that I was just passing by? Lampard snorted coldly. He tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword. This brat. This. Damn it. As for the Archduke's threats to you, aren't you Chapman Lampard? Thales suppressed his inexplicable anger and said in a low voice, Renaissance Palace, Broken Dragon Fortress, Shield District, and now, we've fought against each other so many times. You, who never yielded, always managed to fight for hope in a hopeless situation. Don't you dare to take the risk again for your ambition, for your ideals, for your extet, to sit on that dangerous and unstable throne, and to continue your dangerous game on the second battlefield. Do you still need me to tell you which to choose? To die here without hope? Or to walk into danger with a glimmer of hope? Lampard's breathing gradually became chaotic. Thales remembered Lampard's past and subconsciously added, Believe me, after killing a few archdukes in a row, your ambition will come to an end. The preparations and painstaking efforts you've put in for half a lifetime will be destroyed, and your family's tragedy will still continue. Think about your family, think about your subordinates. Are you willing to accept this? Lampard froze on the spot. He stared at the saber in his hand in a daze and did not speak for a long time. Harold, kid. Archduke Alcius's expression was solemn. One moment, the other. Whose side are you on exactly? Thales had no choice but to turn towards the 4 archdukes again. He felt like a firefighter, running back and forth, mentally and physically exhausted. No matter which side I stand on, Thales sighed and said wearily, I don't care which side I'm on, but I'm sure that none of you want Extet, which is unstable and on the verge of collapse, and whose future is unknown amidst the chaos, to face it alone or to leave it behind, right? The Archduke still looked displeased, but Thales keenly noticed that Letko had put away his anger and put down his hands thoughtfully. Trent Ida, on the other hand, pursed his lips and said nothing. You have to work harder. Thales furrowed his brows and thought of something. You may not understand, but I can guarantee that my father, King Kessel, will definitely be very, very happy to see such a scene. Thales pictured the cold image of the Iron Hand King in his heart and tried hard to find the angle that was most in line with the Archduke's thinking. As for whether he will, after Constellation recovers, take advantage of the terrible internal strife in Extet after the death of 6, or perhaps 7 archdukes and unify the nobles in the country with Extet's blood. That is not something I can imagine. Thales narrowed his eyes, especially when the 7 archdukes include the 3 archdukes in the south, near Constellation. Alcius's expression changed. Archduke Letko sighed and closed his eyes. He has a point, Archduke Trentida, who had been silent for the past few minutes, suddenly said. Dying here is not worth it. There are only unfavorable consequences. Alcius glared at him sternly. Porpheus. Thales' eyes brightened, as if he had found a breakthrough. See, this is what we all agree on. The prince punched his palm and swept his sharp gaze across everyone. The situation is progressing too quickly, so much so that you are unprepared and have no choice but to draw your swords against each other in a hurry and fight to the death. But in fact, none of you want to pay such a heavy price. Thales turned his head to the left and right and said sincerely, So, both of you need a way out, a choice that allows you to take a step back. Archduke Rockney calmed down and shook his head. Exchanging the throne for safety is not a choice at all. We can't solve anything. Thales nodded, feeling a little bitter in his heart. This may not be the way to solve the problem. But please remember, in this round, none of you surrendered, none of you admitted defeat, and none of you abandoned your principles and beliefs. Thales stared at the archdukes, who were gradually quieting down. He said solemnly, "You are only temporarily covering the middle of the game, temporarily withdrawing your swords, rubbing your palms together, and leaving the outcome of the battle for the next time." Archduke Alcius' face contorted and he growled in displeasure. He thought of his prestige Orchid region, and the teachings and stories passed down from generation to generation in his family. This Jadestar fellow... Jadestar! Thales turned to the hesitant Lampard. "This is my proposal. You, Lampard, will become king. You will be free from the crime of regicide and the threat of the archdukes. You will obtain new power and status. Although the road ahead will be full of difficulties, you will still be able to restart your dream. You will not be trapped in the dangerous Dragon Cloud City." Lampard did not speak. Thales looked at the archdukes again. "You, archdukes, will survive in a situation of certain death. At the same time, you will learn where the real threat lies. You will form an alliance again, return to your territories to protect your families, maintain the integrity of the joint ruling pledge, and avoid Extet's precarious fate." Thales panted, praying in his heart for the Archduke's reaction. Archduke Letko slowly opened his eyes. He looked at Trent Ida, who flashed an ugly smile. Alcius stared at Lampard, who was in front of him, and said through gritted teeth, "Choosing a king like this is child's play? This is not child's play, this is politics." Unexpectedly, the one who interrupted him was Trent Ida. The cunning man narrowed his eyes. "This is a necessary compromise, an exchange of benefits." Thales seemed to have found a life-saving straw. He nodded gratefully. "You're right, this is another way of fighting. And when you know that there is a better choice, you still blindly charge forward and sacrifice your soldiers. That is the behavior of a fool." Rockne turned to their traitor, Trent Ida. His expression was unpleasant. "So you're on his side?" "If we are all killed by Black Sand region here, then we don't have to take sides anymore," Trent Ida said gloomily. "It's the same for Chapman. He will kill us and then Leespan will kill him." Archduke Rockne growled, seeming rather indignant. "Going against our wishes, bowing to a regicide and choosing him as king." The Archduke with his long hair tied up clenched his teeth. His expression was gloomy, and covering up his shameful act of regicide. Can you imagine anything worse than this, an act that tramples on the joint ruling pledge? The Archduke's expressions darkened. They looked at each other. The atmosphere was very heavy. Thales could only bite the bullet and speak again. "Weren't you prepared to do the same when you took the oath?" Thales steadied his breathing and felt his palms sweating. "When you were facing the threat of Constellation, you made a painful but necessary decision. I can understand. Now, when you are facing Lampard's threat, you also have to make a painful but necessary decision. This is the responsibility of a suzerain." Thales felt like he was about to collapse from exhaustion. His brain was not enough to process it. This is what you have to bear when you stand in this position. Thales shook his head helplessly and said something that even he found ironic. "For Extet." Hearing this, Lampard exhaled and looked elsewhere. A soundless, mocking smile appeared on his face. After Thales said the last sentence, he felt sweat all over his body. He was about to collapse. He had tried his best. If this was still not enough, then what next? It has been far more than 2 minutes. Archduke Letko, who had not moved for a long time, opened his tired eyes, as though he had gone through an intense duel. Prince Thales. Alcius and Rockne subconsciously raised their swords and looked at Lampard, who had also become vigilant. "I'm sorry." Thales swallowed painfully. His mouth was dry. "Perhaps my flow of time is different from yours." Chapter 270. "But none of you interrupted him, did you?" Trent Ida put away his dagger and crossed his arms. He sighed and said, "Look, sometimes, even though his mouth is stubborn, His body will always reveal his inner thoughts. He raised his gaze. What do you think? Alcius frowned. His gaze moved back and forth between Lampard and Thales. Ronnie, on the other hand, observed Alcius' expression. Lampard only raised his sword expressionlessly. No one could guess what he was thinking. Just as Thales was getting anxious, Archduke Letko broke the silence again. The old Archduke's voice was hoarse. You know, the King's Selection Convention needs the High Priestess of the Temple to bear witness. Thales shuddered and spoke almost instinctively. High Priestess Holm is now outside the gatehouse. She will be waiting for your summons within a 5-minute journey. Her status is extraordinary. Even Prime Minister Leespan can't stop her. The Archdukes frowned. You planned this beforehand? Archduke Letko asked in surprise. Thales shrugged. He was drenched in sweat. There was silence. Archduke Letko and Trent Ida looked at each other. 2 seconds later, the old Archduke closed his eyes and let out a bleak laugh. Trent Ida glanced at Thales and also laughed involuntarily. Thales was baffled by what he saw. Rockne and Alcius looked at each other, seemingly shocked by their companion's decision. Lampard sighed. That's impossible. Archduke Rockne clenched his teeth and shook his head fiercely. There are only 5 of us here. The King's Selection Convention can't be held when there are not enough people. This is against convention. He looked at Alcius, as if trying to seek support. However, that familiar female voice rang again. Actually, the King's Selection Convention can be held when there are not enough people. The Archdukes moved and turned their attention back to Saroma. The dirty girl said carefully, in year 346 of the Calendar of Eradication, the King of Wrath died in the Night Wing King's army. Dragon Cloud City fell into the enemy's hands. Without a leader, the war-ravaged Extet could not gather the Archdukes to choose a king. Saroma's words gradually became smoother. Her voice was clear and pleasant. Therefore, the Grand Dukes of the Sentry region, the Grand Duke of the Glacier Sea, and the Grand Duke of the Defense City all gathered together and cast their votes. At the same time, they informed the remaining 6 territories to send in their choices using messenger crows. Saroma lowered her head and stole a glance at Archduke Rockne. That was how Rockne got 4 votes and sat on the throne during the war, the girl said softly. And he is one of your ancestors, Archduke Rockne. Ronnie was tongue-tied and at a loss for words. As he listened to Saroma's timid explanation, Thales felt as if he had met his savior. However, there were still people who raised objections. Archduke Alcius shook his head. That was just an exception. Besides, we don't even have the time to wait for the other Archduke's votes. Once Leespan takes over the gatehouse, the illusion of peace you've created will be shattered. In the end, we'll still end up fighting to the death. Lampard looked up. My men are stronger than you think. They can hold on for long enough. For example, after my army kills all of you. Alcius and Lampard's gazes met in midair, and it seemed like sparks of hatred and anger were about to erupt. Thales quickly raised his hand. We don't have to inform the other archdukes, he said anxiously. As long as we can ensure that all of you have an overwhelming number of votes and that the other archduke's choices won't affect the outcome, we can decide on the common elected king. Overwhelming number of votes. The bearded Alcius shook his head in disdain and pointed at Lampard. Including him, there are only 5 of us archdukes here. Even if all 5 of us choose Lampard to be the king, we still lack. When he said this, he suddenly froze. The other archdukes, including Lampard, were also stunned. In the next second, they turned their heads in unison. They looked at the same person. That's right, everyone. Thales felt as if a huge burden had been lifted from his heart. His arms trembled. We need 6 votes among the 10 archdukes to decide on the next common elected king, without any objections in the absence of the other archdukes. His pupils shrank slightly. Only 6 votes. Under all the archdukes' disbelieving gazes, Thales took a few steps forward and walked to the side of the girl who was at a loss for what to do and did not even know where to put her hands. Allow me to introduce her again. Thales grabbed the girl's hand and solemnly raised the triumph on her finger. Saroma, Alex, Soria, Walton. The archdukes looked at each other. She is the legitimate descendant of the Dragonspear family and the next of Dragoncloud City. Thales gritted his teeth and paused for a second before he slowly opened his mouth. Archduchess. The hall was greeted with a silence that lasted longer than any other moment. Saroma was dumbfounded as she met the Archduke's shocked and puzzled gazes. What? How could this be? The girl only felt fear in her heart. She subconsciously turned to the prince beside her. But Thales grabbed a handful of her hand and stopped her words in her mouth. The second-last brazier slowly extinguished in the silence. No. Alcius stared in shock at Saroma, who was about to cry. He shook his head in disbelief. She is a girl. There has never been such a precedent in Extet, no, in all of Northland. Have all of you not broken enough precedents today? Thales exhaled. Plotting to assassinate the king, covering up the truth, dividing up territories, archdukes drawing swords against each other in the Hall of Heroes. In comparison, the appearance of an archduchess is simply too conservative. Lampard stared at Saroma with a strange expression. He seemed to have thought of something and actually flashed a bitter smile. Archduke Letko sized up Saroma with difficulty. He wanted to say something, but stopped himself. A woman. Archduke Rockne narrowed his eyes. Neither the commoners nor the nobles of Extet will acknowledge an archduchess. Thales said seriously, So, she needs all of your support. She needs the acknowledgement and affirmation of the 5 archdukes of Extet in the kingdom to secure her position and suppress opposition and dissent. And her status as an archduchess will ensure that we. Thales stopped in time and changed the way he addressed the archdukes. Ensure that your king selection is successful, and we can solve the dilemma of both sides. Whether all of you die in the chaotic battle or Lampard dies under the Prime Minister's sword, we can avoid both. At the same time, we can compensate for Dragoncloud City's loss and fill the vacancy left by King Nuvin's death. Trent Ida glanced at Saroma with interest. He stroked his beard and clicked his tongue. I have placed the choice and its consequences in front of all of you, everyone. Thales wiped the sweat on his forehead and wiped off a large amount of charcoal ash, but he did not notice it. He said solemnly, I only implore all of you to maintain your rationality to the greatest extent. No one spoke. Letko seemed to have aged a few years. The wrinkles on his face became more terrifying. Alcius pursed his lips. Rockne continued to stare at Lampard, even though the latter did not move at all. Thales held Saroma's hand closer and closer. He knew that the archdukes were struggling and hesitating. King Nuvin's death. Alcius looked at Saroma with a bitter gaze. Can she accept it? Thales quickly poked Saroma. The girl seemed to have snapped out of her daze. I can compromise. Saroma looked at Thales' encouraging gaze and bit her lip. But this is Dragoncloud City's blood debt. I will not forget it. Lampard snorted sarcastically. Alcius closed his eyes. Very well. What reason should we use to explain Nuvin's death to Lisban? Calamities, Trent Ida interrupted. There was a rare gloominess in the Archduke of Reformation Tower's eyes. Just say that the king died in the Blood Calamities attack. They are evil enough anyway. They don't care about being cursed. Thales thought of the sealed Giza and remained silent. The hall fell into silence again. Archdukes, what do you think? Thales asked softly. What do you think? A long time seemed to have passed. None of them said a word. But someone moved. It was Lampard. Under the others' gazes, Chapman Lampard raised his sword with a cold gaze. Thales' heart skipped a beat. But in the next second, Lampard bent his wrist and turned the blade. He put the blade back into its sheath. The Archduke of Black Sand Region looked up and swept his gaze over the Archdukes aggressively. At that moment, Thales held his breath. He had already given his answer. Archduke Rebian Alcius sighed deeply. He walked to the square table, slammed his heavy sword on the table, and sat down angrily. 1. Thales counted silently. Trent Ida snorted and shrugged. He pulled out his own chair and sat down. 2. Do all of you really know what you are doing? Rockne asked in disbelief as he watched their actions. No. Archduke Letko was the one who answered him. The old Archduke sounded tired. He shook his head, put away the dagger in his hand, pulled out a chair and sat down. No one knows. 3. At that moment, ha 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 ha. Lampard laughed bleakly. The archdukes looked at him in dissatisfaction. Even in my dreams, I want to destroy the joint ruling pledge. The Archduke of Black Sand region looked back at the others with a sorrowful gaze. But now, as the king, I have to rely on this pledge to protect myself. Thales sighed. And all of you worked so hard to protect the joint ruling pledge. Lampard swept his gaze across every archduke's face. Now, you want to make me king and trample on this pledge. He spread his hands and said mockingly, Isn't this the greatest irony? The archduke's expressions became very unpleasant. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk the sound of metal rubbing against leather was heard. What's even more ironic is that you used the joint ruling pledge to break it in the end. Rockne put away his sword and said coldly, We broke the pledge to protect it better. Rockne gritted his teeth and glared at Lampard. This is not over, Lampard. Lampard stared back at him coldly without saying a word. Rockne walked to the side of the square table and stared at Thales fiercely. The prince's heart trembled. What's wrong? Listen, brat. Rockne grabbed the back of the chair beside Thales. This chair in this order has been the Rockne family's exclusive seat for 600 years, he said coldly. If you dare to jump up there again. Thales quickly pulled Saroma and took about 10 steps back. He flashed an innocent and ingratiating smile. Damn it. No wonder his expression was so bad just now. Rockne sat down heavily. Thales heaved a long sigh of relief. He instantly relaxed and broke out in cold sweat. He felt his vision blur and his legs become weak. He was about to collapse on the ground. Amid Saroma's cry of alarm, Thales felt his back stiffen. Someone grabbed the back of his collar and lifted him up. He avoided the fate of falling. Thales calmed down the dizziness brought about by his weakness and looked at the person behind him in shock and bewilderment. Child. Chapman Lampard let go of his collar and looked at the prince with a complicated expression. There was a subtle look in his eyes. You didn't drink that wine back then. What a pity. Chapter 271. It was a fantasy book, but with a sci-fi style. The title of the book might not stand out, Swordless Heart. What a stupid title. But when it came to the author, many fantasy readers might remember him. The great prodigal son who wrote Yala's Adventures. Yes, it was the 4 million-word novel about an uncle who ran around the world with beautiful girls. It was well known in the hearts of many readers, and could be said to be a fresh stream of fantasy. But the new book by the great prodigal son was very different from the previous one, which was full of righteousness. For example, the style was much more gloomy and gray. Some readers might not be used to it, but some readers might like the Gothic style of the post-war world. An author who was used to writing in his original style decided to change his approach and try to innovate. This was a kind of risk, but also a kind of courage. No matter what the result was, Swordless Heart must first express his approval for this attempt. Hey, even if you don't like it, you should contribute a few clicks to my collection. Otherwise, a minority of writers like the great prodigal son would be forced by the market to write conventional novels. Let's talk about the novel itself. The narrative of this book is very interesting. First, it uses flashbacks to describe the legendary character Yuri at the beginning, and then introduces 3 interesting protagonists. A clever and talkative crow. The excited Rose in Bloody Violence. She was a doubtful bisexual female leopard. Obviously, starting with the crow, probably everyone has a bitter past. The story begins with the first encounter of the 3-person team. I believe in the skill of the characters in this book. Although there are not many words, the previous book is proof. The characters in Yala's Adventures are vivid and real, and they seem to be at your fingertips. There are very few dry paper dolls and vases. The writing style of this novel was also okay. After all, it was written by an old writer who had written Yala with 4 million words. The writing style was smooth, and the narration was concise, compared to a novel with one. For million words in which the protagonist was only 7 years old, there was no difficulty in reading it. Secondly, the prodigal son's ability to change the world setting is obvious to all, as can be seen from Yala. This time, he chose a dark, gloomy, and gothic post-war world, in fact, more of a sci-fi style. And in the beginning of the preface, he dug a big hole, the door to change the world. I don't know what surprises he will give us. As usual, I would like to talk about my shortcomings as a reader. 1. The first few chapters are long paragraphs of text, which is quite difficult to read. Fortunately, this situation improves after that. 2. The characters' personalities are too distinct, especially the 3 protagonists, who are unimaginably attractive. To some extent, it has the exaggerated effect of a stage play, but impatient readers probably won't be able to immerse themselves easily. 3. The narrative technique is rather complicated, especially the flashback from the first volume to the second. From the present to the first encounter, it is easy to make people feel lost. As for whether this is the case, you can judge for yourself. 1 sentence of evaluation. A refreshing old author's gothic and precious creative experiment. Chapter 272. Tada! The long-awaited anti-theft chapter. Are you surprised? Are you going to get chicken dinner? You'll get it back soon. Pirated versions. Come and subscribe to the original version. You'll get addicted. Heroic Spirit Palace in front of the Hall of Heroes. Under the tense atmosphere, the confrontation between Black Sand Region and the other archdukes continued. With the entrance of the Stone Hall as the center, the people stood in a clear division. The Archduke's subordinates and palace guards occupied the inner ring, while the people from Black Sand Region surrounded them from the outside. Both sides glared at each other. Many people had their palms pressed on their weapons. Their crossbows were on standby, and their shields were raised. They were ready to fight at any moment. And all of this depended on the crucial conversation between the 5 archdukes in the Stone Hall. Even in this situation, Viscount Lesa Kentvita of Black Sand Region's city of Lighttown was one of the few who could still keep his composure. At least, compared to the swordswoman Croche beside him, who had a fierce glint in her eyes and was flicking her fingers, Viscount Kentvita appeared calm and not nervous at all. Then, a scout sent the latest news into his ears, causing Kentvita to furrow his brows. The Viscount pondered for a moment, then waved at Croche. With a solemn expression, he walked to a corner and sent someone to summon the Fire Knight, Tolja. The 3 of them gathered together. Kentvita took a deep breath and carefully told them what he heard. Viscount Kentvita lowered his voice and said in a deep voice, "The sentry post at the palace gate sent news that someone has broken into the gatehouse. It's very likely that they've already invaded Heroic Spirit Palace." The moment he said this, Croche's expression changed slightly. Her gaze flickered, while Tolja put on a contemplative expression. "Broke into the gatehouse?" the swordswoman asked worriedly. "Is there something wrong with our defense?" Kentvita shook his head. "I don't know, but the gatehouse is still in our hands." "How interesting." Tolja raised his head. There was a hint of anger in his voice. "Count Levon is indeed overconfident at times, but Vlad should be able to make up for his shortcomings. This is what I'm worried about." Kentvita sighed. "A count of noble birth and a disciplinary officer who's a civilian captive. They can't possibly get along too well." Croche's gaze flickered. "How many invaders are there?" Kentvita's expression was subtle. He seemed uncertain. "Not many. I heard that there are no more than a dozen of them, or even fewer." The other 2 were stunned. "So few?" Croche furrowed her brows. "What do they want?" Kentvita shook his head to show that he did not know. The Fire Knight snorted coldly. "We have a large group in the palace. There are nearly 500 of them. Most of them are heavy infantrymen and heavy axemen. There is no need to worry." The Lord narrowed his eyes. "The identity of the intruder? Location?" The moment this question was asked, Viscount Kentvita took a deep breath. He put on his most polite smile and spoke cautiously. He seemed embarrassed by the question. According to the sentry's description, it's very likely that they are the remaining white blade guards outside. Perhaps there are also the Star Killer or even those Constellations. The Viscount shrugged and casually said, I guess they came back after kidnapping the prince. As expected, after the words white blade guards and Star Killer slipped out of his mouth, Tolja's expression became extremely terrifying. It was as if he had heard a great humiliation. Kent Vita observed his expression and said carefully, As for their location, they disappeared not long after they broke in. They only left a carriage at the palace gate. There was silence. Even Croce did not say a word after Kent Vita signaled her with his gaze. Finally, Lord Tolja took a deep breath. I'll go look for them. Give me a guard. Even just 4 squads, 100 men. At this moment, the Fire Knight's eyes seemed to be really ablaze. This time I will wipe them all out. When Kent Vita heard this, he could not help but sigh deeply. Croce raised an eyebrow. Tolja quietly waited for his answer. The Viscount crossed his arms, turned around, and glanced at the entrance of the hall. Look at these people in front of us, Kent Vita said softly. Following his gaze, Tolja turned towards the hall and saw countless soldiers from both sides confronting each other nervously. He furrowed his brows. Kent Vita said calmly and in a manner that allowed no room for doubt. The palace guards, white blade guards, and the Archduke's attendants add up to more than 200 people. These are not like the leaderless warriors outside. They know very well what they have to protect. If the situation changes, they will fight with their lives on the line. And His Grace is right here. Kent Vita paused for a few seconds. Tolja did not say a word. He seemed to be thinking. In this game of chess, the Archduke's location is the key. Kent Vita looked at Tolja's expression and nodded. We must maintain an absolute advantage in the Hall of Heroes. 500 people against 200 people is already very difficult. We cannot take the risk of splitting our forces. And those 4 archdukes are not fools. Any of our actions will reveal unnecessary information to them, which will then hinder His Grace's plan. Tolja took a deep breath and closed his eyes. The Viscount continued to speak. As long as we have a large number of soldiers and control the hall, neither the invaders nor these people will have a chance to take advantage of us. On the other side, the swordswoman Croce narrowed her eyes and spoke in a timely manner. Why can't we bring more people here? Perhaps it would be easier to fight? Kent Vita threw her a look of approval. The more people you mentioned are regular soldiers and not recruits, my lady. Kent Vita turned to her and said politely. Besides, we did not come here to defend the palace in the first place, nor do we plan to take down the gatehouse. It's only because of an accident that we have no choice but to stand here. He lifted his gaze and glanced at Tolja, intentionally or otherwise. Our only mission is to protect His Grace. Tolja snorted coldly. Croce curled up the corners of her lips and stared at the Viscount with a subtle look in her eyes. Then are we just going to watch and let those dozen flies run amok in the palace? Kent Vita shook his head. His Grace is fighting alone inside, and I am very confident in him. He nodded. What we need to do is to stand behind him and prevent any accidents from happening. As soon as he finished speaking, Kent Vita and Croce looked at Tolja. A few seconds passed. Tolja finally opened his eyes and heaved a long sigh. You are the temporary commander appointed by His Grace, and your rank is also higher than mine, the Fire Knight said coldly. You decide what to do. Hearing Tolja's answer, Kent Vita finally smiled. Very good. Viscount Kent Vita nodded. His tone was sincere and convincing. That's right, we can indeed wait here, rely on a large number of soldiers, and wait for our enemy to exhaust themselves. He then changed the topic. Kent Vita exhaled and said with a faint smile, But I think that if the opponent is that Lord of Constellation, he won't be so foolish as to fight the weak against the strong and come here with a weak military force to die. Croce stared at him and smiled. Your lordship, honorable lady, and even that person. Kent Vita's gaze flickered slightly, and his words were profound. If you stay in the army with combat power like yours, you will not be much more useful than a few ordinary class warriors who work well together in a chaotic battle. So, the Viscount's tone was thick with mockery. Are you ready? Tolja's eyes brightened, while Croche narrowed her eyes. No matter what those people want to do, be it a desperate assassination, a reckless attempt to stir up trouble, or even a sneaky sneak attack. Kent Vita looked at the corridor, at the path illuminated by the braziers, and smiled faintly. We have to keep them busy. No time to split. No place to hide. No way to get close. In another part of Heroic Spirit Palace, Thales and the others waited cautiously in a remote corner. The remaining White Blade Guards were anxiously cleaning up their wounds from the chaotic battle, while the Constellatiate soldiers spread out to report the movements in front of them. Nicholas is just standing there? Thales leaned against the wall and frowned, recalling the unbelievable scene just now. Holding back those hundreds of enemies? Merc looked up. If he wants to maintain the effects of the Severing Soul's blade, yes. The former administrator with a crew cut nodded. His expression was solemn, and his tone was somber. The conditions for that legendary anti-mystic equipment are very harsh. On the other side, Putre sighed. I think we've lost a Supreme Class fighter. The only Supreme Class fighter. Thales furrowed his brows. Beside him, Little Rascal said dejectedly, He'll be fine. After the chaotic battle just now, Nicholas turned around and ordered them to continue forward with a fierce look. He continued to stay in the circle of yellow light, resisting Black Sand Region's pursuit. Indeed, with Nicholas' extraordinary performance, they managed to break into Heroic Spirit Palace. But then, Thales took a deep breath. Let's continue. The prince clenched his teeth and clenched his fists. Let's go find Lampard and the archdukes. Let's end this damn farce. Raphael's voice came from behind them. For now, it seems to be a little difficult. Raphael flashed a relaxed smile. We've just scouted the situation in the two corridors in front of us. Although there are no enemy defenses, but... Raphael stopped talking and swept his gaze across everyone. His smile did not fade. Everyone furrowed their brows and waited for his words. We've caused too much of a commotion. It's very likely that we've alerted the enemy's sentries. Miranda walked up from behind him and said flatly, The people in Heroic Spirit Palace. Lampard probably already knows of our existence. Thales sighed. How many people do they have in the palace? Not more than the gatehouse. After all, the pressure on the gatehouse is greater. Miranda looked at the prince. Her gaze unconsciously tensed up and revealed a hint of guilt. But the worst-case scenario is as many as the gatehouse. Everyone's heart sank. So we're still in danger. Even if I followed Shiles in, the situation won't be any better? Thales thought of those fearless Black Sand Region soldiers and their wave-like pursuit. He felt extremely irritated. About that, Cohen raised his eyebrows and rolled his eyes. That Uncle Star killer, can we call him back? You want to play that trick again? The White Blade Guards glared at him. Merc also cast him a sideways glance. His meaning was self-evident. Cohen's expression froze. He shrugged and smiled awkwardly. I'm just asking. Just as everyone was frowning, a familiar yet strange voice rang out. It was the veteran Genid. They did not form a defense line in front of the palace gate, nor did they split up their troops to patrol the corridors and passageways. The veteran from Starlight Brigade narrowed his eyes. The new recruit, Willow, leaned against the wall beside him. Under the gazes of so many important people, he seemed very nervous. Duke John once said, Where the enemy is what the enemy thinks. On the battlefield, this can explain a lot of things. Listening to his words, Putre's gaze flickered slightly. Thales' eyes lit up. For example, Putre continued the veteran's words and took a deep breath. For example, they are very confident in the defense of the gatehouse. They think that no one can break through the gatehouse. Thales raised his eyebrows. Very good. At least we don't have to worry about this anymore. Putre pondered. His gaze could not help but flicker. Secondly, they must have something more important to do. They cannot afford to disperse their forces. For example, deploying a large number of troops to protect the most crucial and vital places. The most crucial places. Thale's heart skipped a beat. He understood something. Just now, the commander said that the hall. The prince recalled the chaotic battle just now. I think Lampard is in the Hall of Heroes. Raphael nodded slowly. Guess what he is doing? Thirdly, Putre narrowed his eyes and seemed to be deep in thought. At least in Heroic Spirit Palace, Black Sand Region's military strength is already stretched thin. They cannot be moved easily. Thales took a deep breath. I understand, the prince said, a little moved. They are confronting the 4 archdukes. Thales raised his head abruptly. So they cannot disperse their forces, nor do they dare to take the risk, because to them, the attitude of the 4 archdukes is more important. He had to think this way. He had to think this way. Putre nodded with a firm expression. So, while our current situation may seem bad, the vice diplomat said softly, but compared to just now, it's a world of difference. We have indeed caught their vital point. Putre raised his head and revealed a smile. From now on, even though we are few in number as the third party who suddenly entered the battlefield, we have the initiative. Chapter 273. Outside the corridor, the atmosphere was still tense. Faint voices could be heard from the Hall of Heroes, but they could not be heard clearly outside the hall. Thales was so tired that he did not even have the strength to activate the Sin of Hell's River. Nicholas let go of Merc's hand and let him rest on his own. The latter stared in pain at the female warrior on the stretcher among the Black Sand Region crowd. Boss! Lord Justin of the White Blade Guards came forward and looked at the Star Killer in surprise. You've been missing since last night. How? Ah, Justin. Nicholas' expression was gloomy. He waved at his deputy commander from afar. You did well. At least you protected the palace. You left us a chance of survival. Justin was dumbfounded. Nicholas walked towards Thales with a complicated expression. In fact, I never thought that you would succeed. The prince, who was sitting on the floor with his hands on the ground, raised his head and glared at him weakly. I know, Thales answered hoarsely. He felt like an unlucky person who had just returned from drowning. You probably thought, this guy went to die. Nicholas stared at him. His eyes narrowed slightly, as if he was thinking. I have to admit. After a few seconds, Nicholas nodded in a barely noticeable manner and pursed his lips. You do have some tricks up your sleeve, young prince. Once he finished speaking, the Star Killer turned around and walked towards Prime Minister Leespan. Thales exhaled and rolled his eyes. Would saying thank you kill you? He said impatiently behind the Star Killer. Nicholas extended his hand to the back of his head and waved it nonchalantly. What an awkward guy, Thales criticized in his heart. Under the strange gazes of the 2 groups of people in front of the hall, their people returned one by one. Wyatt felt ashamed and guilty. He apologized for not being able to fight by His Highness' side. Ralph took off a prosthetic limb and revealed a knee that was bleeding from the abrasion. He gestured at Thales that it was really bad. Cohen excitedly and happily told him that he was honored to fight with him. Thales could only smile at them over and over again. On the other side of the wall, Raphael helped the weak Miranda sit down slowly. But Miranda grabbed Raphael's hand. The swordswoman raised her head weakly. Enduring the pain in her abdomen, she looked at the expressionless Raphael. A second later, Miranda, whose eyes were slightly red, reached out and wrapped her arms around the man's neck. She exerted a little force trying to pull him toward her. Raphael was slightly shocked and his heart tightened. No. He subconsciously held Miranda down and shook his head with an ugly expression. We are still in the enemy's territory. The weak Miranda did not say a word. She just stared at him quietly. This idiot. The next moment, Miranda suddenly tightened her grip on the man's neck. Raphael was slightly startled and was pulled forward by Miranda. The two of them were only a few inches apart. The swordswoman looked at him solemnly. Those eyes, just like many years ago. The girl who told him seriously in the snow, "Smile. Listen to me word by word." Miranda said to him softly but sternly, as if lecturing her own recruits, "I almost died there today. I almost couldn't make it back. Did you hear me clearly?" Miranda's gaze pierced straight into Raphael's eyes. It made his heart ache, and he did not know how to react. Raphael sighed. He looked at Miranda's stern expression with mixed feelings. That girl in the snow has grown up. The two of them stared at each other quietly. "So," she said resolutely, "when I want to kiss you, Raphael Lindbergh." The young man from the Secret Intelligence Department stared at Miranda in a daze. He watched her face get closer and closer, and the black hair on her forehead that was wet from her sweat. Miranda slowly smiled. "Then I want to kiss you." The next second, the swordswoman raised her head and kissed his lips without hesitation. She completely ignored the gazes around them. At that moment, Raphael's heart trembled. The pain and bitterness that he had been suppressing in his chest seemed to have disappeared in an instant, leaving only the thundering of his heart. It drowned out the other throbbing in his crippled body. Even the things in his body had unknowingly quietened down. On Black Sand Region's side, Viscount Kentvita came to a stretcher with a frown and looked at the injured person on it. "How is it, Esh?" the Viscount asked faintly. "Ankle." On the stretcher, Croce withdrew her gaze from Miranda and Raphael, who were kissing each other. She then glanced at the dejected Merc and the gratified Cohen and smiled coldly. "You'll have to lie in bed for a few months." At the last moment, both she and Miranda held back. Perhaps both of them knew that this would never be their ending. The next second, Croce's face twitched as she endured the intense pain. "Also, don't call me Esh. That title doesn't belong to you." "All right, Esh." Kentvita nodded in realization. "Do you want some medicine to relieve the pain?" Croce furrowed her brows. She stared at Viscount Kentvita in annoyance and snorted coldly. The Viscount stared back at her without a hint of guilt. A few seconds later, Croce tilted her head and said bluntly, "You should stop mentioning medicine. I've had enough of your medicine." Kentvita could not help but laugh. "You're still holding a grudge, huh?" Kentvita rolled his eyes and curled up the corners of his lips. "About me drugging you?" Croce turned her head abruptly. She glared straight at Kentvita with a fierce gaze. "Humph!" Croce snorted coldly. Kentvita patted his head in resignation. "That night, I might have drunk too much, but other than taking off a few of your clothes, I didn't do anything else. Did I?" The Viscount of the City of Halting Light shrugged. He narrowed his eyes and swept his gaze over Croce's full bosom. "You know, I'm not interested in big-breasted girls." Croce stared at him silently. The Viscount felt a chill run down his spine. "Yes, you didn't do anything else," Croce said softly. "But you destroyed my faith with your drunken talk that night. Lassa Kentvita. You destroyed my faith to live by the sword. You made me realize for the first time what I really am, and where my value lies. Also," Croce's gaze was cold as she stared straight into Kentvita's eyes. "No matter what you're interested in, it has nothing to do with the size of my breasts." Kentvita smiled faintly. "To be able to destroy your faith, those drunken talk were really worth it. Also, you think that the size of your breasts is only related to you." The Viscount sighed and extended his finger without any scruples. As if he was poking an ordinary piece of pork, he poked the leather armor on Croce's chest. But this world doesn't think so. Just when Croce's gaze could kill, the door to the Hall of Heroes opened. Everyone outside the hall turned their heads in unison. Following the sound of steady, light, heavy, or anxious footsteps, a group of people filed out. The soldiers and guards immediately retreated respectfully and made way for them. Thales frowned. The Archduke of Black Sand Region was walking at the forefront, while the other archdukes followed by his sides with different expressions on their faces. When they saw the murderous and nervous Black Sand Region's army, their expressions became increasingly unpleasant. The first person to react was Prime Minister Lispan, who had been waiting for a long time. The Prime Minister patted Nicholas' shoulder and ended the whispering between them. Then he strode forward to greet them. Chapman Lampard. The old Prime Minister's footsteps were steady. His tone was unfriendly. What a surprise, whether it was last night or today. Lampard's expression was very complicated. He pursed his lips lightly, and his face, which appeared to have gone through the vicissitudes of life, became increasingly solemn. Count Lispan. He ignored Lispan's greeting, which had a profound meaning. The Archduke turned around and nodded at Kentvita. Then, he looked at the other people who came out with him. Alcius stepped aside with a solemn expression. Rachni, on the other hand, looked elsewhere in disdain. Under everyone's gazes, High Priestess Holm of Bright Moon Temple slowly walked out from behind them. Thales was nervous. He held his breath. Her face was still covered by a veil. Her gaze was melancholic and misty. She would only occasionally glance at Thales, which always made the prince feel anxious. The High Priestess held Saroma's hand. She appeared peaceful and quiet. On the other hand, Saroma was anxiously looking for something. When her gaze met Thales, the girl seemed to relax and exhaled. Thales responded with an encouraging smile. The girl was still in that disheveled state. But at least her small, dusty face had been cleaned, and her original appearance could be seen clearly. As a vassal of Dragoncloud City, Count Lispan's solemn gaze was focused on Saroma. He seemed to be thinking about something. Lampard slowly raised his hands. The whispering crowd instantly quietened down. Lampard said flatly, "I hereby announce to all of Ekstedt, last night, under the invasion of the Calamity, our respected king, King Nuvan VII, unfortunately passed away." His voice was not loud, but it was abnormally forceful. It echoed in the corridor with quite an imposing manner. At that moment, Thales clearly saw that other than the expressionless Letko, the other Archduke's expressions were very unpleasant. Count Lispan, on the other hand, fixed his gaze on Lampard's face. There was silence. Even though they had been prepared for a long time, even though the rumor had spread like wildfire, even though the king's delayed return had already proved something. But the moment they heard the news, everyone's breathing still trembled. The expressions of Nicholas and the other White Blade guards were even more unpleasant than before. In an instant, the warriors of Black Sand region and the palace were in an uproar. They whispered to each other. First, it was just whispers. Then, it turned into an increasingly loud uproar, as if an inexplicable panic was spreading. Then Lampard raised his hand again. Silence. With a complicated expression, Lampard lowered his head and said faintly, "As his granddaughter and blood relative, Saroma Alex Soria Walton will inherit his position." Following the Archduke's gesture, everyone saw the bewildered, bespectacled little girl next to the High Priestess become the next Dragoncloud City Archduchess. This time, compared to the gradual panic caused by the king's death, the entire hall was instantly in an uproar. That girl. Archduchess? Be it the soldiers of Black Sand region, the Archduke's subordinates, or even the palace guards who were originally loyal to King Nuvan and Dragoncloud City, they were all shocked and looked at each other. If it were not for the fact that most of them were warriors, the situation might have long gone out of control. Only the White Blade guards, including Nicholas, appeared unusually calm. But the Archdukes, including the ashen-faced Prime Minister Lispan, were not surprised at all. Watching Saroma's face turn from red to white as she endured everyone's gazes and panicked, Thales felt very uncomfortable. Lampard looked at the entire hall solemnly and did not move. At this moment, Prime Minister Lispan took a step forward. His action attracted everyone's attention. Count Lispan came before Saroma and slowly squatted down. "My lady, are you all right?" he asked softly, as if he was comforting a child. Saroma stared at him in a daze. The wrinkles on the count's face trembled slightly. "I am Seal Lispan. I was your grandfather's vassal and his kingdom's prime minister." "Greetings," Saroma answered timidly, perhaps because of the High Priestess's signal. "Your Grace." Leespan shook his head. His gaze was filled with love and sorrow. "No, please remember," the Count said sternly. "I am your vassal. I am loyal to you." Saroma was stunned. She stared at the Count's stern expression. In the noisy corridor, Saroma nodded and pursed her lips. "Greetings." The girl tried hard to put on a firm expression. "Seal." It was only then that a smile appeared on Lispan's wrinkled face. He slowly stood up. In the restless crowd, Croche, who was half sitting on a stretcher, shook her head mockingly. In the end, it was our enemy who brought out an archduchess. How ironic." Viscount Kentvita turned his head around. "Do you really think so?" Croche still had a disdainful look on her face. "Am I not?" Kentvita chuckled and quickly poked her head. "No, no, Esh." Under Croche's murderous gaze, the Viscount nimbly withdrew his right hand before the female warrior broke his finger. "Listen carefully with that cute little head of yours." Kentvita's sharp gaze shifted to Saroma, then to the Archduke's silhouettes. He stared at their ashen, calm, or insuppressible expressions. He sighed and said, "The reason why Northland had its first archduchess was not a coincidence or some other reason. It was precisely because we swung the hammer for the first time. The first time we smashed the iron rules that have haunted Northland for 1,000 years." Croche paused for a moment. "Because we swung the hammer," the Viscount said meaningfully, the corners of his lips curling up slightly. Amidst the debris and chaos, the Northlanders and Northlanders, who were caught off guard, were able to accept the first archduchess. Perhaps it's not just the archduchess. There's something else. Kentvita's eyes burned with a strange flame. He enunciated each word clearly. "Those who do not work, do not reap." Croche lowered her eyes and seemed to be deep in thought. At this moment, High Priestess Holm put down the girl's hand and slowly walked forward. Archduke Lampard stepped back gracefully and made way for her. The High Priestess spoke faintly. The commotion outside the hall had clearly not subsided, and her voice was not loud either. But unexpectedly, the High Priestess' words rang clearly and directly in everyone's ears. "As the spokesperson of the Bright Moon, I hereby solemnly announce to the entire Extet Kingdom." Everyone instantly became solemn. The 35th common elected king of Extet, the Archduke of Dragoncloud City, Nuvan Rikaru Khan Walton. He has passed away today. There was still silence, but the atmosphere was no longer as oppressive as before, because everyone knew what was going to happen next. High Priestess Holmes said faintly, "According to Rikaru's joint ruling pledge 662 years ago, since the old king has passed away, a new king shall be elected. The Bright Moon bears witness. Under the sacred effect of Rikaru's joint ruling pledge, in the Great and Solemn King Selection Congress, one person has obtained the highest number of votes and has been elected as the next common elected king." At that moment, everyone's gaze swept towards the few archdukes present. Almost all of the archdukes had ugly expressions on their faces. Rockne even turned his head away in disdain. In the stifling atmosphere, the expressionless Chapman Lampard flung his cloak and walked forward slowly. He stood under everyone's scrutinizing gaze. 2 more chapters and he would reach the end of the paper. Yesterday he was writing and deleting at the same time. Even when it was very late, there was still no result, so he didn't update. The last part is a bit more difficult to write. It is a link between the previous part and the next part. I still need to rewrite the outline of the next volume to continue the previous part. Therefore, it will take a bit more time. The next chapter will be published after 12 o'clock. Ooh. Chapter 274. Quite a number of people frowned. The breathing of the White Blade Guards and the Palace Guards gradually grew heavier, and they even clenched their fists. In response, the warriors of Black Sand region pressed down on their weapons, and their gazes were cold as a warning. The 2 groups of people were ready to fight again. Their nerves were taut, and the atmosphere in the hall became very oppressive. As the people involved, Lampard and the other archdukes remained calm, as though they did not see this frightening scene. Only people like Nicholas and Tolja kept warning their subordinates with their gazes. It's really full of Northland characteristics. In the corridor outside the hall, there are not enough nobles to attend the ceremony, and no foreign guests are invited. There are only two groups of soldiers who can't wait to kill each other, and schemers with ulterior motives. In a remote corner, Putray sighed and whispered into Thales's ear, "This is probably the most I've seen in my life. The simplest, most time-saving, and most soul-stirring coronation ceremony." Thales's eyebrows twitched. "You can't say that. There are 6 archdukes present, and us, the foreign guests. As for the simplest, most time-saving, and most thrilling," the prince repeated the vice diplomat's words. Recalling everything that happened today, he could not help but shake his head. "All right, I suspect that no one will be able to break this record in the future." Fortunately, the conflict that many people were worried about did not happen. Lampard stood in front of High Priestess Holm and nodded slightly at the priestess. The priestess' emotionless voice rang in everyone's ears again. "I, Jewel Holm of Bright Moon Temple, am here to inquire on behalf of the gods, on behalf of the Dragon Queen, and on behalf of all previous kings." Everyone immediately became serious. Thales was no exception. Due to the several strange encounters with the representatives of the gods, he was even more anxious than the others. As the suzerain of Black Sand region, one of the 10 glorious and majestic Extet archdukes, and the candidate of the King's Selection Congress, Chapman Solon Holm Lampard, the high priestess' voice was indistinct but clear. Her voice was solemn, and her gaze was solemn. Lampard stared at her eyes through the veil solemnly. High Priestess Holm said calmly, "Are you willing to swear on your honor and life?" All the Northlanders pressed their palms against their hearts in unison. Their expressions were respectful and solemn. Just when Thales looked around, wondering whether he should imitate them, Putray shook his head and dismissed the idea. The priest's words were solemn and steady, but they seemed to be filled with an indescribable power that struck everyone's heart. As a Northlander, bear this heavy responsibility. As the king of the entire territory, rely on your wisdom and breadth of mind to stand at the forefront of the kingdom. I swear to defend Extet and Northland with my life. The glorious and noble spirit of defending the kingdom will not be buried. To ensure that the legitimate and natural rights of the vassals are not violated. To protect the lives and property of the Northlanders from being harmed. From now until the end of your life, the officiator's voice fell. All the Northlanders held their breaths and turned their gazes towards the Archduke, who was dressed in military attire and who did not smile. Lampard took a deep breath and closed his eyes. No one knew what he was thinking. At that moment, as he listened to the oath, Thales suddenly remembered the Archduke of Black Sand region's ideals and wishes. He hasn't given up, Thales told himself with certainty as he looked at the Archduke's expression. No matter how many restrictions there are, how great the obstacles are, how difficult the road ahead is, he will stick to it and never regret it. For his Extet. In the next second, Lampard suddenly opened his eyes. His gaze was like steel. The Archduke's palm, which was pressed against his heart, suddenly clenched and pressed his fist against it. I, Chapman Solon Holt Lampard of the Lampard family. The Archduke of Black Sand region's voice was majestic and his expression was firm. I swear on my honor and life. He spoke resolutely, enunciating each word. It was shocking. As a Northlander, I will bear this heavy responsibility. As the king of the entire territory, rely on my wisdom and breadth of mind to stand at the forefront of the kingdom. Thales listened to his oath quietly and frowned slightly. Saroma watched Lampard nervously and did not move. I swear to defend Extet and Northland with my life. Archduke Alcius subconsciously clenched his fists. I will uphold the glorious and noble spirit of defending the kingdom will not be buried. Archduke Rockney gritted his teeth. I will ensure that the legitimate and natural rights of the vassals will not be violated. Archduke Letko sighed. I will protect the safety of the Northlanders' lives and property, and will not be harmed. Archduke Trent Ida rolled his eyes and seemed to be deep in thought. From this moment until the end of my life. After Lampard said the last word, he raised his head resolutely and looked around. He was like the leader of a pride of lions. Wherever his gaze landed, everyone averted their gazes to avoid eye contact. When his gaze swept past Thales, the prince did not know if it was an illusion, but he only saw the Archduke's eyes widen slightly. High Priestess Holm nodded slightly. She turned around again and faced the Archduke's. As one of the 10 glorious and majestic extant archdukes, the co-candidate of the King's Selection Congress, the priestess read out each person's name in alphabetical order, causing all the archdukes to become serious. Archduke of Prestige Orchid, Rabian Alcius; Archduke of Defense City, Rogers Letko; Archduke of the City of Faraway Prayers, Kulgan Rockney; Archduke of Reformation Tower, Porpheus Trentida. Under everyone's gaze, High Priestess Holm turned to the last person. The bespectacled little girl wanted to pout, but in the end, she clenched her fists, puffed out her small chest, and withstood everyone's gazes stiffly but resolutely. Lampard looked at the girl from afar and could not help but narrow his eyes. In the next second, the priestess softly uttered a title that had never appeared in the past 600 years. Archduchess of Dragon Cloud City, Saroma Walton. There was still a small commotion in the crowd, but the Star Killer and the Fire Knight walked into the crowd together and suppressed their objections with murderous gazes. Are you willing to swear on your honor and life? As a Northlander, accept this oath. As the king's vassals, offer your treasured swords and shields, and stand by the king's side. Swear to defend Ekstedt and Northland to the death. Uphold the glorious and noble spirit of the kingdom, and not be buried. Ensure that the legitimate and natural rights of the vassals are not violated. Protect the safety of the Northlanders' lives and property, and not be harmed. From this moment onwards until the end of your lives. Thales mulled over the Archduke's oaths in his heart. He suddenly realized that other than the first sentence, it was almost the same as the king's oath. This made him suddenly realize that the joint ruling pledge, at least, the people who made it valued it since the beginning, was not a contract between the king and his vassals. Instead, it was a sacred contract between the rulers and this land. I am willing to swear on my honor and life. Alcius paused for a moment and furrowed his brows tightly before he said, I am willing to swear on my honor and life. I am willing to swear on my honor and life. Archduke Letko's expression was calm, as if this was just a small wave in the long river of his life. I am willing to swear on my honor and life. Archduke Rockney gritted his words. His expression was unhappy, but he still finished speaking while suppressing his anger. I am willing to swear on my honor and life. Trent Ida appeared much more relaxed. He swept his gaze over his colleagues before he said in a composed manner, I am willing to swear on my honor and life. I am willing to swear on my honor and life. Mimicking him, Saroma stuttered in the beginning. Thales could not help but worry for her. But the girl still finished the oath fluently. Recalling the words and the promise he made with the girl, Thales sighed silently in his heart. As a Northlander, I will accept this oath. As the king's vassal, I will offer my sword and shield, and stand by the king's side. The 4 archdukes and an archduchess pressed their right hands on their chests. Although their expressions were different, they still repeated the oath just now respectfully. Everyone waited for the priestess' reaction anxiously and expectantly. A few seconds later, the high priestess nodded slightly. She turned around and stood beside Lampard, facing the crowd. Tolja's tall figure moved past the crowd and arrived beside the priestess. He was extremely respectful, holding something with both hands at his chest. Everyone's gazes were focused on that item. Their gazes froze. Thales stared fixedly at Tolja's hands. He recognized it. It was a hollow iron crown with a dark golden luster. It looked inconspicuous and even plain and shabby. There was only a dark red gem embedded in the forehead. That was the crown King Nuvan wore before he died. Wait a minute. Thales was slightly startled. His gaze focused on the dark red gem. He felt that it was unusually familiar. In the crowd, Nicholas snorted softly. Under Viscount Kentvita's threatening gaze, he slowly walked forward, removed the severing soul's blade from his back, and stood side by side with the Fire Knight. 2 of the 5 war generals turned their heads and looked at each other at the same time. It was as if lightning flashed in the air. High Priestess Holm nodded slightly. She reached out to take the crown from Tolja's hands and turned to look at Lampard. The other archdukes also looked at him with different expressions. Lampard took a deep breath and knelt on one knee while facing the outside of Heroic Spirit Palace. His gaze was firm. Thales took a deep breath. He could not help but notice that there was an irregular black mark on one side of the crown in the priestess' hands. Thales' heart sank. It was the blood splattered on King Nuvan when he was assassinated. After a few hours, it had already dried and could not be wiped off. Under everyone's breathless gazes, the High Priestess raised the crown high. In accordance with this, in the name of the bright moon, I bear the light of the Holy Sun, Errol, and in accordance with Rikaru's joint ruling pledge. High Priestess Holm moved gently towards Lampard and held out the blood-stained crown. I crown you, the Archduke of Black Sand Region, the descendant of the Rebellion King, Quisso Lampard, Chapman Lampard, for the first Chapman in the genealogy of the common elected kings, for the heir of the King of Dragon Knights and the hero Rikaru, for the common ruler of the Northlanders in the Western Peninsula, for the sentinel of the Glacier Defense Line, for the defenders of the humans in the north. With each title that was mentioned, the Northlanders' expressions became a little more solemn, for the kingdom of Extet and Queeker Glacier. Finally, the High Priestess finished saying the 4 customary titles and gently placed the crown on Lampard's head. She then said the last title, which was also the most important one. The 36th Common Elected King. Everyone's eyes were glued to this scene. The man under the crown slowly raised his head. High Priestess Holm took the severing soul's blade from Nicholas' hand and handed it to him. As the symbol of the king's authority and status, may the Dragonscale crown remind you of your identity, and the severing soul's blade remind you of your duty. The bright moon bears witness here. May the light of Errol bless Extet forever. High Priestess Holm performed the bright moon goddess salute and retreated gently. Your Majesty Chapman. Hence, in the most oppressive and solemn atmosphere, Extet's new king, Chapman I, slowly stood up with the blood-stained crown on his head and the severing soul's blade in his hand. His gaze, which was as sharp as a blade, swept across the entire hall again. It was even more imposing under the crown. He was like a great dragon who had slowly awakened from a long slumber in a cave and opened his eyes. This thought flashed in Thales' mind, and he gave himself a shock. King Chapman turned around and looked at the 4 archdukes and 1 archduchess. With different expressions on their faces, starting from Archduke Letko, the archdukes bowed their bodies one after another and bowed their heads in greeting. At the same time, Viscount Kentvita looked around and spoke in a timely manner. The old king has passed away. He slowly bent his body and knelt on one knee. Solemnly and loudly he said, "Long live the king! Long live King Chapman!" His voice echoed in the palace. In the next second, with Tolja as the leader, the Black Sand Region warriors in the corridor knelt on one knee in unison. They pressed their right hands against their chests and lowered their heads deeply. Heroic Spirit Palace instantly erupted with the ferocious and orderly roars of countless warriors. Long live the king! Long live King Chapman! Amid the repeated shouts, even those who were willing or unwilling, such as Nicholas, Justin, Merk, the White Blade Guards, and the Archduchess Guards, had no choice but to kneel on one knee and salute the new king. King Chapman only stood coldly in the middle of the crowd. His expression did not change as he listened to their shouts. Long live the king! Long live King Chapman! Among the people who saluted the king, the 4 archdukes stood out the most. They only pressed their hands against their chests and bowed slightly. "No, my lady." Count Leesban stopped Archduchess Walton, who was about to kneel subconsciously. His expression was solemn and his tone was fierce. "Remember, you are not us. You only need to bow. As an archduke who also rules Northland, you will never have to kneel to the king. Saroma stared at him in a daze and nodded. Then, she imitated the archdukes and bowed to King Chapman. They were not the only ones who were special. In the corner of the corridor, the people of Constellation stood on the spot with their backs against the wall. They watched the Northlanders who knelt on one knee around them with complicated emotions. They watched this special coronation ceremony with great sorrow. "Tell me, my prince." Putre stared at the overbearing King Chapman and sighed softly. "When you first saw him, did you imagine this scene?" "No," the prince answered without hesitation. "But when I was captured by him for the second time..." Thales's gaze stopped on King Chapman amid the shouts that filled his eardrums, and he frowned slightly. "I suddenly thought, perhaps this man..." Thales remembered the scene when King Chapman, who was still an archduke, stood outside the carriage and spoke to Stake of Shadow Shield with anger and dignity. This man's face was as calm as water, but his eyes burned with raging flames. The prince said absent-mindedly, "He is the most suitable king of Extet." Putre narrowed his eyes. "What a pity," the vice diplomat said faintly. "Yes." Thales nodded with complicated emotions. "I'm starting to regret it a little." At this moment, while the people saluted and shouted, King Chapman's gaze suddenly swept towards him. Startled Thales. King Chapman slowly raised his left hand. Some people noticed the new king's gesture. They gradually stopped shouting and saluting, and stood up one after another. More than 10 seconds later, the corridor became quiet again. Chapman I looked around and said coldly, "As your new king, I hereby issue my first order." Thales was shocked. It can't be. What does he want to do the first second he becomes king? But the other archdukes' gazes were very calm and their expressions were indifferent, as though they had expected it. Only Saroma looked at Thales worriedly. This made the prince feel uneasy. Everyone was solemn as they waited for the king's words. Extet's new common-elected king, Chapman I, slowly turned to the corner of the Constellations and said coldly, "In the name of Extet's common-elected king, I hereby invite the Honorable Second Prince of Constellation, Thales Jadestar, as a witness to the friendship and relationship between the two kingdoms, to live permanently in Dragon Cloud City." At that moment, Thales felt as though he was struck by lightning. The Constellations looked at King Chapman in shock, then at the prince. "Live permanently, Dragon Cloud City?" Just as Thales was about to speak subconsciously, King Chapman said in an unquestionable tone, "And he will accept this kind offer. He will live together with the people of Extet in Northland and bathe in the snow and ice. Until this honorable prince." At that second, Chapman Lampard stared at Thales with a cold gaze. To be crowned king. Thales stared blankly at the aloof King Chapman. His emotions were in turmoil. A few seconds later, the prince lowered his head subconsciously and sighed softly. Chapter 275. King Chapman and his subordinates regrouped under the surprised gazes of the others. The king came before the prime minister, the former prime minister. Count Leespan stood up from beside the archduchess and met the new king's gaze without showing any signs of weakness. Saroma looked at the two nervously. "Now, my people and I will leave Heroic Spirit Palace, the First Gatehouse, and even Dragon Cloud City." King Chapman's expression was cold. His left hand casually pressed against the saber at his waist, and his right hand tossed the severing soul's blade to Lord Tolja. "Count Leespan, the patrols under your command in the city won't stop us, will they?" Count Leespan flashed a cold smile. His gaze swept past the soldiers of Black Sand region, whose hostility did not diminish. "How would we dare to obstruct His Majesty's journey?" the old count said flatly. "As long as the people of Black Sand region can withdraw from Dragon Cloud City in a friendly manner." Leespan narrowed his eyes. "Except for the most unreasonable lunatics, no one in this country dares to disrespect the king." Chapman I nodded slightly without any expression on his face, as if he did not understand the hidden meaning in the count's words. "Then, I hope that you can provide supplies and a place for my people to stay so that they can face the coming day before the bitter cold winter." the king probed, seemingly unbothered. There should be no problem. This time, the count refused very straightforwardly. Forgive me, but I cannot comply. King Chapman exhaled through his nose. His eyes were filled with coldness. Due to certain reasons, Dragon Cloud City still has a lot of messes to clean up. Count Leespan, who was used to seeing storms, did not change his expression. He said nonchalantly, I apologize for Dragon Cloud City's poor hospitality, but I must first serve my master before I can spare the energy to share the burden of the Northlanders' common lord. You know, I am no longer the kingdom's prime minister who serves the entire territory. Chapman frowned in a barely noticeable manner. He looked at the bespectacled little girl beside Leespan, and at her platinum hair, which was covered in stains. Saroma crossed her arms anxiously. King Chapman nodded slowly. In the end, even a king has to rely on himself, right? Chapman said flatly, We will find our own campsite. Count Leespan moved lightly and stood in front of the Archduchess with an unapproachable expression on his face. Only then did the king retract his gaze. I wish you a smooth reign, girl, King Chapman said meaningfully. After all, we are now bound together. I'll keep an eye on you, and I'll keep an eye on the boy. The king said faintly, Please remember, he is our bargaining chip against Constellation. And remember your vow to defend Extet and Northland to the death. Saroma's face instantly turned pale. Without waiting for their response, King Chapman, who was wearing the blood-red crown, turned around and walked out of the palace while surrounded by his soldiers. The White Blade Guards and the palace guards watched them leave coldly, but their fingers never left their blades. In the crowd, the Fire Knight Tolja held the Severing Soul's blade and walked past the former commander of the White Blade Guards. His gaze was subtle. Take good care of it. Nicholas bandaged the wound on his arm and said without raising his head, One slash to death. This is a great weapon that saved the Western Peninsula. The Fire Knight furrowed his eyebrows slightly. He stopped and scrutinized the Severing Soul's blade in his hand. I'll send someone to deliver the Legend of the White Blade Guards to Black Sand region. Of course, you'll have to pay for the creation of the White Blades. There was no emotion in Nicholas' words, as though he was doing the most boring and rigid job. From now on, the spirit of the White Blade Guards will be passed on by all of you. Don't bring shame to its name. How King ironic. The Star Killer thought coldly in his heart. Tolja stroked the strange arc on the Severing Soul's blade. White Blade Guards. He raised his head. The Fire Knight's words were rather aggressive and provocative. Without this blade, what else can you do? Star Killer. Nicholas stopped what he was doing. His expression changed as well. Let me think. Nicholas clenched his fists tightly and his gaze was cold. For example, suddenly appearing from some unknown dark corner and beheading a Kingslayer? Tolja stared at him quietly. You know, among those in Supreme Class, the most effective identity is not that of a warrior, Nicholas said softly. It's that of an assassin. Tolja stared at him silently and allowed his subordinates to leave in droves behind him. His expression was as cold as ice. Nicholas did not seem to notice it. He continued to stare at his enemy without showing any signs of weakness. A few seconds later, the Fire Knight laughed coldly. Ha 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 ha. Tolja hung the sheathless Severing Soul's blade on his waist and sized up the pale Star Killer with great interest. Nicholas stared at him coldly, but what happened next was beyond the Star Killer's expectations. Without hesitation, Tolja grabbed the other weapon on his waist, pulled it out along with its sheath, and threw it forcefully. Nicholas was shocked and instinctively stretched out his hand. He caught the weapon thrown by the other party from afar. A second later, he saw the weapon in his hand clearly, and his mouth fell open in surprise. He turned around and stared at the calm Fire Knight. What is the meaning of this? Nicholas gritted his teeth and stared at the rising sun saber in his hand. His expression was indignant. Tolja stared at his old weapon. There was attachment and nostalgia in his eyes. Take good care of it, the Fire Knight said softly. He seemed to be filled with endless emotions. Compared to saving the Western Peninsula, this is a great weapon that saved the world. Nicholas held the golden saber in his hand in a daze. He was momentarily at a loss for words. Remember, Star Killer. Tolja turned around and tapped the severing soul's blade on his waist. His voice was firm, and his gaze was subtle. The victor between us has not been decided yet. Dressed in his damaged armor, the Fire Knight strode away with steel-like steps without any reluctance to leave. Nicholas stared at his retreating figure. He furrowed his eyebrows and clenched his teeth even tighter. Damn it! This guy. A good man. Merc came to his side with a walking stick. He stared at Tolja's figure and shook his head with a sigh. It's a pity that he's standing in the wrong place. Nicholas closed his eyes and exhaled heavily. The Star Killer turned to his old friend. I'm here to say goodbye. Merc patted Nicholas' shoulder. His expression was bitter. We'll meet again, my friend. He glanced at Archduchess Walton, who was surrounded by a crowd in the distance. His expression was hesitant. You know, you can stay, Nicholas said in a low voice. No. My story in the legend of the White Blade Guards. In the end, Merc sighed. He looked into the distance, turned around, and left with his walking stick. Truly ends here. Nicholas stared at his back as he left, stumbling. He did not say a word. He just put his hand into his pocket and grasped an ordinary stone. Kentvita followed beside King Chapman among the crowd leaving Black Sand region. The Viscount watched the Fire Knight catch up to him from behind. His gaze swept past the lone severing soul's blade at the latter's waist, and his expression was one of displeasure. That's the Rising Sun Saber we're talking about. Rumor has it that it's the first legendary anti-mystic equipment that changed the world, Kentvita said in dissatisfaction, but the latter ignored him. Hence, the Viscount could only turn to the king. You're just going to let him casually give away the sharpest weapon in the world as if it's a piece of trash, Archdukes? Your Majesty? Tolja snorted softly. King Chapman did not even turn his head around. He just shifted his gaze slightly. The sharpest? The new common-elected king muttered with his head lowered. But Chapman the First only paused for a second before he raised his head again and regained his indifference and calmness. My sharpest blade. The king strode over the floor tiles of Heroic Spirit Palace in an imposing manner. He stepped over the simple and crude decorations and said slowly, My sharpest blade. Aren't you standing behind me? Kentvita's expression froze for a moment before he furrowed his brows. Behind the king, the tall and strong Lord Tolja lifted the corners of his mouth almost imperceptibly. The Viscount slowed down his footsteps and allowed the others to overtake him. When Tolja passed by him, he nodded slightly at him. What a wastrel! Viscount Kentvita stared at the king and the lord's backs. He closed his eyes and sighed softly. But it's precisely because of this that I'm willing to follow him and serve him as my king. Until the end of my life. He crossed his arms. His expression was indifferent, but his gaze was sharp. The corners of his mouth curled up into an amused arc. You deliberately posed for me when I came, then threw out such a cool sentence. Croche happened to be carried past Kentvita on the stretcher. The female warrior snorted coldly in disdain. Isn't this too old-fashioned? Kentvita furrowed his brows. At least cooperate with me a little and say something along the lines of, Ah, that's the reason we fight. The Viscount strode forward again and followed Croche's stretcher in dissatisfaction. Stop it. Croche interrupted him coldly. Because of that boy, the joint ruling pledge became even more stable. In the end, we're still back where we started. Nothing has changed. Toiling without gaining anything. Viscount Kentvita raised his eyebrows and put on an amused expression. Toiling without gaining anything? Returning to where we started? Nothing has changed? The Viscount looked as if he had heard something funny. He turned around and stared at the archdukes who were discussing something in low voices in the distance. Only those who live in the past and are unwilling to wake up would think that way. Croche stared at him, puzzled. Kentvita turned his head again and chuckled softly. In fact, Everyone, including King Chapman, the archdukes, and that prince, they have changed everything. The female warrior stared at Kentvita's profound expression and suddenly felt that this man had become a little scary. Believe me, from today onwards, the harsh cold will arrive. Kentvita sneered. His gaze swept past the countless decorations and furnishings in the palace that had a long history. He gently stepped on the floor tiles under his feet, which were unknown how many years old. Extet. We can no longer return to where we started. Archduke Letko stood in front of the Prince of Constellation and stared at the listless boy. He sighed and said, "Rejoice, Prince Thales. If it wasn't for that young lady's insistence, you would have been staying in Black Sand City for a long time. Always being by the king's side, what a wonderful experience." Thales' expression changed slightly. He turned around and stared at Saroma, who was talking to Lisban in the distance. The prince took a deep breath and turned around again. King Chapman raised this order during the King's Selection Congress as one of his conditions? Oh no. Archduke Letko shook his head. His murky eyes shone with interest. It wasn't him who raised the condition. It was all of us who thought that this would be safer. Your Honorable Highness. Thales, who was preoccupied, was instantly rendered speechless. A second later, the prince lowered his head as if he had deflated. All of you, is that so? He closed his eyes. His mood was gloomy. Yes. After I did that, regardless of the consequences. Archduke Letko stared at him quietly. Prince Thales. After today, aside from the threat of Constellation that Chapman mentioned, there will also be many people who will be wary of you, just like how they are wary of the Jade Star family, which has produced many talented people over the years and has never declined. Of course, it's not just talented people who have produced many talented people. Archduke Letko added silently in his heart. And lunatics. The old Archduke's eyes brightened. His expression became lively. But I am also looking forward to you. Thales opened his eyes. Looking forward to me? Archduke Letko nodded quietly. I don't know how Chapman became like this. The old Archduke watched the king's back slowly being drowned by the soldiers. He said solemnly, "But we can all feel that he is becoming more and more dangerous. The day before the bitter cold winter is coming." He sighed. Thales pondered over this sentence. "Perhaps one day, we will need to borrow your strength to fight against him." Archduke Letko stared at Thales sternly. Just like today. Thales, whose emotions were in turmoil, did not know how to respond. "Is it over?" Archduke Alcius walked forward coldly and glanced at Thales. "I've had enough. I don't want to stay in this damned place for even a moment longer and put my life in someone else's hands." In the distance, Archduke Rockne and Trent Ida watched them quietly. One was silent, and the other was grinning mischievously. Letko looked at the gradually departing Black Sand Region army and exhaled. "We shall meet again. Take care of yourself, Prince Thales." The old Archduke said flatly, "Be careful of the king, and be careful of the Archdukes." He winked meaningfully. "And the Archduchess." Thales was immediately speechless. Putre watched the Archdukes and their personal guards leave. Frowning, he came to Thales' side. "Your Highness, about your future." The vice diplomat wanted to say something, but stopped. "I know," Thales answered calmly. "I am a bargaining chip and a threat." Putre put on an inquiring look. Amidst conflicts and compromises, the Archdukes also have to hold on to their bargaining chips to contain threats. Thales thought through the cause and effect, then shook his head absent-mindedly. "Restrain Constellation and restrain Chapman. And restrain Dragon Cloud City." Raphael came forward. "In terms of effect, you made the 10 Archdukes wary of each other. This is very close to the Secret Intelligence Department's desired goal, and even more so. Perhaps you are more suitable to work in the Secret Intelligence Department." The cadre of the Secret Intelligence Department smiled mysteriously. "We shall meet again." Thales rolled his eyes. Putre did not know what to say. He could only pat the prince's shoulder. I will report to the kingdom as soon as possible and come up with a countermeasure. He turned to the weak Raphael. You know what to do, right? The cadre of the Secret Intelligence Department nodded lightly. His Majesty and Lord Hanson will know everything that happened here in the shortest time possible. Thales watched them distribute the work. He thought of what would happen to him in the next few years and felt depressed. There's one more thing. Putray came before Cohen and Miranda with a stern expression. Both of you, even though your injuries are not light, you must immediately hide your identities and leave Extet before the enemy intercepts you. Cohen opened his mouth, while Miranda was deep in thought. As noble dependents of two great families, especially Lady Arund, who holds the right to inherit the guardian duke of the Northern Territory, your value to Lampard, to King Chapman is immeasurable. This is Dragon Cloud City, and he has just been crowned, so he cannot act out directly. But once you leave Dragon Cloud City, he will definitely not let you go. The deputy concluded with a few sentences. Raphael's expression darkened as well. I will take them away immediately, while Nicholas people are still friendly to us. Raphael coughed and said, I know a secret passage from the pine forest back to the kingdom. We can hide it from Black Sand Region's eyes and ears. Putray nodded at him. Go. Hence, under Cohen's resentful sighs and Miranda's troubled expression, they left with Raphael. When they passed by Thales, Miranda glanced at him. Take care, Your Highness. The swordswoman's expression was a little conflicted. She frowned slightly. Don't give up. She endured the pain and said meaningfully, You are a good prince, unlike the others. Putray turned his head and pretended not to hear her. Thales scratched his head. He was so embarrassed that he could only respond with a smile. The others? Cohen, whose face was bruised, moved closer to Thales. Your Highness. The police officer's robe was burned to the shoulder, and there was a terrible burn mark on his neck. Although he had used the power of eradication to treat it, it still looked very hideous. He seemed to be a little hesitant at first. I just want to say. Cohen's mouth opened and closed many times. After a few seconds, he pursed his lips and nodded heavily. Thank you. Thales, who was feeling complicated, forced a smile. I should be the one thanking you, Cohen Caribbean. Thank you for fighting endlessly. The police officer blinked. No, Your Highness. We only fought a few times with our lives on the line. Cohen curled up the corners of his mouth and scratched his head. He seemed a little embarrassed. But you! He seemed to be unable to find the right words for a moment. After a while, Cohen, who was scratching his ears and cheeks, put on a straight face and said sincerely, You saved the world. You're exaggerating. Thales burst out laughing. He was a little embarrassed. I only tried my best to mediate a conflict. It's not my turn to save the world. Cohen paused for a moment. His gaze flickered slightly. He lowered his head. Cohen's face darkened. Believe me, Your Highness. The police officer seemed to have thought of something. He said with some emotion, For those who will be affected by the war. Thales cast a questioning look at him. The police officer took a deep breath and revealed a row of shiny teeth and a bright smile again. He bowed slightly at Thales. You have indeed saved the world. It was my honor to fight alongside you. Thales looked at him strangely. He nodded subconsciously and watched him leave. Raphael nodded at him gently. Well done, Your Highness. After sending off batch after batch of people, coupled with the fact that he was going to be placed under house arrest in Dragon Cloud City, Thales suddenly felt a sense of melancholy. Forget it. He comforted himself. At least the outcome isn't too bad. At least they're still alive. Hey, did I forget someone? In a certain corner of Dragon Cloud City, a short and small figure burped and sneezed loudly. At this moment, I'm sorry, I dragged you into this. The girl's voice came from behind him. They insisted on keeping you here. Thales turned around and looked at Saroma, who had an apologetic look on her face. No, this is their benefit and scheme. It has nothing to do with you. The prince let go of the gloom in his heart and shook his head in relief. And The people who were dragged into this, the people who should apologize. Thales shrugged dejectedly. For King Chapman, the fact that I am under house arrest here and the Archduchess of Dragoncloud City has a close relationship with an enemy kingdom's prince will weaken your prestige and reputation. To the Archdukes, they would rather have me stay in the weakened Dragoncloud City than let Black Sand region control this bargaining chip. And to all of them, a prince who grew up in an enemy kingdom and has been held hostage all year round will be far away from the power and influence of Constellation. The prince shook his head. If I return to the country one day to be crowned, I will definitely be a new king with unstable rule. This is in everyone's interest. So, I'm probably destined to be unlucky. He raised his head in resignation, concluded his fate, and sighed dejectedly. Besides, Lampard hates me to the core. He definitely won't want to see me go back alive. The muscles on Thales' arms tensed. The prince stared at Saroma, who grabbed him in surprise. No, I told them that you must stay in Dragoncloud City. The little girl pouted and shook her head vigorously. You're my friend. You won't be unlucky. You'll be fine. Saroma pursed her lips, as if she was about to cry. Guilt and worry appeared in her green eyes. Thales was speechless. Saroma blinked her sparkling eyes and said in a trembling voice, You'll live a good life here, you'll be fine. Leespan is a good person. He won't make things difficult for you. Dragoncloud City will protect you. As if to prove something, Saroma's eyes were filled with panic and she said anxiously, We can. Behind her glasses, her eyes suddenly brightened. By the way, there are many, many books in Raikaru's library that I haven't read yet. Saroma's breathing quickened, as if she was afraid that Thales would be unhappy. I remember that you're very interested in the Battle of Eradication. As he stared at the anxious little girl, Thales' gloomy mood seemed to slowly improve. Yes. The prince scratched his head and chuckled involuntarily. I'm very interested. Like magic. Like dragons. So. Saroma seemed to heave a sigh of relief. She asked carefully, You'll be fine? Stay in Dragoncloud City and follow me? Thales exhaled. Ah yes. With a smile, he placed his hand on his chest and bowed slightly. My lady. Only then did Saroma slowly curl up the corners of her lips. As Leespan urged her to hurry, she turned around and left, occasionally looking back. The phantom wind follower came before Thales. How do you feel? Thales flashed a smile at the dispirited Ralph. For the past month or so, compared to your career as a gangster? The eyes on the half of the phantom wind follower's silver mask moved slightly. He gestured laboriously with his right hand, which was in the splint. Very bad. Thales raised his eyebrows. Ralph shrugged and gestured again. But it's also very good. Thales chuckled softly. The prince raised his head and looked at the sky of Dragoncloud City outside the window with complicated emotions. There was a sense of relaxation in his heart that he had not felt for a long time. Did you see that? He parted his lips slightly and said faintly in the air in a low voice that no one could hear, This is my answer. This time, there was no sound in his ears. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk the snowstorm outside the window suddenly intensified. The cold wind howled, mixed with ice crystals, and blew against his face. In his field of vision, Dragoncloud City seemed to have darkened in an instant, becoming gray and hazy. The day before the bitter cold that enveloped the entire Northland had officially arrived. The next chapter was the end of the book. Could be considered an Easter egg chapter. Ooh. Chapter 276. Dragoncloud City, Spear District. Old Brook extinguished the everlasting lamp he had lit to attract customers. He lamented about another bad day without any business. Spear District was an interesting place. It was not as poor and backward as Shield District and Hammer District, nor was it as honorable as Axe District and Arrow District. In fact, it was not as lively as Bow District, Sword District, and Armor District. However, the slope of Dragoncloud City was relatively high. Most of the people who lived here were the family members of the king's loyal servants who held official positions but could not get their titles, or the commoner merchants who were rich but could not live in the nobles' district. Hence, Spear District became an awkward place. But Old Brook, who was the owner of the inn, was one of the few who made use of this awkward situation to make a living. He saw a business opportunity hidden in it. Old Brook's inn was clean and tidy. The decorations were not too bad. Although it was not as expensive, it always attracted customers who were neither high nor low in status. For example, wealthy merchants or craftsmen, or declining nobles who did not want to lose their dignity despite not being rich, or tourists who came from afar and did not understand the local market. These people were usually people who came from other places and were waiting to meet the important people. They did not have the right to stay in Axe District and Arrow District for too long, and they did not want to lower their status in the Messy Sword District and Bow District either. Of course, the lowly Shield District and Hammer District were out of the question. Hence, they usually chose to stay in Spear District, which was Old Brook's Inn, which was orderly and not shabby. After countless hardships, Old Brook and his family settled down in Spear District. Unfortunately, ever since Prince Mariah was assassinated, the relationship between the two kingdoms in the Western Peninsula suddenly became tense. Rumors of conscription, tax increase, war, and a shortage of goods spread. The tense atmosphere in the city caused Old Brook's business to plummet for the past month or so. Recently, he only had one guest staying in the inn. He could only sigh at his bad luck. Then, as usual, he cut costs from the purchase of alcohol and the wages of the odd-job workers to maintain the inn's survival. When news of the Prince of Constellation's arrival arrived, he thought that the crisis was over. Then, last night, Old Brook woke up from his sleep with a start. The moon had pity on him. Why were there countless patrols hurrying through the streets at night? What were those terrifying loud noises last night? What were those thunderous booms in the latter half of the night? Although Old Brook was a Camion, he was different from the merchants in Dragon Wings Square who only cared about profit and left after making a quick profit. It had been 20 years since Old Brook was young Brook, since he saw the Northland girl who helped transport goods in Valurbin, and fell for her wholeheartedly. Then, he recklessly eloped to Dragoncloud City with his future wife. It had been so long since his neighbors, who had powerful backers, got used to his presence, and even the harshest and most xenophobic disciplinary officer would not bother him. It had been so long since the young people thought he was just a Northlander with a rather unique appearance. It had been so long since he spoke with a thick Northland accent, which he would have mocked as vulgar when he was young. Even after his beloved Northland wife passed away, Old Brook had no intention of returning home or moving to another place. But Old Brook could swear by either the Bright Moon Goddess or the Harvest Lady that in all the years he lived in Dragoncloud City, he had never seen or heard what he saw after he opened the window last night. Calamity? That giant octopus that bared its fangs in the direction of Shield District? Dragon? That winged lizard that landed and roared in flames? The neighbors whispered in fear or awe. Old Brook, who did not know much about Northland legends and stories, was terrified. Am I back to the age of mythology? Forget it, the important people will take care of it. Old Brook yawned due to his lack of sleep. He shook his head and flipped open the accounts. Just as he was about to calculate the bribe for the disciplinary officer and the patrol team, a black-haired girl about 15 or 16 years old pushed open the door and walked in calmly. The gloominess on Old Brook's face disappeared in an instant, as if he was about to welcome his princess. "Lucy," the innkeeper said happily. "My dear daughter." But when he saw the girl's clothes, Old Brook immediately frowned. The girl's head was covered in ice and snow, and a piece of black cloth was tightly wrapped around her nose and mouth, revealing only a pair of clever eyes. She wore a simple but thick cotton-padded coat, and her gloves were covered in snow. Her trousers were tightly strapped and tucked into her boots. "I wonder where she's been," Old Brook thought unhappily. "You ran out of the city again? You didn't even wear a hat in such a heavy snowstorm." The innkeeper forced himself to keep a straight face and raised a finger. "Didn't I tell you? You saw it yesterday. It's a mess outside now. There aren't even a few customers in the past 10 days. The patrol team even passed by this morning. There are rumors everywhere, saying that the districts below have been destroyed. Those country bumpkins from the poor districts. Old Brooke looked at his daughter worriedly. You are a girl, Lucy. You have to be more careful of your own safety. The girl with her face covered stomped on the ground to rub off the snow on her feet. Then, she patted her ice crystal-encrusted gloves and pulled her fair hands out. Only then did she pull down the black cloth covering her face, revealing her cheeks that were rosy in the cold, playful and adorable. The girl turned to the innkeeper and flashed a bright smile. That stopped Old Brooke's heart-wrenching lecture. Yes, 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 my dear father. The girl giggled and waved her hand, holding onto the handle of the wooden ladder. I understand. If there's nothing else, I'll go upstairs. The girl tilted her head and made a funny face. Then, she skipped away from Old Brooke's sight. All that was left was the sound of her footsteps going up the stairs. Old Brooke was immediately exasperated. You, Lucy. The innkeeper leaned half of his body out, suppressed his voice, and said to the stairs in exasperation, Don't disturb the customers. He emphasized on silence. What responded to him was his daughter's drawn-out voice. I no la. There were also a few mutterings from above. Most of them seemed to be long-winded old man. Old Brooke retracted his head from the bottom of the stairs and heaved a long sigh. The people of the Empire, calamities, dragons, curfew, and a daughter who is as troublesome as her mother. The innkeeper walked back to his seat in resignation. He took a sip of his late wife's favorite ale and shook his head. God knows what's waiting for me. But, Old Brooke rolled his eyes and curled up the corners of his mouth. As long as Lucy is fine, as long as Lucy is happy, life isn't too bad. Old Brooke's originally gloomy mood instantly brightened. But what he did not know was that the moment his daughter disappeared from his sight, the girl's youthful and playful expression suddenly turned cold. It was as if frost had suddenly descended. A faint chill emanated from the bottom of her body. Her light and happy footsteps immediately became silent, like a black cat walking on tiptoes. The girl pushed open the wooden door of a room and coldly walked into the narrow, dark room that smelled of medicine. On the wooden bed in the room, a man sitting against the wall slowly opened his deep eyes. His expression was gloomy. He was wrapped in a close-fitting and tight gray robe, which did not make him feel cold in the cold weather. His sleeves were pulled up to his upper arms, and his left arm and right shoulder were wrapped in thick bandages. The girl closed the door and slowly curled up the corners of her mouth, revealing a cold smile that was completely different from the playful one just now. She spoke softly to the man and respectfully and patiently called out a strange form of address. Father. The man in gray did not respond. He only looked out the window, which was slightly ajar. The city has begun to lift the martial law. The young girl seemed to be used to the other's silence. She sat down on a stool at the side, grabbed a short knife on the table and said to herself, It's probably because the important people in the palace have reached an agreement. When are we leaving? The man in gray still did not respond. But in the next second, he suddenly raised his head. The emptiness in his eyes turned into wariness. The man in gray raised his hand gently. A short knife jumped up from the table 2 meters away in a strange manner and flew into his hand. He said calmly, We have a guest. The girl's pupils moved. She stood up and instinctively moved. She stretched out her fair and slender fingers, which were rarely seen among Northlanders, and pulled out the black cloth tied around her neck from her collar. She pulled it all the way to her nose and covered half of her face like before. It was like a professional mask. Not only did it cover her face, but it also covered her breathing. She had just pulled up the mask and held the dagger in her arms when a shrill voice came from outside the door. Long time no see, old friend. A middle-aged man pushed open the door and walked in. His smooth face was full of smiles. This guest wore a thick coat commonly seen among Northlanders. He wore a thick fur hat that covered his ears, but he had a flat face rarely seen in the Western Peninsula. His lips were thin, and his skin was yellowish. At first glance, he would leave a good impression on anyone. He blew into his hand and ignored the girl beside him. He squinted and adjusted his eyes to the light in the room. The girl frowned, but the man on the bed made a gesture that made her suppress her desire to attack. The guest's smile did not diminish. He looked straight at the man on the bed and walked forward. At this moment, the man in gray suddenly raised his deep eyes. His gaze was cold. "There are 3 traps in front of you." The guest's smile froze on his face, just like the right foot he had just lifted. The man in gray's words were direct and emotionless. "2 of them are fatal." The guest with the flat face took a deep breath, blinked, and shrugged. He seemed to have no choice but to put his raised right foot back on the spot. The girl beside him curled up the corner of her mouth and sneered in her heart. But the guest's smile seemed to be plastered on his face. It glowed again amidst the awkwardness. "Now you are truly a regicide family." The guest smiled obsequiously and rubbed his hands together. His accent in the lingua franca was strangely accented. He did not sound like an extension or constellatiate, nor did he sound like a Camian or Southwesterner. "Just thinking about it makes me feel—" The guest suddenly paused. His gaze shifted to the bandages on the man's shoulders. "Oh!" His voice sank. He seemed to be a little surprised, but also a little enlightened. "You're injured." "Accident?" The girl beside him snorted coldly, but the man in gray on the bed only looked at the guest coldly. "White blade guards, 16 people," the man said softly. A look of interest appeared on the guest's face. 3 cuts, each deeper than the last. The man in gray flexed his bandaged left arm and continued to say nonchalantly, "It's good enough that you came back." The flat-faced guest stopped smiling. He lowered his head and looked at the man quietly with the corner of his eyes. It was as if he was peeping behind the door. "Where's your brother?" The guest grinned and asked softly, "He let you do it alone for such a difficult task?" "He has his own place to go," the man said quietly. The silence lasted for a few seconds. The guest stared at the ground under his feet. He stretched his hands out from behind his back and silently rubbed them in front of him. "How's your injury?" The girl, who felt that something was wrong, frowned. The man in gray's gaze was still calm. He stared at the guest from afar. The man slowly curled up the corners of his mouth and flexed his shoulders. "If you want to kill me, now is a good time, while I can't wield my saber with either of my arms." The guest raised his eyebrows slightly. He leaned his head forward and did not move. He stared straight at the man in front of him. His gaze was gentle and strange. The atmosphere suddenly became strange. The man responded quietly, calm and composed. Finally, just as the girl was about to lose her patience, the guest suddenly grinned. "Ha ha ha ha." The guest narrowed his eyes and tilted his head back. He was overjoyed, as if he had encountered something very funny. He raised his finger to eye level and pointed at the man. He had a playful expression on his face that said, "I've caught you, haven't I? You're getting more and more humorous. Bennett." He laughed, his index finger shaking in the air faster and faster. His tone was exaggerated. "I like this about you." The man in gray called Bennett just looked at him coldly and did not say a word for a long time. But the guest did not feel left out at all. He put away his smile and finger and turned to the girl with interest. "Oh, girl, you must be the talented Lucy." The guest bowed politely and continued to smile strangely. He said in his strange accent, "My subordinates are indebted to you for your help, as expected of your fathers." But he was obviously not welcome. "Stay away from me," the masked girl said with disgust. "Eccentric Far Easterner. Oh, that's really cold." The guest from the Far East replied patiently, not at all offended. "You break my heart." The gray-robed Bennett snorted coldly and interrupted the guest. "You never put yourself in danger," he said coldly, "but you're still here." Hearing this, the guest from the Far East closed his mouth awkwardly and sighed in a seemingly helpless manner. The client this time was not easy to deal with. If I didn't come, the young ones would have screwed up. He shrugged. And the guest from the far east sighed softly. More importantly, the boy who represents Renaissance Palace. But the man was not moved at all. Why did you come to me? The guest exhaled and chuckled. My friend got some news about Constellation. The guest blinked as if he was about to take out a big treasure. You know, it's not easy for us to get news about that place now. The voice of the man in gray turned cold. Get to the point. You might be interested. The guest from the far east quickly changed the topic, making what should have been a very stiff turn very smooth. A few population gathering points at the border encountered invaders. Bennett snorted loudly again. Get to the point. Without any hesitation, the Far Easterner said his next sentence. It's very similar to the Charlton family's style, whether it's the style of the blade or the figure. At that moment, the girl beside him held her breath. It was as if she remembered something. The guest from the Far East raised his eyebrows and observed Bennett's expression. The man in gray still did not react. He only suddenly glanced outside the window. The Far Easterner was a little puzzled. But a few seconds later, he also froze slightly and looked outside the window. The Far Easterner's expression became solemn and serious. Do you want me to take care of it for you? The man in gray said flatly. The guest from the Far East sighed softly, but immediately put on a cheerful smile again. I wouldn't dare. He bowed slightly. This is my personal matter. Very well then. The man in gray nodded slightly. Farewell. As soon as he finished speaking, the man named Bennett flipped off the bed. The moment his feet landed on the ground, the 5 short knives on the table jumped up as if they were alive and flew towards Bennett at the same time. Then, they obediently inserted themselves into different scabbards all over his body. Seeing this unbelievable scene, the Far Easterner could not help but frown slightly. The trap is removed. The man in gray put on a loose robe and covered the bandages on his body. As he walked past the Far Easterner, he said softly, You can come in without worry. The guest from the Far East bowed politely. The girl snorted softly and glanced at the Far Easterner with a sly smile. Then, she followed her father out of the room. The moment the two of them left behind him, the guest from the Far East raised his head. His gaze became extremely cold. He gently closed the door, looked outside the window and sighed. It's been 15 years, the guest said in a different language that was different from the common language of the Western Peninsula. It was made up of monosyllabic sounds. You still found me. At the window, a hand suddenly appeared and grabbed the windowsill. A second Far Easterner nimbly flipped over and entered the room. It's been a long time. The butcher shop owner who had just flipped over and entered the room, Gu, the man whom Thales had met once before. He stood by the window and patted the snowflakes off his hands. Using the same language, he said flatly, Senior Brother Tung, Chief Teng. On the stairs outside the room, the man in gray and the masked girl quietly went downstairs. He is. The girl turned her head and glanced at the room just now. She could not help but ask, It's him. The man did not answer. He only nodded. The girl's eyes narrowed. Father, the intruder he mentioned just now, the girl asked tentatively. Could be mother or my sister. How many? The expressionless man asked abruptly. The girl was slightly startled. Ha! That fellow? The man in gray said coldly. How many lies did he tell in total? Lies. The girl was a little puzzled. 11. From the time he stepped into the room to the time we walked out of the room, he told a total of 11 lies. The man concluded softly. His gaze was solemn as he continued. 9 of them were fatal, if I did not recognize any of them and reacted accordingly to his probing. The man suppressed the trembling of his palm. He waved his left hand and caught a drop of blood that had seeped out of the bandage, preventing it from dripping onto the ground. Then the scene would have been very ugly. The girl was shocked and blinked, but he did not say much in total. Lies do not need words to weave. The man in gray interrupted the girl coldly. These words came from the mouth of a terrifying lady. Remember them well. The veiled girl froze. The man did not even look at the girl beside him. His face was expressionless and his tone was cold. And remember, your mother and sister are both dead. Do not mention them again. Upon hearing that, the girl's shoulders trembled slightly and she clenched her fists lightly. The man in gray might have noticed the girl's unusual behavior, but he did not react. Next time, don't let anyone follow you and come looking for you. The girl lowered her head deeply. No one could see her eyes clearly. They walked down the stairs. Lucy, why did you come down with the guest? Old Brooke raised his head from his chair and looked at the girl with the black cloth covering her face. He looked surprised. And you're wearing a scarf again. Are you going out? But the girl ignored him. She only looked at the man in gray. Dear guest. Old Brooke snapped out of his daze and looked at the man attentively. Are you going to pay the bill? The man in gray nodded slightly and said in a low voice, Be clean. Puzzled, Old Brooke watched the interaction between his daughter and the guest, not understanding what was going on. The veiled girl nodded. Under Old Brooke's questioning gaze, she walked up to him, opened her arms and hugged him, like a daughter hugging her father. What are you doing, Lucy? Old Brooke did not know whether to laugh or cry as he watched his daughter's actions. He hugged her back helplessly, and at the same time, gave the cold guest an apologetic look. I still have to entertain. But he did not manage to finish his sentence. Asterisk shick. Asterisk Old Brooke's expression changed. Hugging his daughter, he shuddered violently. Old Brooke's teeth began to chatter, his face contorted. With great difficulty and shock, he lowered his head and looked at his daughter in his arms. Lucy, you? Old Brooke's trembling grew stronger, as though he was enduring great pain. But nothing could compare to the disbelief, pain, and despair in his eyes. Asterisk puff, puff, puff. Asterisk Old Brooke shuddered 3 more times, each time more terrifying than the last. His eyebrows were twisted into a bunch, but he could only find coldness and indifference in his daughter's eyes. The girl loosened her arms and gently pushed Old Brooke away. Asterisk thud. Asterisk Old Brooke fell limply to the ground, his face filled with despair. With trembling lips, he looked at the bloody dagger in the girl's right hand. Dampness and warmth spread from the owner's aching back, soaking his robe and the ground. No, Lucy, no. Old Brooke, who was lying in a pool of blood, pursed his lips and stared at the dagger in the girl's hand. Amidst the intense pain that almost blurred his senses, he extended his powerless right hand to his beloved daughter. In a daze, he said in a sobbing tone, Lucy, no, why? But the girl only looked down at him coldly. Her eyes were filled with disdain and disgust. Listen up, my dear father. My name is not Lucy. That's just my working name. The veiled girl squatted down gently and moved closer to Old Brooke's ear. My real name is... Using a voice that only the two of them could hear, she said, Jessica Charlton. Old Brooke's gaze froze, but he could no longer say anything. The man in gray stood quietly behind them, not saying a word. Jessica stood up quietly, glanced at her dagger, and gently shook off the blood on it. On the dagger, 2 words appeared on the blood-soaked blade. YC? Sorry, the next chapter is the last chapter of the book. P.S. In fact, this chapter is a foreshadowing. Ooh. Chapter 277. 3 days later, at the southeastern border of Black Sand region, Cohen Caribbean supported himself with his load-bearer saber and half-knelt on the ground in pain. He glanced at the 2 people in the distance. They were Raphael, whose status was unknown, and Miranda, who was severely injured and unconscious. Damn it! Cohen felt waves of pain in his ribs. His opponent's sword was merciless. Putre was right. It was extremely dangerous for them to stay in Northland. But he missed out on one thing. Black Sand region isn't the only enemy. There's also the day before the bitter cold blizzard. And Cohen raised his head with difficulty and looked at the enemy in front of him. He saw the sneer on his opponent's lips. And him, that young man, the man who belonged to the Disaster Swords, who was defeated by Cohen in the narrow alley, and then saved by Raphael. How shameful, Cohen said weakly. Compared to your teacher, you're scum. You're not qualified to be a swordsman at all. Even as a Disaster Sword, you're still too weak. They were on their way back to Constellation. Their journey had been smooth until they were ambushed for no reason. Cohen looked at the smug young man. Then at the unconscious Raphael and Miranda. He clenched his fists tightly. In the distance, a horse that had lost its footing was whining in the snow. Ah, who asked me to run into you? And you're both heavily injured. The young Northlander narrowed his eyes. Just like in the alley, he waved the weapon in his hand. Just admit that you're unlucky. As for my teacher, he won't know about this. Cohen stood up with difficulty. But the injury on his hand in Heroic Spirit Palace was far from healed. He could barely hold his sword steadily. No. Raphael's condition is far more serious than I expected. Miranda's injury is not to be underestimated either. The police officer clenched his teeth. I'm the only one left now. Oh. The young man from the Disaster Swords laughed and glanced at Miranda. That girl looks pretty good. Damn it. Cohen punched the snow so hard that he almost crushed his teeth. Ah! In the next second, the police officer roared furiously and activated the remaining glory of the stars, once again launching a series of continuous attacks. In the snow, the young man's and the police officer's shadows separated as soon as they met. Clang! Cohen spat out another mouthful of blood and slumped to the ground. His sword slipped out of his hand. He had reached his limit. This was especially true for his back. Whether it was Castellan's ruthless attack or Tolja's heavy throw, the damage done to him was far more terrifying than expected. He was powerless to retaliate. No. Where is your prestige in Dragon Cloud City, big guy? Where's the sudden stab that you're so proud of? I forgot to thank you. The young man glanced at the torn sleeve on his hand and laughed out loud. As a reward for giving me so many gifts in the city. The police officer felt the pierced arm and the unbridled pain from the rampaging power of eradication in his muscles. He could only feel anger rising in his heart. And this barren bone man. The young man glanced at Raphael in disgust, relying on his northern background in the Secret Intelligence Department. The young man spat and immediately shifted his attention to Miranda with interest. Hey! Stay away from them. Cohen mustered all his remaining strength and punched the snow. He roared, Come at me! UF *King F *King Shoal. From Walla Land to Western Desert, and then to Northland, Cohen angrily stuffed all the dirty words he had learned into this one sentence. He only hoped that he could anger his opponent and make him. Don't be hasty. Take a guess. The young man's gaze was cold, but he stretched his neck and licked his lips. He did not seem to be angered at all. How will I deal with this beautiful girl? It will definitely leave a deep impression on you. This is to let you remember. The young man walked to Miranda's side and put on an expression that was both angry and amused. When you provoke the wrong person. Unable to move, Cohen watched with remorse as the young man walked towards Miranda in a show of force. He only felt despair. I can't do anything. Nothing. Cohen lay on the snow in pain. He had never hated his own incompetence so much. No. At this moment. Whoosh! There was a rapid sound of something cutting through the air. The young man's expression changed. He suddenly turned around and a sword light exploded in front of him. Ding! His hand and half-sword struck a weapon in the air, making a sharp sound of metal colliding. The flying weapon was easily deflected by the young man and fell weakly to the ground. It was a dagger with a strange curve. Cohen, who was lying on the ground, stared at the dagger in a daze. For a moment he forgot to react. That dagger, a clumsy sneak attack. Is it your helper? The young man curled the corner of his mouth and looked around, searching for the sneak attacker. What the hell? This level of sneak attack is too simple. But in the next second, the young man's expression changed. From the blade he used to deflect the dagger, a strange tremor suddenly came. The tremor penetrated deep into his body, causing half of his body to instantly go numb. The young man wanted to raise his right arm, but found that his right hand could no longer move. He panicked. No, this tremor. What is it? He had no chance to regret. Whoosh! The wind whistled. A graceful figure moved at an astonishing pace, broke through the wind and snow, and instantly appeared in front of him. In the vast expanse of white snow, the sword light suddenly appeared. In the strange numbness, the young man mustered all his strength to shift the blade of his sword to the position where the enemy was coming from. But it was useless. The nimble enemy only tilted his body slightly in the air and dodged the sword. Then he slashed with the dagger. Chi! The defenseless young man opened his eyes wide in disbelief as he watched the enemy's dagger slash into his neck. Although we are both holding swords, but in comparison, the enemy said in a pleasant voice, pushed his body, and pulled out the blade. You are really tasteless. You can't even compare to Qing Pai. Scum! Warm arterial blood gushed out from the young man's neck. In endless fear, the young man's eyes focused. At that moment, the panic-stricken him saw the dagger in his opponent's hand again. It was a dagger from the tip to the hilt. The angle was crooked like a dog's leg. That kind of dagger. If I can react, if I can display my strength. But there are no ifs. He fell limply, and his lifeless eyes met Cohen's shocked expression. The police officer stared blankly as the graceful figure squatted down in the snow and inserted the two daggers into her boots. Then, step by step, she walked towards him. Puff! A pair of thick snow boots appeared in front of him. Looking up, he saw a pair of long legs that were also wrapped in thick clothing. Cohen raised his head in a daze. The other party slowly squatted down. She took off her thick fur hat, revealing a head of neat brown hair. Cohen could not say anything. He only blinked, as if he could not believe what he saw. Ha! The other party fanned herself with the fur hat in her hand and exhaled a breath of hot air. The girl in front of him pushed her goggles up to her forehead, leaving red marks around her eyes from the weight of the glasses. A few strands of hair stuck to her forehead, making her look a little mischievous. Her nose and face were dotted with tiny beads of sweat. Her face was ruddy, and she looked rather healthy. Cohen did not know why this thought popped up in his head. The old man is completely wrong. It's not that cold in the north. I'm already sweating after running a few rounds. While she complained to someone in a bad mood, she curiously stared at the dying Cohen with her big, bright eyes, as if she was sizing up a puppy by the roadside. Yo, lost boy! The female bartender of the underground street, who was dressed thickly but did not lose her elegance, pretended to learn from the police station's rules, and jokingly saluted the police officer with a very non-standard salute. We meet again. Jayla Charlton, who was crouching in front of him, curled up the corners of her mouth and smiled. Silence. Cohen continued to stare at her blankly, not saying a word. It was as if he was born with this appearance. Jayla scratched her head in exasperation and blinked when she saw his expression. Has he become stupid from the beating? The next moment, the police officer stared blankly at his two companions in the distance. Fortunately, he exhaled as if he had been relieved. It was as if all his shackles had been released in an instant. Cohen shut his bloodshot eyes tightly, his face contorted, and he buried his face into the snow. To be precise, he buried his face into Jayla's boots. His shoulders twitched, and he let out a sob. Jayla was shocked. Hey, don't cry. The female bartender, whose head was as big as a bucket, recalled the times she took care of injured puppies by the roadside. She pressed down on Cohen's shoulders in a flurry and imitated him by stroking his back. She spoke incoherently. Sigh, all right. I know, I helped you get rid of the bad guy at the last moment, and I even saved your friends. You're very touched now, and you want to buy me drinks for the rest of your life to show your gratitude. But in this situation, when Cohen heard that, he remembered the desperate situation just now, and he felt even more bitter in his heart. Ah! Not only did he not restrain himself, he even bawled loudly. Hence, Jayla's exasperated roar exploded in the air. Ah! Don't use my clothes to wipe your tears, you damned greenhorn. After a while, Jayla, who had calmed down, sighed softly as she looked at Cohen, who was covered in wounds and in a daze. She looked at the snowy slope in front of her, and hesitation appeared in her eyes. However, Jayla looked at the man and woman with Cohen, and she could not help but scratch her hair. In the end, she shook her head. Jayla's face darkened. Forget it. I've already searched many slopes. It seems that this information is also mostly fake. I'll probably end up empty-handed. Besides, if this greenhorn is here, it should be much easier to find people, right? Forget it. If you can still walk, come with me. Thinking of this, Jayla patted Cohen's back in a carefree manner. I know. There's a hunter's hut shared by Constellations and Northlanders nearby. There are some supplies there, and you can rest for a while. Cohen forced himself to stay awake and looked at the strange girl in a daze. What? Hey, let me make this clear first. The female bartender lowered her head and met the police officer's gaze. I have to charge you. What Cohen and Jayla did not know was that on the other side of the snowy slope, in the pine forest a few hundred meters away, a group of people wrapped in thick clothes were quietly waiting. One of the 13 generals of Blackstreet Brotherhood, Thunder Axe Oskow, looked at the sky and frowned slightly. It's already half an hour past the scheduled time, Oskow said in dissatisfaction. They haven't appeared, whether it's that old ghost or that arrogant brat. A few of the Brotherhood members who were traveling with him also voiced their impatience and agreed with his words. Humph, maybe they're used to working with Blood Bottle Gang. One of them shook his head in disdain. They probably look down on lowly people like us. At the front of the group, a middle-aged man with a face full of scars turned around. His gaze was sharp and frightening. As he turned around, everyone quietened down. Wait a little longer. This is one of the secret passages that Prince Horus purposely opened in the pine forest to launch a sneak attack on Extet. Ironheart Shandaroda, the Brotherhood's leader in arms smuggling, said coldly, Now, it's the day before the bitter cold in Northland. Visibility is not good. They might not be able to find this passage. It's all thanks to the tense relationship between Constellation and Extet. Otherwise, it would not be easy to find such an opportunity. Oskow sighed and looked behind him. There were a dozen or so children tied up with thick ropes. They were curled up in a corner, shivering. Oskow frowned. He saw that one of the cowering children had a broken hand, and a more delicate and pretty young girl even had a scar on her face. These people? Oskow walked to Rhoda's side and glanced at the others, telling them to stay away. Thunder Axe turned around and looked at his boss in dissatisfaction. Do you really think they're interested in these crippled and leftover child beggars? Why don't we just let that fatty Morris? Rhoda's lips curled up slightly, making the scar on his face look even more hideous. This is just the first negotiation. These goods are our sincerity in working together. They don't lack weapons or channels. What they lack is manpower, Rhoda said flatly. Besides, Morris won't agree to it. Oskow put on a puzzled expression. He looked at the group of children. He found the slightly older boy to be an eyesore. His gaze was rather disrespectful. Do we have to hide this from the others in the Brotherhood and work together with them? As a rising star that Rhoda thought highly of, Oskow had a lot of right to speak. The young man asked tentatively, Including him? Rhoda glanced at him with a meaningful look. Don't misunderstand. I still admire Black Sword. Without him, we wouldn't be where we are today, the infamous arms boss slowly said. But their way of thinking is too old-fashioned. Whether it's Lance or Morris, they still treat the Brotherhood, which is getting bigger and has already infiltrated the corners of the city, as a mercenary group. That's not all. Rhoda said quietly, They're still living in the past. They're trying to summon the soul of the bloody sword. But we can't live in the past. We have to look further. We have to deal with the storm that will come sooner or later. But times are changing, Rhoda said slowly. When the nobles who rely on their manors to make a living have no choice but to come to the city to make a living, and when the wealthy merchants can also become the nobles of the kingdom, it's time for the Brotherhood to change. We can't just stop at being hooligans, and we can't become the servants of nobles like the Blood Bottle Gang. Oskow's expression froze for a second. But, he said rather unconfidently, we're just... Rhoda suddenly looked up. Chapter 278. The sun shone brightly. A group of knights arrived at their destination at the South City Gate of Dragon Cloud City. When the thin man stepped into this famous Northland city again and looked at the bustling crowd at the city gate, his heart was filled with endless emotions. Even after going through that disaster, Dragon Cloud City still appeared dignified, grand, boorish, and shocking. Even the quarrels of the passers-by had a sonorous tone to them. Those days. But he still forcibly suppressed the surging thoughts in his heart and retracted his gaze from the towering statue of Raikaru. He still had things to do. The thin man lowered his head and pulled the reins to urge his horse forward. The thin man calmly said to the dozen knights behind him, "Get ready. We have a long slope to climb." The knights seemed to be used to his indifferent tone. They did not say a word and just followed quietly. This was a low-key group. There were no flags, decorations, or emblems to show their identity. There were only luggage and miscellaneous items on the horses, as well as the hurried expressions on everyone's faces. It was obviously the first time a few of them came to Dragon Cloud City. They looked around in surprise. "This is Dragon Cloud City?" a young attendant asked, puzzled. "Didn't they say that it was almost destroyed by the calamity? Why is it so complete?" What destroyed Dragon Cloud City was a rumor, not a calamity. The thin man replied in a relaxed manner. "Wash your brain, Mark." A few minutes later, a Northland noble with a military aura came up to welcome them with a few cavaliers. After a brief meeting, he led them away from the queue to enter the city. They walked past the empty space in front of the city gate and began to ascend the slope. "I'm flattered that the chief garrison officer personally came to welcome us." The thin man greeted them faintly. "Viscount Lysden. Unfortunately, the Archduchess is in the Hall of Heroes. Today is the day of her council hearing. Regent Leespan is also inside." The Northland noble named Lysden appeared to be very capable and courageous. With a few gestures from him, the patrol team began to operate in an orderly manner. He nodded slightly at the thin man on his horse. Lord Putre Nemain, who came all the way from Constellation Kingdom. Constellation's Lord Putre nodded in response. Viscount Lysden, Count Lispan's trusted old subordinate, who remained as Dragon Cloud City's garrison officer after the Archduchess succeeded to the throne, looked at the group of travel-worn Constellations and nodded slightly. "But I believe that all of you must want to meet the prince first." Constellation's attendants looked at each other. Their eyes were filled with anticipation and curiosity. That prince. The legendary second prince. Exactly. On the bustling Northland street, Putre's thin face revealed a smile. "Please bring us directly to the Blood Court." Lysden raised an eyebrow. Blood Courtyard. Of course, the Blood Court, the most remote and dilapidated corner of Heroic Spirit Palace, houses a special guest. Lysden sighed softly. "Please follow me." The Viscount frowned and waved his hand. A messenger immediately understood and set off. 10 seconds later, a patrol team in front of them immediately changed direction and headed in the direction of Heroic Spirit Palace. "You are a sensible man. I admire you, unlike your former receptionist." Putre nodded approvingly and took out his pipe. Viscount Lysden snorted and rode beside Putre. "Former receptionist?" Lysden's lips curled up. "I heard about him secretly obstructing the diplomat group from contacting the prince. After that, he was found to be in close contact with a count from Black Sand region. That's why I took up the post myself this year." Lysden coughed with an unpleasant expression. After he was hanged, ahem replaced, Putray took a puff of his cigarette and watched the smoke ring change on his horse. He said with a sigh, "Thank you for understanding our anxiety. It's my pleasure." Lysden nodded slightly as if he was deep in thought. This is Dragon Cloud City, after all, not Black Sand City. Putray narrowed his eyes and said, "King Chapman still sends a special envoy to offer his condolences." Speaking of the common elected king, disgust and disdain appeared on Viscount Lysden's face. 3 times a year and never late. If it's possible, he probably even wants to bribe the messenger crows flying above Dragon Cloud City to monitor our every move. Lysden glanced at Heroic Spirit Palace, which was located at the side of the mountains. Especially the whereabouts of those two. Putray exhaled a smoke ring. "But I heard that your king has been in big trouble recently? Isn't that so?" Lysden snorted softly, as if he was very happy. Chapman Lampard's troubles have never stopped since he was crowned. Hearing that name, the faces of the Constellatiate attendants tensed up. They immediately pricked up their ears and paid attention to the new king who had not ruled for long in Extet. Half a month ago, led by the 4 archdukes in the north and west, they launched a boycott against the king's persecution of the nobles in the region. In the name of the joint ruling pledge, they called for tax resistance in solidarity with the old nobles of Black Sand region who were stripped of their titles. They also called for others to join them and oppose the king's atrocities. Viscount Lysden's lips curled up. Of course. He could boldly and confidently save a sum of money, and he could also see the king in a terrible predicament. Why not? I suspect that Dragon Cloud City will soon receive an invitation to sign their joint condemnation letter. Lysden exhaled softly. You know, the reputation of the kinslayer is already bad enough. Chapman the kinslayer. Putray whistled. It's really harsh to call your own king that. I heard that it was Rockney the long hair, from the city of faraway prayers, who first called him that. The garrison officer laughed happily. It's the worst nickname for a king in Extet's history. You know, even Jacob I, who married his own aunt and became his queen, was only called the degenerate. Putray chuckled and did not comment. Bad reputation. But it doesn't mean that his methods are bad. I heard that Constellation isn't stable either. I heard that the plague in the southwest, which was finally quelled, is showing signs of relapse. Viscount Lysden naturally changed the topic. And King Kessel has already sent 3 waves of regular soldiers to Blade Edge Hill? Putray narrowed his eyes slightly. The old wounds are too deep. It won't be easy to heal them. Just like you. Lysden and Putray looked at each other. The Dragon and Constellation duo nodded with their own thoughts in mind. The group of people walked past the lively Dragon Wing Square, the messy Bow District, Axe District and Spear District where the upper-class people stayed, all the way to the upper part of Dragon Cloud City. Finally, the first gatehouse, which separated Axe District and Heroic Spirit Palace, appeared before the group of people. Putray looked at the towering gatehouse and sighed again. Viscount Lysden negotiated with the patrols guarding the gatehouse for a few minutes with a serious expression on his face before the Constellatiates were allowed to enter the gatehouse. Immediately, many patrolling soldiers walked forward with hostile expressions and searched them from their bodies to their luggage. This made many Constellatiates feel indignant. Calm down, this is a necessary procedure. Oh, the gift for the Archduchess is in that box. Please put it carefully. Putray habitually raised his hands and waited for the body search. He comforted the unhappy Constellatiates and asked them to endure the Northlanders' murderous aura and brutality. Then, he said to Lysden, who was waiting by the side, "Looks like your security measures have been improved a lot." Lysden's expression tensed. "We added 3 more passwords and built many more sentry posts in front. Even if it's an emergency warrant issued by the Archduchess herself, there are corresponding safety measures. We even tried to recruit psionics, which are rarely seen in the Northlander army. It was said that it was the prince's suggestion." Lysden's tone became very stiff, as if he was suppressing something. "The gatehouse is always a strong wall that separates danger. The story of being tricked into opening the gatehouse by a reputable high-ranking officer and a traitor among the soldiers will not repeat itself. Putray sighed in response. Finally, after a complicated search, the group of constellations passed through the gatehouse and arrived at the empty space in front of Heroic Spirit Palace. Putray looked at the 8 big furnaces that were both familiar and unfamiliar at the same time in front of the palace gate with complicated emotions. He remembered the scene of that small figure walking through the palace gate alone and could not help but let out a long sigh. Groups of palace guards on patrol looked at them in an unfriendly manner. They got off their horses and allowed the guards to lead their mounts away. "The blood court is this way. Please follow me." Viscount Lysden led them away from the grand palace gate of Heroic Spirit Palace and into a remote winding corridor. The road under their feet became narrower and even overgrown with weeds. However, the number of guards on the road gradually increased. "How is he doing?" Putray looked at the guards coming and going. His emotions were complicated. The constellation's attention was attracted by this question. Lysden furrowed his brows. "How is he doing?" This question. Everyone has a different evaluation of him. The garrison officer chose his words carefully. "But if you ask me, that prince is very quiet." The constellations nodded at each other. This was in line with their judgment of the prince's youth and maturity. Only Putray was shocked. "What do you mean? That guy?" Putray recalled the image of that young adult who spoke with fervor and assurance and made people speechless from time to time. Quiet? He found it unbelievable. Most of the time, he sits quietly and reads by himself. Sometimes he talks to himself or even recites in a low voice. Can be said that he forgets to eat and sleep. And every time, his position is different, from the corner of the courtyard to the cliff of the sky, worrying his guards. Every month, he goes out of the palace to Spear District to play chess. He likes to stay in his private room and play chess with himself. He sits there for a few hours until his attendants remind him that the Archduke's personal guards need to eat. He does not care much about the disputes in Dragon Cloud City. Whether it is palace banquets or hunts, he declines all of them, even if the nobles' eyes are on him. Instead, he is very familiar with the servants in the palace. I heard that he likes to smile, and even greets messenger crows when he sees them. There are many teachers who have taught him and the Archduchess. Half of them did not last for 2 months, saying that they could not agree with the prince's style. Count Lysban is very troubled. Ah. Putray shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. "I am here to solve this problem." Viscount Lysden's expression was strange. But his relationship with the Archduchess is very good. The two of them often stay in the library from morning to afternoon. This has made him many enemies among the nobles in Dragon Cloud City. When he said this, Lysden lowered his voice and said, "Count Lysban is very dissatisfied with him because of this. That's not all. It has also attracted a lot of dissatisfaction and protests from the Archduchess." Lysden said quietly. Putray knew what was going on and nodded slightly. After passing through countless porches and layers of guards, they finally arrived in front of a dilapidated and old 3-story building that almost didn't have a hall. There were still many palace guards standing there, scanning them with vigilant and fierce gazes. It's like being in a prison. You know, there are prison guards everywhere. A constellation attendant whispered to his companion. A man who was obviously the leader of the palace guards walked out. He was tall and had a sharp gaze. At his waist was a long sword. Viscount Lysden greeted the captain of the guards. "Lord Justin." The Viscount nodded politely. He extended his hand to the constellations behind him and introduced, "This is the former deputy commander of the White Blade Guards, Lord Justin, who once defended the palace under Black Sand Region's attack," nodded with a calm expression. His gaze circled the guest. "Putray Nemain. I recognize him." Putray smiled. "It's a pleasure to meet you. I want—" However, Lord Justin obviously did not like to talk too much. He remained expressionless and cut straight to the point. "I know why you're here. He is in the backyard. Follow me." Putray smiled slightly, thanking him for his understanding. I will wait for you here. Lysden put his hands behind his back and stood on the spot. He pursed his lips and nodded. The Archduchess' hearing will take a while. With anticipation, the Constellatiate attendants looked at each other and followed Putray through the first floor of the building to the backyard. Even under the sun, the backyard, which was shrouded by a canopy of trees, still looked gloomy and dilapidated, as if no one had lived there for a long time. The tiles were uneven, and the ground was covered in broken tree roots. The pale tree trunks and the cracked walls of the courtyard were almost one. The walls were desolate, and shadows were everywhere. There was an ominous atmosphere in the air, making people feel gloomy at first sight. More than 10 Constellatiate soldiers stood in the dilapidated courtyard, guarding the entrance and exit. A young Constellatiate man in his 20s saw them from afar. His eyes immediately brightened and he hurried over to welcome them. Oh, what a surprise! The young man was tall and straight. His face was ordinary, but he had a pair of sharp eyes. His Highness said, I thought you would only arrive a week later. The young man came before Putray. The Constellatiate attendants could not help but notice that there was a long sword without a sheath at his waist. It was single-edged. It's a pleasure to meet you. Putray exhaled a smoke ring without hesitation and raised his eyebrows. Attendant Wuxia. Hearing this surname, the guests from Constellation cast a strange look at Wuxia. So that's the cunning foxes. But the prince's attendant did not seem to like this kind of gaze. He turned to the side and revealed the scene behind him. The guests were immediately attracted by the strange man leaning against the wall with his arms crossed. He had light, short hair and a silver mask that covered the area from his throat to his nose. Only the upper half of his tattooed face was exposed. He sized up the guests with a cold and vigilant gaze, as if they were intruders. It made them feel uncomfortable. He's probably not very friendly, many people thought. Bang. A muffled sound was heard. The guests from Constellation immediately shifted their gazes to the source of the sound, the two people who were practicing swordsmanship in the field. The one who caught their attention was the 7 or 8-year-old boy. He held a sword in one hand and a shield in the other. He was drenched in sweat, but his expression was firm as he gritted his teeth. He withstood the guards' attacks again and again. Raise your arms. Pay attention to the rise and fall of my shoulders. Predict the next attack and defend in time. The guard who was training with him was not tall to begin with. He deliberately lowered his posture to take care of the boy's movements and height. The wooden sword knocked on the boy's joints from time to time, forcing the boy to retreat. Bang. Another muffled sound was heard. The boy fell to the ground in a sorry state. He bit his lower lip, wiped the sweat off his forehead, rubbed his aching knees, and looked at the guard in dissatisfaction. Do you have to do this? Stand up. The guard shook his head. His tone was stern and uncompromising. Raise your sword. Wuxia frowned and looked at the 7 or 8-year-old boy. He seemed to be reluctant, but in the end he did not say anything. Beside him, Putray narrowed his eyes and stared fixedly at the training in the field. The people of Constellation craned their necks and looked at the little boy on the ground who was gritting his teeth and enduring the pain with a tough expression. That was Constellation's only prince? The one who was a hostage in the enemy country and used his life to maintain the peace between the two countries. But the guests looked at the boy who was struck down by a sword, and their hearts dimmed. The little prince looked at his hands and legs and sighed heavily. He got up listlessly. But this is too much. If you still want to inherit your father's position and take over his heavy responsibilities, isn't this necessary? The guard's stern words came from behind the helmet. It was frightening to hear. The people around them shook their heads. A sharp blade may be able to tear flesh, but if it's held in a pair of unstable hands, you won't even be able to cut through the most fragile reed. The prince, who was still a weak boy, could only take a deep breath and hold back his emotions. He focused his attention again and raised his sword and shield. Many of the onlookers could not bear to watch. Many of them cast a strange glance at the newcomer, Putre. The sparring began again. You know the main points of this sword style. Although the guard who looked like an instructor was strict, he still dutifully taught the boy and guided his movements. Your footsteps must be steady, but not too tight. Control your center of gravity. This is especially important when you switch between offense and defense. However, bang. The third time, the strong but weak boy fell to the ground violently. The wooden sword fell to the ground. He could not fight back at all. Behind Putre, the attendants of Constellation looked at each other in disappointment and retracted their gazes from the boy. Obviously, the prince was not talented in martial arts, to the point that he did not know anything about it. It made their feelings of anticipation a little complicated. If this is Constellation's future, enough. Wuxia, who was watching from the side, could not stand it anymore. The prince's attendant crossed his arms and said to the boy's instructor in dissatisfaction, "He's only 8 years old." Ralph, who was leaning against the wall, whistled softly and made a gesture that no one else could understand. The little prince on the ground took a deep breath, clenched his fists, and punched the ground fiercely. However, he still looked at his instructor, unwilling to admit defeat. 8 years old. The guard snorted coldly. He lowered his head and looked at the boy. When I was his age, the enemies I faced were far less merciful. They even gave you a 12th chance to stand up. The little prince's face turned pale as he stood up. You do not need me to tell you how special your identity is. The guard's words were merciless, and it made the boy with the special identity feel a little embarrassed and ashamed. But the boy still refused to admit defeat. But I am smarter than all of them. This is not a matter of whether you are smart or not. The guard's voice became sterner. Every single one of your opponents is much older than you, much stronger, and much more experienced. Without a strong will and a strong body, how are you going to climb to the highest position in the future? How are you going to control the entire? At this moment, Your Highness! An extremely loud shout rang through the entire area, even attracting the attention of the palace guards in the distance. The entire area fell silent. Putre took a step forward and patted Wuxia's shoulder, gesturing for him to step back. The visitors from Constellation looked at the leader of their trip, hoping that he could bring some changes to the seemingly weak prince. After all, he is the future of Constellation. It was only then that the 7 or 8-year-old boy noticed Putre's arrival. He scratched his head in embarrassment. When the onlookers saw this, they all had strange expressions on their faces. The thin lord stared at the scene with a sharp gaze. A second later, he sighed softly. Your Highness, stop fooling around. Putre put away his stern expression. With a profound gaze, he said helplessly, Be more mature. You should grow up. The boy blinked and looked around anxiously, as if he was a little afraid. A few seconds later, the guard in front of the prince moved slightly and threw down the wooden sword in his hand. He stood up straight and turned his head. The guard pulled his shoulders, and as his joints cracked, he took off the protective gear and gloves on his arms. You are still the same. Your sense of humor is lacking. A muffled voice came from behind the helmet. It was as unpleasant as a drake's voice. The people around them, whether it was Ralph or Wuxia, all looked at the guard in resignation. Putre rubbed his forehead. He felt as if his head was about to explode. The new attendants from Constellation looked at each other in surprise. For a moment, they could not react. The stern guard took off his helmet, revealing a delicate and pretty face of 13 or 14 years old. The teenager shook his sweaty face under the helmet. He walked forward and tossed the helmet to Ralph beside him. He smiled heartily at Putre, who was half a head taller than him. Under everyone's gazes, the real second prince of Constellation, Thales Jadestar, who looked like a teenager, punched Putre's shoulder in a straightforward manner, just like a normal Northland man. It's been a while, Putre. Putre, who was knocked back a step, shook his head in resignation. To think that they said you were very quiet. He really is a quiet prince. Thales laughed heartily and patted Putray's shoulder. He flashed a refreshing and relaxed smile at the people behind him, making them feel that he was very close to them. My friends from my hometown, welcome to Northland. The prince happily thumped his chest and said loudly with a muffled sound in his chest, "Welcome to Northland." Under the stupefied gazes of the attendants, Putray gritted his teeth as if he had a headache. He gestured with his lips. "What's up with that boy?" Thales then patted his head and turned around. "Joseph, I met an old friend." The prince changed from his stern demeanor just now. He squatted down and said gently to the boy, "Let's call it a day. You can go back now. Your father is probably anxious from waiting. Don't be nervous. My teacher told me that to learn this sword style, you must first learn how to take a beating." The boy exhaled as if he had been pardoned. He rolled his eyes and took off his protective gear. "I thought it was over for today." Thales laughed heartily. The teenage prince turned his head and raised his eyebrows at Putray, whose face was almost as black as charcoal. "This is Joseph, the head chef's son. His dream is to take over his father's position, become the head chef of Heroic Spirit Palace, and be in charge of the entire scullery. His identity allowed him to participate in the chef's apprenticeship at the age of 8. But the competition in Heroic Spirit Palace's scullery is fierce, and he's the worst at cutting meat, so he needs special training when it comes to using a knife. All right. Putray sighed helplessly and flicked away the remaining smoke from his pipe. "I'm glad to see that you have become more cheerful in the past 6 years, Your Highness." He was no longer the damn child with a stern face in the past. Thales' expression froze for a second. He stood up and stopped smiling. As the prince's expression changed, the atmosphere among the guards and attendants also turned cold. "No," he said faintly. "It's not 6 years." Putray responded with a puzzled look. "I remember it very clearly." The prince raised his head and said with a slightly sentimental tone, "Today is the 14th of June, year 679. Thales looked at the sun in the sky and sighed with a complicated gaze. "It's 6 years and 167 days. I'm already almost 14 years old." "Boo-hoo. Boo-hoo?" Thales, "Boo-hoo. You've finally grown up." Thought, "Boo-hoo? Hurry up, everyone. Those who tipped, those who voted, those who left messages." Swordless, who was sobbing uncontrollably. Otherwise, what if he woke up in the next chapter and realized that he was still 7 years old? Chapter 279. Don't worry. The Archduchess hearing will last until sunset. You can still make it if you go in the afternoon. I'll send someone to inform Viscount Lysden. In the bedroom on the 2nd floor, Thales glanced at the noon sun. He picked up a wet towel from the basin and wiped his face while he spoke to Putray, who was sitting behind him. Putray watched the second prince's back, which was much wider and taller than 6 years ago. He touched the wrinkles on his face in silence and watched the flame in his pipe slowly extinguish. It's hard to imagine that this is the thin and weak boy who could not even ride a horse 6 years ago. The boy who gritted his teeth and barged into Heroic Spirit Palace. Thales pressed the towel on his face and exhaled deeply. "Trust me, she is never in a good mood after every hearing. It's the same for Regent Leespan. If I were you, I wouldn't go looking for trouble so early." Putray refilled his pipe and snorted softly. "I'm guessing that Archduchess Walton is still not on the list of Northlanders' recognition, right?" Thales raised his eyebrows. Recognition. He recalled what he had seen and heard in the past 6 years and could not help but shrug. Just persuading the direct vassals of Dragoncloud City to salute the new Archduchess at King Nuvan's funeral almost exhausted all of Lisbon's prestige as the Prime Minister of more than 20 years. And this was with 5 archdukes, including the king, endorsing her. Thales recalled the extremely strange funeral. King Nuvan, whose eyelids were covered with gold coins, lay quietly in the middle of the Hall of Heroes with his sword in his arms. The stitches on his neck were completely covered by his collar. The vassals slowly walked forward with shock and depression. They looked at the new young suzerain in disbelief, then looked at the livid Lisban in anger and puzzlement, as if the latter had betrayed them. The prince snorted softly and threw the towel into the wash basin. He walked into a single cubicle and unbuttoned his inner shirt while he sighed. As the Archduchess of Dragoncloud City, you can imagine what kind of situation she has been in for the past 6 years. Outside the cubicle, Putre stood up and nodded thoughtfully. The former vice diplomat of Constellation walked to the window and glanced at the guards who could be seen everywhere in the backyard. In comparison, as a hostage prince in the enemy's heartland, at least they value you. If you are referring to the densely packed palace guards and the Archduchess guards from the corridor to the top of the hall, and from the balcony to the courtyard, Thales took off his inner shirt, and his fingers inadvertently touched the round burn scar on his chest. He could not help but recall a past memory. He sighed as he picked up a new undershirt and put it on. Let me put it this way. After Neuven was assassinated 6 years ago, that dead-faced Nicholas became more and more neurotic. He wanted nothing more than to turn Heroic Spirit Palace into a prison where no one can enter or a military camp where they patrol day and night. Thales put on his clothes and said helplessly, "No matter where I go, they will probably turn that place upside down 3 days in advance." Putre glanced at the guards on duty in the corridor and nodded slightly. "I'm glad to hear that the Star Killer is so responsible. When you see his face, you won't think so. The people before you have suffered a lot from him." In the cubicle, Thales put on his smock and grabbed the complicated leather belt hanging on the wall. The dagger on the belt made him frown slightly again. It was Viscount Kenny's diplomat group. That time, Nicholas almost cut the horse into pieces and sewed it up before returning it to me. Thales skillfully wrapped the belt around his waist and fastened the 4 buttons. Then, he sat down and put on his boots. Putre turned around from the window and puffed out a smoke ring without any scruples. The prince's desk was piled full of books. Some of them were half-opened, some had bookmarks in them, and there were also quite a number of notes. 3 sheathed swords were neatly placed on the sword rack by the side. 2 shields were stacked next to the sword rack. Putre curled up the corners of his mouth. His gaze shifted to Thales' bed. The bedding and pillows on it were as clean as new. Probably because he changed them often, Putre thought, but his gaze shifted to the corner of the wall not far from the bed. A normal person might not have noticed it, but the sharp Putre noticed that this corner of the wall was brighter than the wall beside it. It was just enough for a person to lie in the corner. Putre narrowed his eyes. A few seconds later, he sighed quietly. "Your Highness." For some reason, Putre calmed down. His tone was serious. "How have you been over the past few years?" The voice in the cubicle paused for a fraction of a second. It was as if the person in the cubicle was thinking about the answer. The prince's exhalation was heard. He sounded indifferent. A regular work and rest schedule. The magnificent scenery of Northland. A personal bodyguard. No need to worry about life-threatening dangers. No need to face old and cunning enemies. The only things I need to worry about are a little girl and her female officials, plus a dead face and an old regent. In the cubicle, Thales fastened his boots. His breathing slowed down, and his expression was still. "Why not? Why not?" Putre did not speak. But, a few seconds later, the fully dressed Thales pushed open the cubicle door and walked into the bedroom. He raised his head and looked at Putre in front of the desk. He said sincerely, "I'm still very happy to see you, Putre. You don't see old friends every day in Dragoncloud City. Especially those who have gone through hardships together." Thales added in his heart. He blew out another smoke ring nonchalantly. "He will arrive a few days later and will teach you and the Archduchess at the same time. Regent Lisban will only be pleasantly surprised by his arrival." Thales paused for a moment. There was puzzlement in his eyes. Dragon Kiss Academy? Highly respected? Put-Ray extended his pipe and nonchalantly smashed it on the windowsill under the prince's furrowed brows, which could kill a mosquito. When he was young, he was once my tutor and Gilbert's tutor, Put-Ray said sentimentally. Gilbert and I spent a lot of effort to convince him. Put-Ray and Gilbert's tutor? Thales remembered the former foreign affairs minister, whom he had not seen for many years. His curiosity grew. Who is he? You will know, Put-Ray said calmly. Before that, please forgive me for keeping some surprises for you. Surprises? Thales raised his eyebrows in a direction he could not see. So, Put-Ray. The second prince narrowed his eyes. You came here this time to solve the problem of my education? Put-Ray snorted softly with a playful expression. He changed the topic slightly. Yes, otherwise, in 6 years, the heir to Constellation will almost become a Northlander. Thales rolled his eyes in resignation. But in the next moment, a strange light suddenly shone in Putray's eyes. Prince Thales. Put-Ray tapped his pipe with a profound expression. Have you been homesick for the past 6 years? Thales was stunned. Home. Abandoned house, sunset pub, Jayla. When he thought of home, these were the first words that popped into his mind. Perhaps. There's also Gilbert, Gines, and Yodel? Thales crossed his arms and sighed. I don't know. He forced a smile. I haven't been in Constellation for a long time. My impression of it is very shallow. Put-Ray stared at him quietly. He did not say a word. Thales, who was originally a little sad, became a little puzzled by Putray's stare. Very good. Putray's gaze was profound as he stared into Thales' eyes. Then it's time to strengthen it. Thales was stunned. A few seconds later, the prince, who understood something, sighed. The Secret Intelligence Department? Thales lowered his head and asked softly. Put-Ray whistled softly. What else could it be? The prince's expression froze. After a while, Thales snorted with the ghost of a smile. His face was downcast. I really don't know if I should be happy or sad. Thales took a deep breath and stood up abruptly. He grabbed a book on the desk. Let's go. Put-Ray was shocked. Huh? Where are we going? Ah, didn't I tell you? The prince turned his head and revealed his white teeth. I'm used to going out of the palace to play chess once a month. You're tuning in to the Legend of the Vagabond YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.